I'm going to call this meeting to order. Marnie, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mark Gregg.
Yes, here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin. Yes. Councilmember Henry Rosenthal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Here.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. Mr. Harris is going to lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I've asked Pastor Hammond if he would lead us in prayer. So, thank you, Tony.
Absolutely. Adam, my coach's hat is officially off, so
Okay.
let's bow together. Father, thank you so much for tonight, and thank you for this council. We pray your blessing over this evening and give us wisdom as we move through the evening. We ask these things in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Tony. Okay, so, all right. Deletions and emergency additions. Anybody have anything they would like to?
You know, from Tuesday, we had said we were going to talk about a development review committee, and I had asked to put it on for tonight. It's not showing on my agenda, but if we could just talk about that briefly.
Okay, when do we want to do that, Elizabeth?
Under,
Mayor, Council Communications?
yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so let's put that down, John. Okay.
Did, on Tuesday, we had the after-action report. Was there anything that you all wanted to talk about on that? If so, we can add that as well. If not,
Yes.
Okay,
I know. Bam. Bam.
okay, let me get that.
So we can add that under village attorney, village manager,
Okay,
communications.
all right,
Might
you
be
got
the
it.
best spot.
Okay, I'm going to move that down there. Okay, there is one fellow that flew in for, oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Telling you. I'd like to have a quick discussion about Julian Garcia, our police officer, if that's okay. And then I'd like to also talk about the liaisons for the committees, just for 2 minutes, if that's doable.
Okay, so Julian and the committee, the liaisons, okay? You
Where's
got-
that? Where are we going to put it?
We're going to put it under Mayor Council Communication.
After the DRC?
After the development thing, yes.
Good.
Let's see, committee, liaison. Okay, Sharon. Okay, Henry, anything?
I am donating my time to everybody else.
You are? Okay. Mark, anything else other than what we already talked about?
I'm with Henry.
Okay. All right, so I've been asked, Marnie, somebody has flown in from Georgia for this meeting, I believe on the Sojourn, and they were asked to come and speak. They have a 10:45 flight, Marnie, is that what it is, 10:15 or something?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so council, do we have any issues with moving that item up? We all in agreement? Okay, so John, help us out. What tab? Let me see what.
That's two tabs. It's tab H and tab I are the sojourn. They're quasi-judicial.
Okay.
So I will, if wherever you move it, I'll read the quasi-judicial script. I'll do it just specifically for those, though, in case there's anybody coming late for the other ones.
Okay.
That way they don't miss out on being.
So you and Rob help me out. Where can we move it so we can move it up towards the front and get it taken care of for him?
You can move it to now if you'd like, or you can put it, I mean, you can put it wherever you want, but we could go right into it if you guys would like.
Council, what would we like to do? Can we go right into it?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it then, okay. All right, so
we're
we'll
moving-
do that, and let's do public comment, and then we could do citizens advisory, and then how about,
Okay, so after general public comment?
yeah, let's do general public comment, and then we'll do it, and then we'll go to citizens advisory and carry on. What?
Can I suggest that you do citizen advisory first because the LPA would have a report on that item?
Okay, so let's do that. Thank you, Jennifer. So we'll do that, Mr. Quick. We'll do public comment and then the citizens advisory report by Deb Gillis on the LPA. All right. Is Deb Gillis here?
She's going to do her report via Zoom this evening. She is
Okay.
unavailable.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So with that being said then, Mr. Quick, can you lead us, let's see, and we're going to do public comment now.
What is sojourn?
General public comment. Marnie, we have anybody?
Yes, Van Cadenhead.
Okay.
Good evening, council and ladies and gentlemen. In Islamorada, we're in the midst of the throes of growing, and we've been in the midst of the throes of growing for about the last 25 years. And it's time that our council and planning department and Monroe County government and the state government realize that once we're developed out to the borders of the property lines, nobody's going to come here. We're overdeveloped as it is. So anything that you talk about redevelopment is what should be on the agenda for Islamorada. Because the more trees you cut down, the more land you scarify that's now got green on it, the worse off we're going to be. And I don't see that kind of protection coming from Florida Commerce. I don't see that kind of protection coming from Tallahassee. I think we should establish the fact that we want to protect what we have and try our utmost to ensure that we don't become a moot point as far as tourists that want to come to the Keys. Because what people came to the Keys for is being eroded at an incredible rate by the expansions of hotels, by the expansions of building. I mean, we've already built out all of our market rates, and we're having to rely on moratoriums, which I think is just a stopgap. It has to be some kind of a sea change in the way people are thinking. It can't be the way it is. If it's the way it is, by the time we get to the next election cycle, not this coming one, but the one after that, there'll be nothing left to save. And I won't have to stand up here at all because there'll be nothing left to save. And I've been trying to save Islamorada, the sport fishing capital of the world, for 25 years now. And I'm getting pushed back. And there's very few people that would, in the general public, that stand up behind me because they're apathetic, because they realize as soon as they get up here to say something, it's going to be curtailed or derailed or somehow sidelined. And the will of the building and development community and the Chamber of Commerce and the TDC and the Rotary is going to be what controls this town. And there's going to be no room for long-time residents. There's going to be no room for middle-class, working-class, blue-collar people because you don't want them, because they can't pay you enough ad valorem. Thank you very much.
Van. Marnie, anybody else for general public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, general public comment is now closed. All right, can we have Deb Gillis give her report on the LPA?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
And maybe see me too.
We can see you, Deb.
All right, so I'm reporting on our May 13th meeting. We had all 7 members present and we had 6 items to review. The first 2 items we talked about were the Sojourn property, which is on your agenda this evening. This is actually a rehear from our January meeting. We had an advertising error and had to rehear it. The applicant requested a flume change from conservation to mixed use and a zoning change from conservation to commercial fishing. The LPA recommends that the council request the applicant to do a flume change of mixed use with a special area of commercial fishing. This would eliminate the uses that come with the mixed use. We further request that the special area of commercial fishing be limited to the permitted uses in the commercial fishing zoning district, but also include the one minor conditional use of dock facility. We recommend the same changes for the zoning district to allow the 3 permitted uses and eliminate the minor conditional uses with the exception of the docking facility. This was approved with the recommendation of the special area, and the zoning district was approved with a 6-0 with 1 abstaining. The next items on the agenda was the flume and the zoning change for T-table. The applicant requested a flume change from residential conservation to mixed use and a zoning change from native residential to commercial, tourist commercial. Much of the discussion was around the improvements that would be made on the island. The discussion also included what would happen at the Sunset property and that it would be used for guest parking, a check-in facility for the island, and for 24 affordable units to be built. The committee recommended a denial of the flume and the zoning change with a 4-3 vote. We highly recommend that you review our meeting for more details. It was a long discussion. And by reviewing it, you get a better of our thought pattern. The next item was a lot area variance, and you have that on your agenda this evening also. It's a lot area variance that would allow 5% or 250 square feet, whichever is less. This variance would allow only, this variance would be allowed only for affordable housing projects and only affected 6 properties. There was a discussion about allowing undersized lots to receive an allocation if it was in just a minor amount needed. This provides a relief for someone who doesn't have use of their property because of of not being able to meet the minimum area requirements. This could possibly help avoid some lawsuits for non-use of property. This was approved as presented, 5-1 with 1 abstaining. And our last item we had was the definition of frontage. The committee had a long discussion about the word adjoining as it was used in the definition presented. The definition reads, fronting means the front of a parcel which is adjoining a specified location. We decided that there was not enough clarity on the word adjoining. We denied the definition as presented 6-0, but recommend that this be reworked to use the word boundary line as a basis instead of the word adjoining. And I'll be online. I apologize for not being able to be there in present, but I'll be online if you need some clarification on any of our stuff.
All right, council, any questions for Deb? Okay, thank you, Deb.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, Mr. Quick, now can we move to tab H and I?
Yes. Would you like me to read the quasi-judicial for all of the items or just H and I, and then we can reread the script for the other items when we get to those?
I say go just read it for H and I.
Okay. All right, so we're into the quasi-judicial section specifically for tabs H and I. Please be advised that the following agenda items are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon these items, please inform the village clerk by filling out the available sign-up form. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. As a reminder, testimony in quasi-judicial items must be in person. Zoom testimony is not permitted. These proceedings will be handled in accordance with the village code requirements. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony shall be disregarded. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record, along with the village code and comprehensive plan. Any correspondence that was received by village staff is included in the file and part of the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures in sections 30-256 of the Village Code may be obtained from the village clerk. Tonight, at least at this point in the agenda, there are two quasi-judicial items. They're tabs H and I. At this time, I would like to ask anyone who intends to speak on the quasi-judicial items tonight to please raise your hand to be sworn in by the clerk if you intend to speak at all. And again, this is on tabs H and I.
In the matter in which you're about to give testimony, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Witnesses have been sworn.
Mr. Mayor and Council, in the past, when we've had tandem items like this, we have dealt with them as one, although obviously we vote and we deal with each item individually. Would you like to do that at this time as well? Deal with both tabs H and I in one quasi-judicial hearing, since they're sister items?
That's fine with me if council, everybody agrees with it. It's okay.
And I think Mr. Harris is the agent for the applicant. Any objection with that? Good, okay. So I'll read the titles of those. Tab H is an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, concerning the request of Ty Harris, PA agent for Sojourn South LLC, to amend the village's future land use map from conservation to mixed use for the subject property located on Lower Matacumbe Key with real estate number 00394480-0000108 as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. And then tab I is an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, concerning the request of Ty Harris, PA agent for Sojourn South LLC, to amend the official zoning map from conservation to commercial fishing for the subject property located on Lower Matacumbe Key with real estate number 00394480-0000108 as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce, providing for effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. Council, before we begin, I'd like you to please disclose any ex parte communications that you may have had with the applicant or anyone else. And again, this is limited to tabs H and I, and please include whether the person represented any group or entity as well as the subject matter as you recall. Thank you.
None for me.
Henry, anything for you?
One person, Sue Miller.
Sharon?
I've spoken with Ty in the past, but nothing recently.
Elizabeth? Nothing? I've spoke to Ty in the past, but I also said hi to Mr. Kerry Marsh tonight and Mr. Schuster, okay? So, and somebody else that they're just hi, but nothing about the property. So, okay?
Okay, we are ready to proceed.
Good evening, Council. Jennifer DeBobrian, Planning Director for the Village of Isla Mirada. I'm here this evening, as Mr. Quick stated, for Sojourn South LLC for their map amendment request for approval for the future land use map amendment from conservation to mixed use, as well as their companion amendment to the zoning map for the proposed change of conservation to commercial fishing. The subject property is located on a vacant site in Lower Matacumbe with the real estate number 00394480-0000108. It is comprised of 1.74 plus or minus acres. The site has historically been used for storage of lobster traps, repair of lobster traps, and docking facilities for commercial fishing vessels. The site is adjacent to the Lobster Walk, one of the only two remaining commercial fishing uses within the village. The applicant is requesting this amendment to support the return of the property to its prior zoning prior to incorporation of the village. The subject property again has 1.74 acre on the vacant parcel. The property contains no significant habitat and is mostly devoid of all vegetation except on the shoreline. The property is not recognized as habitat to any state or federal listed animal species. It is not within the state conservation recreation lands boundary or critical area habitat. And pursuant to the village's GIS data or records, the parcel is not identified as any specific habitat. The subject property currently has an existing commercial future land use designation. The adjacent properties to the south are designated mixed use with commercial fishing operations. To the north, the adjacent properties are designated residential high and are currently vacant, but have been permitted for 6 single-family residences. The properties to the east across overseas are conservation. To the west, the property directly abuts the cove, but across the cove, the properties are designated residential high with a mix of condominiums, duplexes, and single-family homes. The character of the subject property, again, is vacant, and the surrounding area is mixed use with a collective of commercial fishing operations, multifamily dwelling units, and single-family residences and vacant land. The subject property currently has an existing conservation zoning district designation. The adjacent properties to the south are designated commercial fishing. To the north, the adjacent properties are designated multifamily. The properties to the east across Overseas Highway are designated conservation. And to the west, the property directly abuts the cove, but across the cove, the properties are designated residential duplex, R2, and multifamily, MF. The character, again, is vacant, and the surrounding area is mixed use with commercial fishing operations, multifamily, single-family, and vacant land. In your packet this evening, there is an analysis of the request. I will just say that the proposed form amendment from conservation to mixed use in conjunction with the zoning map amendment would allow that the uses that have continued to operate as legal nonconforming uses to operate legally, and that areas designated on mixed use on the future land use map recognize the prevalent historical mixed use pattern of development in the village. The mixed use designation shall accommodate a mixture of commercial and residential uses, which may be located in the same building, limited public and semi-public uses, recreational facilities, schools, marinas, tourist facilities, and supportive community facilities ancillary to the permitted uses, pursuant to the standards of the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations. The impact on public and policy analysis is in your packet. And as Deb previously stated, at its meeting on May 13th, the LPA voted to recommend the Flum Amendment, but also creating a sub-area which would limit the permitted uses in the commercial fishing district to commercial fishing uses only, as well as docking facilities, exclusive of all other uses allowed in the mixed-use Flum. As far as the zoning amendment goes, pursuant to Section 30-411 D4B of the Code of Ordinances, the Village Council must find that the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the applicant has complied with all procedural requirements of this section, and that the maintenance of existing zoning on the property does not accomplish a legitimate public purpose. The Village Council shall make its determination on finding of a legitimate public purpose based on one or more of the following factors. Number one, the demand for the proposed zoning district in the village in relation to the amount of land currently zoned and available to accommodate that demand. Pursuant to the village's GIS data and records, there are approximately 11 parcels that are designated with commercial fishing district, which represents approximately 0.002% of the 7,108 total parcels within the village of Islamorada. Of the 11 parcels within the commercial fishing district, 1 parcel is vacant, which equates to approximately 0.09% of the total commercial fishing parcel district parcels. Number 2, compatibility of the site's physical, geological, hydrological, and other environmental features with the uses permitted in the proposed zoning designation. The site is currently operating as a use permitted in the proposed zoning designation. There should be no additional impact. Number 3, data errors, including errors in mapping, vegetative types, natural features described in the comprehensive plan. There is no evidence that there are any errors in the GIS data, records, or other resources. Number 4, new issues. There are no new issues anticipated because there are no proposed changes to the subject property. Number 5, recognition of a need for additional detail or comprehensiveness. There is no need for additional detail because there are no proposed changes to the subject property. Number 6, compatibility to the proposed district with the property surrounding the site of the requested rezoning and any applicable neighborhood or redevelopment plan. As previously indicated, the surrounding properties to the south are designated commercial fishing. The property will be compatible to the immediately adjacent properties and their uses. And again, at its May 13th meeting, the LPA voted to recommend the approval of the proposed amendment, but creating the sub-area which would limit the property to permitted uses in commercial fishing as well as docking facilities. Based on all this information and the information in your packet, staff has reviewed the request for the official Flum Amendment and the official zoning map amendment and recommends approval at this time. I'm here if you have any questions.
Council, anybody have any questions for Jennifer? Sure, go ahead.
Jennifer, were you making the recommendation with the changes suggested by the LPA, or just making the recommendation as it's stated here?
I'm just making the recommendation as it's stated here. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Henry? Sharon? Okay. 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 Mr. Harris?
Good evening, everybody. Ty Harris with the law firm of Ty Harris, PA, 110 Plantation Shores Drive, Tavernier, Florida. Thank you again for moving us up so that we can get some of the folks out. Really, this is a continuation of a conversation we started a couple of months ago with Islamorada Community Church. Both the owners of this property who have owned it for over 2 decades are here, Neil Schuster and Carrie Marsh. They thought it was important to be here, especially with a lot of the rumors flying around about this property. The first thing I would want to point out, in your packet, there is a survey of the property. There's also an aerial that shows the zoning. And the first thing that stands out is most of this property is underwater. I mean, it's underwater. There are 2 little sections on the north and the south that are dry, but for the most part, it's underwater. When Carrie and Neil bought this property, it was zoned commercial fishing 18 in the county. And there are a lot of questions about what was commercial fishing 18. Neil, because he keeps great records, was able to provide that to me. So I want to read these uses out, and that kind of sets the framework for the conversation we're going to have tonight about what the appropriate use of the property and the appropriate zoning is for the property. Of course, I have it upside down. So, commercial fishing 18. Uses permitted as of right in commercial fishing SD 18 include A, those uses permitted as of right in the suburban commercial district. I'll just stop there. If anybody is familiar with the county zoning code, the most valuable commercial district in the county is suburban commercial. And what makes it the most valuable? It's the only commercial district versus C1, commercial 1, that allows a mixture of residential uses and commercial uses. So think of our highway commercial and our village center all combined into one category, and that's essentially suburban commercial. So that was the first thing on the list. We haven't even gotten to fishing, but that was the first thing on the list. B, commercial fishing, detached dwellings, attached dwellings of less than 6 units, fishing supply businesses, restaurants, and then uses permitted as minor conditional uses include those uses permitted as a minor conditional use, again, in suburban commercial. So that's what was in place when they purchased the property. Very similar to what happened with Vice Mayor Mahoney, very similar to what happened with Islamorada Community Church. When the village came in and started redoing their maps, they removed the most valuable uses of the property. And they did this, as we've discussed, by a notice in a newspaper in Key West. They didn't notify any of these individuals or property owners that this was about to happen. What adds a little more intrigue to this case is that there had been ongoing negotiations for the village to buy what we refer to as Sojourn South and Sojourn North. Sojourn North is the one that was the subject of a lawsuit, and we've already gone through that with the six houses that will be built to the north. So now we're just talking about the south parcel. So in that context, it's important to understand what was taken away. It wasn't freely given. What should have happened in hindsight was when the deal fell through for the village to purchase this property, the village, on its own motion, on its own dime, should have restored the commercial uses of the property. Because now here we are, 2 decades later, you've got residential uses that have grown accustomed to thinking that this is a conservation parcel, who are now upset that there could be a more intense use on the property. First thing I will say is I'm here to relieve you of those concerns. We are completely happy to accept the recommendation of the LPA and limit it to commercial fishing and docks. That's it. all the wild stories about we're going to put a bar and a restaurant, I've challenged myself as a planner and an attorney to actually try to fit something like that onto those two little parcels. And by the time you put the setbacks, the parking requirements, the buffers, you can have a building maybe 5 feet wide. So it's actually not a use that could happen. But let's go ahead and dispel that that's any way a possibility by going ahead and just accepting the LPA recommendation. I would like to say thank you to Vice Mayor Mahoney, who attempted to have the neighbors that were sending lots of emails to you all opposing the property and opposing the comp plan and the rezoning. She tried to reach out to them to have a meeting with me, and my clients were absolutely in favor of it so that we could have this discussion that we're having tonight without having the pain of a lot of misinformation being out there. Unfortunately, whomever was guiding that group refused to meet with us. So the offer was out there, and it was not accepted. So I would like to, at this point, kind of wrap it up, save some time for rebuttal. The staff report constitutes substantial competent evidence to support a decision to approve the flume and the zoning change. And so at this point, I can just play defense. And if I need to, I will on rebuttal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ty. All right, so, John, do we need to move to public comment now on this? Those that are for it and those that are against it? Anybody?
Yes.
Okay. Does it matter which we do first?
Yeah, the code requires, let me pull up the code, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second.
I believe it's opposed.
I believe it's opposed to, I just didn't want to misspeak. Okay, sorry about that. It's participants in support of the application make their presentations, and then participants in opposition.
Okay. So we need to go with opposed first?
No, support first.
Support, okay. So anybody that is here that wants to speak on behalf of supporting this, what Mr. Harris just talked about? Marnie, who do we have that signed up for supporting it?
Well, we have Neil Schuster, Owen Merriman, Frank Cabrera, and Donna Cabrera.
Okay. All right. I guess Mr. Schuster can go first then.
Thank you. I wanted to put a face to the ownership of the property. Since 1998, I've owned the property with my partner, who's also here, Mr. Marsh. And we're here today to ask the commission to give back what it took before, and it took before valuable rights, and only for the reason to try and put itself in a better bargaining position to buy the property as a park, which it ultimately decided not to do. So we're going back to 1998 with discussions, 1999 when Jim Mooney was the mayor. And, we're really here today after spending 25 years as commercial fishermen, and Mr. Owen Merriman is here, who, one of the many people who fish out of that property and has for decades. And the historic use is very important, and the historic use is commercial fishing. Property could use some repairs, but we don't want to go to the expense of docks when we're still zoned commercial, even though we're grandfathered. We want to be good members of the community and make it a better property for the fishermen. And from what I heard from the Planning Commission, 0.002% of the entire town is zoned commercial fishing, when we want to be known as the sport fishing capital of the world. So when we're asking the commission to do what really should have been done 2 decades, and we're a little bit slow not having done it, we're just asking you to restore us and to promote what Islamorada really wants for itself. We could put more boats on the property. We could do more fishing. We could bring in the public that hasn't visited Islamorada yet. And I really appreciate this opportunity to appear before you and to thank the Planning Commission for its recommendation. And I hope that you see your way to allow this to be restored to where it should have been a long time ago.
Thank you, Mr. Schuster.
Thank you.
All right, who's next, Marnie? Is,
Mr. Merriman?
Good evening, Council.
good evening.
My name is Owen Merriman. I'm a retired state trooper out of the Keys. I did 15 years as a state trooper here. And I've been in the Lower Mat area now for about 12 to 13 years, as not only as a commercial lobster fisherman, but also as a wholesaler. I'm all for the change in zoning, so be that they leave the fishermen there, the commercial fishermen. I don't know if y'all understand, but I get calls every single day from Key West all the way to Key Largo asking me if I have storage or places for boats, docks, storage for their traps. Like I said, I've been doing this now for just over 12, 13 years in that area, and every day there's less and less areas for fishermen to go to. I'm not talking about the guys with the $1 million yachts that are, charging tourists $2,000 to go out for a couple hours fishing. I mean the local guys that are fishing their lobsters here. So I'm all for the change. So be that they do leave it as a place where local fishermen and lobstermen can keep their boats.
All right, thank you very much.
Welcome.
It's Owen, right?
Owen Merriman, yes.
Thank you, Owen. Okay. All right, who's next? Frankie Cabrera or Donna Cabrera?
Yes, I have Frank, then Donna.
Okay.
Better.
Hello, how you doing?
Frankie, tell them who you are, and everybody doesn't. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Frank Cabrera. My family came down in the 60s. We used to fish out of Green Turtle Fishery, and we fished there for a while, and then it got bought out for worldwide. And then we went down to, in the 80s, we went down to Lobster Walk just south of there, and we started fishing there. And it's just, we're getting pushed out and pushed out. And we got Lobster Walk. My family has Lobster Walk. My brother passed away, and I have it now. We have it, my mom and us. And we want to keep fishery going in the Florida Keys. It's not, it's just they're pushing us out and pushing us out, and there's only, how many? A few lots left that we can keep fishing, and then that's a perfect spot. And I've been there since the 80s, 85, 86, 87, and then my brother took it over. I fished there, and when he came, he took it over, and now I'm there, and we need room to store traps and keep our fishery going. That's okay.
All right, thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
I don't know if we can. Hey, John, can we ask questions of the people speaking or not?
Yes, you can.
Councilman Jolin's asking.
Yes, you can. That's yeah. I mean, it's later in the in the timeline, but yes, council can ask questions.
Okay, Donna, come on, Donna Cabrera, right?
Donna Cabrera, I'm Frankie's wife. I met Frank over 30 years ago, and the first time I met his father was on a fishing boat in that exact basin there. And it's always been commercial fishermen and local fishermen, and I support, and they're constantly calling us. As he said, his mom has a property just south, and they need space. They're getting pushed out of everywhere. There's nowhere to go. And that's what we'd like it to remain. That's what it's been. So, thank you.
All right, Thank you, Donna.
Mr. Mayor, just one follow-up on the order. The code does say that if the council agrees to a different order, it can. So if you all would like to, in effort of expediting it, you can move the questioning along as well.
Do we have anybody else that wants to speak for it here? Anybody else? All right, because I see people that live very close to there that grew up here. So anyways.
And just a reminder, if you do want to speak, you need to get your cards into Marnie before the item is called.
All right, so with that, let's close support. Do we have anybody that's opposing it?
I have one, a neutral party, and Van Cadenet.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Let's do that. Then I want to say my piece. Oh man, they're touching my heart, man, because my family came here. They were pioneers in the fishing industry, and so who's going to speak next?
Van.
Van? Okay. It's what built Islamorada, the fishing industry.
And I couldn't agree with you more. And I think I was the neutral one, but all my questions have been addressed. And I firmly stand with all the commercial fishermen who have been there for 30 years. And I acknowledge that they need a place to store their traps, repair their traps, do their lines, whatever they need. And I hope that the planning department will see fit to allow them to improve that southern part to protect the mangroves and actually get in a couple more boats, expand what's there a little bit for the benefit of the fishing industry, which is a very important part of Islamorada. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Van. Who else, Marnie?
No one else has signed up.
Anyone else? Okay. Hey, I just want to reiterate, and I know Tony's sitting there smiling. Patty's been here. I know a lot of people here, but last year I was invited to fly to Bahamas for Save the Queen, and I told a few people in Islamorada. They're like, "What has conch got to do with Islamorada?" Okay, you know what? If any, I tell you what, a lot of people don't know, but leadership. Monroe will open people's eyes, because we were a conching industry, we were a turtling industry, we were a sponging industry, we were a lobster industry, we were a stone crab industry, fishing, yellowtail, grouper, wahoo. I mean, Sid and Roxy's, they did it all. Okay, I see the Eyster sitting here, okay? They grew up, same thing in Lower Matacumbe. I mean, they could walk out on the flats and get conchs there. So this to me is really got me a little emotional. I mean, I'm hearing, and you know what? I had Adam Hill from Hill's Fisheries, the Key Largo Fisheries, call me about, and he told me a little story about Jack Hill, his grandpa, and he said, my grandpa told me, son, you got to learn to speak, because the future generations are depending on what few fishing rights and fishing areas that we have left in the Keys, and this is what the whole Keys was built on. All right, all up and down the Keys, Key West, all the way to Key West. And we still depend on it, bone fishing. Somebody on council right here is an eco, right? Councilman Joe Lynn, she does eco tours, with the birds, with the fishing, so, there's a lot of people that depend on this. And, I'm just, before we get into any more, I just say we need to keep what little bit we have left. All right, and if me personally, I think we should, because what about the future generations? In Spanish Wells, the fishermen there that lobster fish that go out for a month, a lot of the younger generations, they don't want to do it. They want to build vacation rentals. They don't want to go out for 3 weeks at a time and stuff. But that's the history. That's what's made that island and the Bahamas what they are. And a lot of people that came here, like my family, Rich Russell's family, they migrated from the Bahamas. So, my heart, Owen, goes out to you, man, because you retired and you want to keep what's right here. And, so anyhow, I've said my piece. Council, anybody else want to say anything?
I want to say a few things, and I don't feel comfortable knowing things that were not mentioned that I know of my own personal life experience and time here in the Keys. and I don't want to provide testimony, but I think it's important to say, being in the position I'm in here on the council. My first trip to the Keys was in the summer of 1972. We lived in Cutler Ridge, and we drove down here, and I think that's the first place I saw a lobster trap. And we pulled over, and I was mesmerized by them. I'd come from Alabama. I didn't know what a lobster trap was. And I was fascinated. It was an allure for me to want to come back, which I did when I got a driver's license. I parked across the street on what used to be a wide beach area, and there was a billboard there, and I used to park in the shade in my red Plymouth with a 383 4-barrel and dual exhaust. And I would go out and catch conch on the flats, but I remember seeing the traps across the street, and my memory isn't as good, 50 years later as it used to be, but I believe there was a dipping station there for the traps. And if you know what that was, in the old days, the wood wasn't very long-lasting, and the worms would eat it up, and so they would dip them in a solution of, I guess it was oil and diesel fuel and God knows what other nastiness, but it allowed the traps to last a little longer. Fortunately, we've improved our environmental practices, and that doesn't happen anymore. But as long as I can remember, those traps have been there, those fishermen have been there, and that inspired me to later, when I moved here full-time, I became a commercial fisherman. I held a license for over 30 years. I pulled traps, some by hand when I was young and strong, and I know what it's like to find a place to put your traps in your boat and how to make a living, or at least to try to break even, which I rarely did. But I didn't do it for the money. I did it for the love of being on the water and enjoying the lifestyle. So, and the lifestyle is part of the community character, which is mentioned on our mission statement up there. So to me, this is about protecting our heritage, the history of the property. It was zoned for commercial fishing before the village took over. And we've heard people complain at various zoning meetings about spot zoning. And I think this is an error on the part of the village where it committed the sin of spot zoning when it redid this on its own against the will of the owners. And this is consistent with what Mr. Harris said on other properties. That did occur, and I sat here, not in this room, but in the old room, and when that vote came, I proudly voted against it for that reason. It was wrong, and this is a chance to make it right. So one thing I haven't heard anyone mention, which I think is also important, it's mentioned in our code and our state law, this is a working waterfront, and that means that people make their living from this. And you've heard the testimony of the fisherman that's was a state trooper, forgot your name, Owen, please, thank you. And it's harder and harder for fishermen to find a place to keep their boats, their traps, and their gear. And so I think this is part of our community, it's part of our heritage, and it's our duty to do our best to preserve it. So even though the property is zoned conservation, and it would be against my will normally to go against that, this is not a natural shoreline, that's a man-made water body, and it's eroding, and I think the owners are now willing to invest some money to put dockage in there and to stop the erosion and make that a more environmentally friendly and healthier waterway for everybody, including the folks that live across the way. I do remember that for the longest time there was a failed development there with piling sticking out of the ground. I don't know if it was called Captain's Cove or something like that, but it's now the big condominium that's across the way, which, by the way, half of those are vacation rentals. And so to me, this is an example of how the community started out having a problem, but the conversation evolved along the way to where it seems like most people are happy. I mean, we didn't fill up the room with half the room opposed and half the room in favor. So this is a good example of how it can work, and then we can move forward and make things better for everybody. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you.
So, Councilman Rosenthal, I know you were big in the seafood yourself, buying the turtle and whale harbor.
Okay.
Making turtle soup, right? And conch chowder.
I first arrived here in 58. 58. You guys were in school somewheres.
I was 2 years old.
You were 2?
Yeah.
Okay, well, what can I tell you?
I was in the womb.
Okay. I found nothing here to encourage me to stay. My main objective in 58 was to find a gas station so I get enough gas to get the hell out of here. And gas stations were at a premium in '58. That was my first experience. I came back less than 10 years later. I want to hear a little more about what we're talking about on the page, quite frankly, rather than giving you a personal background of mine, which doesn't have a damn thing to do with this, really. It really doesn't. But fishing is very, very important. I understand all that. I was in the business for a number of years. And believe it or not, yes, I once went out and pulled traps. Once. Because somebody challenged me in some saloon someplace, and I went out. And I stayed home for 2 more days after that, I think. Anyway, not to treat this subject light, because I do understand the importance of the fishing community. We're built on the fishing community amongst a lot of things. And I want to hear some more yeses and nos, and just want to hear a little bit more. I'm definitely in support of the fishing community. I have some reservations about zoning changes. I've lived here long enough to understand zoning changes what they were originally meant to be. Give it a few years later, they become something else. And I'm concerned about that. It was noted that with the change may produce a restaurant or something equal to that. And it could be. It could be. I'm not so sure that's the appropriate way to go. You can convince me of that. I'm open to be convinced. My main question is, and I'll direct it to you, is that the efforts of your client is to preserve what's there now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you want to preserve what's there now, why are we jumping all those hoops that's already there?
That's a very good question, and I have a very good answer.
Well, I anticipate that. So if you want to give me that answer now,
Yes.
I'll be open
Absolutely.
to it.
So under the Conservation Zoning District, which is what it is now, there are only 2 approved uses, boardwalks and communications towers. A couple of years ago, we were approached by a cell tower company that wanted to put a 75-foot high tower up on that property, but that didn't seem very appropriate for the area, and they turned it down, even though that would have been a nice revenue stream. What's happened over the years, Henry, is that the property's starting to erode. It has a riprap, and it's starting to go away. Some folks have blown some hurricane holes into the shoreline, and in general, it's a little bit of a problem. We cannot put a dock there unless the zoning is changed to commercial fishing. And typically, I don't think you should use sub-area policies on individual lots. I don't think it's a good planning tool, and that's one of the reasons I don't think Jennifer supported that, because it starts a bad precedent. Typically, when you talk about sub-area, you talk about multiple parcels that encompass some kind of common denominator, not just one parcel. But in this case, it's a little bit different because there's been all these concerns about a restaurant, about housing, about a bar. And so the only way to ensure that it remains commercial fishing with docks is to put the sub-area policy in, because that is a comp plan policy. It doesn't go into the zoning part, it's a comp plan. So that protects the use, that prohibits all the other uses except for a docking facility and commercial fishing. So when you talk about putting your money where your mouth is, I can't do any more than that, other than maybe, write it in blood. But that's about it. So like I said, it's not a typical thing that you want to do with your sub-area policies to focus it on one piece of property. But in this case, to keep the neighbors across the canal from worrying about a future where there could be a restaurant, a future where there could be something else, this is how you do it. I hope that answered your question. I get paid by the word.
Hey, Henry, so I just want to thank you because you could have, LB was selling out and you kept the cannery going. I remember very well that you did the conch and the turtle, okay? Sid and Roxy's, because you bought the turtle. So I want to say, because as a young guy growing up, I sold a lot of conchs to him diving in the afternoon. Sandy Mann, Trevor Mann's daddy, and Danny Borden, and a bunch of us would dive conchs for him.
Well, I used to run with your father, and I used to run with your father.
You did. You got stories about that.
That tells a lot
Yep.
there. So, but again, you're not interested in my history. So I've been here for a while. I've obviously witnessed the good and the bad, and I suppose the ugly, if I have to use that word. So I will be supportive of your endeavor in some form or fashion. I haven't quite made up my mind just yet. So, okay?
All right. Vice Mayor Mahoney.
I have two issues with this. First of all, I am a victim, and it is a victim, of the zoning changes that happened. I was rezoned, and everybody said, "What'd you wait so long for?" I didn't even know for 12 years I was rezoned. Who would know that unless you read the back of a paper, which I don't do? And so the first issue is the fact that, it's rezone conservation. I was rezoned residential, and I have a greenhouse with no roof. Figure that out. And right there is a big issue for me with taking people's property rights. And I know people have moved in and out of the Keys since the rezoning that was done in the late 90s. And so they didn't know what happened. They think this property has always been conservation, and it hasn't. I'm not as old as Henry seems to think I am, but I'm a conch. I'm born and raised in the Keys. I think Buddy might be older than me. But it was always commercial fishing, and it was always where George Wood, his son was a very good friend of mine, and just that's the area where in the summertime you'd want to go down there and watch the traps, and just, I don't know what was so fascinating about it.
Jimmy
Darrell, yeah.
Jimmy Woods.
Yes, Jimmy Woods. But I grew up on the Bayside, and we were on waterfront. And back then, on the Bayside, on a Saturday morning, and I had 3 sisters, we could just go in front of our house, just in front of our property, and fill the bottom of our wooden rowboat, which we had, with a dozen crawfish, conch, starfish. It was everything. I used to have my own little fish tank with little seahorses in it just by scooping in what I used to call hairy monsters, but they're grass patches. But that's all gone now. There is nothing in front of our family home anymore as far as activity of lobster or conch or anything. And we know the dollar has crept into the Keys, and we are squeezing out what this place was built on. And I agree that we need to keep this, and I support them wholeheartedly, because if you took the time when I tried to set up the meeting and talk to Ty Harris and Carrie, and you'll find out that it's not going to be a restaurant, it's not going to be a bar. Those questions could have been answered when I tried to arrange a meeting, and for whatever reason, a lot of the residents didn't, and that's how our great rumor pool here in the Keys goes. Next thing you know, listen, I'm building a strip mall, I was told, with my property. So you got to deal with the facts. You got to look at people's rights, and we have to try to hang on to what this place was. I'm blessed to have grown up here when I did. It is something that I am one of the luckiest people in the world to have seen the Keys when it was truly, truly the Keys. And I just think that if we keep selling out like we do and not hang on to what we are, the place is gone. So.
Councilman Jolin?
Yeah, thank you. This is a great conversation because we're referencing a time that has, that is, like you said, completely gone. Every decision we make here, I think, should be a reflection of the fact that, yes, we are changing. And I mean, we have 12 more decisions tonight that have to do with development and how we're building out. And the more we do that, yeah, the less fish there are in our ocean for people to enjoy and profit from. A couple thoughts here. You know, this is nothing against the owner or Mr. Harris at all, but, you know, I come to the table with a very skeptical nature, and I don't know why, I'm a little, I had the question Henry said, I mean, it's operating as commercial fishing now. I don't know why we would need to change it. If we even entertain the idea of a sub area, I would like to see a very clear definition before we actually take a vote on what will happen there. I heard the owner respectfully say, we want to have more docks, more boats. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many more docks I want in that basin, because more docks being more people, more jet skis, more, right? Docking facilities is a real kind of alarm for me. What does that mean? Does that mean, you know, restaurants, bars? I mean, again, I know we're having a conversation about no restaurants and bars, but there's a lot of interpretation that can come with the term docking facilities. So I mean, we are obviously in agreement that commercial fishing is critical. Now, does it have to be on the back of this landowner? That's a little strange. I think there's a further conversation that this group can have about how else we can accommodate our commercial fishermen and how we can improve working waterfront. Maybe we can put it on the agenda for next month. I mean, talk about property rights. I don't know why this one individual would choose to, I don't know, bear the burden of maintaining our heritage in this way, especially when they're building multi-million-dollar homes right in that same area. It's just my own personal skepticism. Again, nothing personal that I bring to the table. So I think that we all should be skeptical, considering what we see in the Florida Keys right now. And how you go down a corner and wow, like who knew that all of a sudden that vacant lot is now a whatever it is, fill in the blank, right? So I would encourage us to kind of shift the conversation and thinking about how this decision can be, how we can memorialize what it is we're actually voting for, rather than just a handshake deal here, because who knows when this property will sell, and then this conversation that we're having about, you know, what we all think is going to happen, you know, is not memorialized anywhere. And I know that that kind of planning work is possible. We've seen it with other properties and other enterprises where there is a list of how this has to be operated and your rights go away when X, Y, and Z. I would just urge us to ask for that, and if that means we need to hold off and see it coming back, otherwise I'm voting no, because I'm highly skeptical. But I am in full agreement that yes, we need these commercial fishermen here, 100%, and we should be doing more for that group. But my skepticism is high. Again, nothing personal in any way.
We all see through different islands. I grew up here, Sharon grew up, Henry's been here, Mark has been here. I mean, I was born and raised here. Family came from Bahamas. I'm very partial to the fishing because it's what my family is. And I think you and Xavier both make your living off the ocean as well still.
I'm in full agreement. What I'm saying is that the mechanism by which we memorialize this commitment to our commercial fishermen has to be more clear than what I see here. It has to be written into the document, and this is what it means. So that tomorrow, after we say, yes, let's go forward, the traps can still stay there. And if that's not written down, I mean, it might not happen.
Can I ask a question? Because I share your concern about things, but what gives me comfort is that, firstly, they've proffered or proposed to limit this to just two uses, commercial fishing and dockage. Maybe if the dockage was limited to commercial fishing boats, that could provide a little more clarity. And then the term commercial fishing is also defined in the code about what that means. It does include sport diving, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? So there's some things. I would rather see a sport diver than I would, a big yacht or something like that. So those are things that it is so choked down and restricted, and that's what's going on there right now, but in a non-environmentally friendly way. To me, it seems like an oxymoron or whatever the right word is, or ironic or something, to go from conservation to commercial fishing that actually improves the use of the property in an environmental context. And it also, we have an obligation to respect property rights, as you know, and then our community character, which is a big part of why we're all here. And we've heard testimony, and not only tonight, but other times, of how that is slowly eroded. And, as I told you my little story about being a kid coming down here, commercial fishing was huge back then. And as Henry testified before our time, there wasn't much else going on. And commercial fishing has now taken a far back seat to tourism. But I believe someone driving down the highway who was a boy or a girl, young like me, and they see those traps, they're going to go, wow, what is that? That's so cool.
You and I, and this whole group thinks that, but I have noticed that the very fine people who move to the Florida Keys and buy multi-million-dollar condominiums are sometimes put off by the smell and the crust on the traps. I've just noticed that. They're, I mean, me, I love it. I mean, you should see my yard. But why, is there a problem with writing this down, memorializing it? And if there isn't a problem, let's do it.
Well,
so that
we're getting into a granular discussion about, this is a general flume change, and there's some more zoning things that are more specific, but it's getting to be like contract zoning after a while, and that's prohibited. But some of the, the smell of the traps is to me heavenly. It's perfume. I love that. I know I'm in the Keys when I smell that.
A lot of people don't. And so we are speaking in a granular way. This would never have happened if we weren't sitting in 2024, wow, look around us. It is no longer like these fabulous memories that we all have, some richer than others because you've been here longer. But yet, granular zoning, I'm in, because otherwise it's going to go away. Because the handshake deal, love this guy who owns the property, love it, but maybe he'll sell one day. I mean, he's not.
He just got approval to put 6, I would imagine, multi-million-dollar houses right next door on the other Sojourn property. That, to me, kind of says in a silent way, they're not going to trash that up at the expense of offending the houses that they're going to be developing on the other property. That gives me a lot of comfort that it's going to be a responsible operation.
I mean, I get it.
I mean, Elizabeth, they've owned this property for 25 plus years.
I don't understand. I can't imagine that they would actually resist a more thorough explanation of what they will allow and won't allow if they're all in. Because again, the trashing up, I mean, a lot of people think, anyway.
You know what, the multi-billion-dollar people, if they see that and they don't like it, maybe they shouldn't buy here, okay? All right? Hey, Jennifer, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify a couple things. So my understanding from the LPA meeting and from their recommendation is that their recommendation was that the sub-area be the permitted uses in the commercial fishing zoning district, which include docking, loading, and unloading of commercial fishing vessels, manufacture, assembly, repair, maintenance, and storage of commercial fishing traps and nets, and the uses and structures accessory to commercial fishing, such as bait fish tanks, and also the docking facility, for the goods and services related to the commercial fishing industry. And then just to clarify, the definition of commercial fishing in our zoning means the catching, landing, processing, or packaging of seafood for commercial purposes, including the mooring and docking of boats and/or storage of traps and other fishing equipment and charter boat and sport diving uses. Dockage associated with commercial fishing shall be distinguished from a marina by the nature of the docking and/or mooring facilities, which are traditionally provided for commercial fishing vessels as a function of the commercial fishing operation. And just to be clear, this is a first reading, and any specific additional language that the council would like to include, if you want me to spell that out, we can certainly do that for second reading.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer, for the clarification. Ty?
Yeah, I understand the concern that things that you think you're doing can go sideways, or in multiple years they could change. But I don't know how much more granular you can get than what she just read, because it's very specific. And if you're not one of those things, you cannot do it. That was our give to take away those concerns that it could be used in the future for something else. Now, is it possible that somebody years from now comes in and asks for a comprehensive plan change? You can't keep anybody from doing that. You could do it. I could. Nobody can take away that right to come to this village and ask for something. You don't have to give it, but they have a right to ask. And what we've done is we have belt and suspended this to the greatest degree possible under the code and the comp plan to ensure that it stays commercial fishing and that the docks are used for commercial boats. I can't do anything more than what we've done. It's not humanly possible. So I would ask that whatever discussion we're going to have, let's up or down this thing, and as I've said before, put me out of my misery one way or the other.
What I like about this is that the existing uses have not been documented. You know, there's no a permit.
Right.
Those have been going on since before zoning and planning ever was required. And so now they're coming to us and they're submitting, and they're going to be regulated. It's unusual for, I mean,
Elizabeth, that's what I'm saying. I heard the condition. It's a commercial fishing. Even the owner, Mr. Schuster, said that. I mean, Owen has got, I don't know how many boats there that all these guys are making their living. It's strict, it's commercial
Great,
fishing.
I'm in. Super.
All right, so, Mr. Quick, can we go ahead and, there's no more comment, from Mr. Harris, or?
Yeah, assuming there's no final argument from staff or applicant, you guys can move forward.
Okay,
And remember, there's two separate items on it.
okay. Go ahead, Henry. Do you have something you want to say?
Yes. What I'm concerned about is what you're saying, it'll be prohibited. And there's a list. Isn't it prohibited right now? If you do nothing? Do nothing. Live with what you got. Why do you have to change the zoning to prohibit something that is already not existent there right now?
I believe what Mark just said, it's a dock. You have to put it to protect the shoreline even.
I understand that. Have I looked like I finished?
No.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I understand usage for the dockage. I have no problem with that. But I'm always looking for the downside. What is the downside if we do nothing, with the exception of the dockage?
Right, as if we haven't made enough variances. You can't just give them a variance for a dock and a conservation zone. We could make up anything. I know, that's my.
But, I mean.
Yeah, I hear you.
But really.
I know, I hear you.
These guys are going to get up tomorrow and do the same thing that they did today. Nobody's going to go down there and build something that's already prohibited in a sense of the word. Why do we have to have language to support prohibiting something that doesn't exist? And if you just continue on with it right now, you can tell me the downside. Go ahead.
All right. So, good question. Got an answer. We cannot ask for a variance for a dock because that would be expanding a legal non-conforming use, which is verboten in the code. So I can't even ask for it. The only way I can get there is to go back to commercial fishing and then eliminate all the uses other than commercial fishing, which is what the LPA did in 2 different meetings. So I can't do that, Henry. I can't ask for a variance for the docks because they wouldn't accept my application, and rightfully so. And also, you talk about setting a bad precedent. Let's start giving variances out for conservation property, whether that should be conservation or not. That would start a horrible trend that people are probably in TV land perking up going, maybe, what, a variance for something in conservation? That's not where we want to go. I know you don't want to go there from all the comments I've heard from you over the years.
Statement that I never used, you can't balance the environment. I never used it before, but I've carried it around with me. You can't balance the environment.
Yep. I think everybody agrees.
I have another, oh, sorry.
I just wanted to add one thing. If we were to get a major hurricane and they were to lose everything and it would be destroyed or damaged in a fire or something, they would not be able to rebuild anything or continue the use. Under our code, once you lose 50% of a substantial loss, you would not be able to rebuild a non-conforming use. So I think that's part of their ask as well.
Okay. I would like to ask just one question of those people here. Is anybody here right now? Our decision involves them. Is anybody here from that area, making a living from that area?
The gentleman who spoke, yeah.
That guy, Owen was here. Is that his name? There he is.
Okay, I understand. Yes, I appreciate your comments, but you're one. How many people are involved? Let me just ask you a question. How many people are involved in that area making a living? Does anybody?
Frankie knows.
Come on up, young man. Tell us your name and what you do.
I'm the owner of Ham Seafood. I'm one of the ones that we're going to hear a little later. I also buy and sell lobster. For many years, I've been a commercial fisherman since 2008, and I own the seafood market that's here in the corner, Ham Seafood Express. So yes, definitely, I would love to keep that as a commercial fishing, which is what it originally was. I pick up lobster over the years. I know Owen, you know, he buys lobster. We all buy lobster. And also, we fish. I'm also a commercial fisherman now as well. I bought a lobster boat, and we also fish lobster here out of Tavernier. So, yeah, definitely, I think it should be kept as a commercial fishing.
Can I just ask, I'm not sure if the gentleman, since he didn't speak before, was sworn in before?
No, I wasn't, but I can be sworn in.
This is quasi-judicial, so we need to swear him in.
In the matter in which you're about to give testimony, do you swear to tell the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The witness has been sworn.
Thank you for your comment.
Yes.
Just got married.
Thank you.
Henry,
Frankie, come on up, man. Come on up, Frank.
I just want to say something while he's coming up. Henry, if you go down to that property in about a month, you're going to see him building traps, repairing traps, getting ready for the season. They could drop traps on, if I remember right, it's August 1st is the first day of putting them out. So there's going to be a whole lot of people working down there in about, well, they may be there right now. It's a big deal.
Actually, I was there 2 days ago.
We're running out of room. We need more room. Lobster Walk is only 2 lots there. We need more room.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Frankie. Elizabeth?
Yeah, you know, this conversation has to do with I mean, obviously, it has a big, it has to do with this rezoning problem. And I know we have asked to look at we've asked the planning department to bring back the properties that we might expect to ask for this kind of zoning change. Have we seen that yet?
No, I was going to be working with that on council, and we just haven't had a moment to get together on that.
Because this goes into when is a good time to look at the overall ramifications of this zoning problem? Because if I have no idea what properties have been rezoned. I'm saying, you know, what we're doing is we're saying, yeah, if you're currently zoned conservation, but we're going to take it back to what it was. Actually, we're
about
gonna,
everybody who's rezoned like.
yes, this
I don't
is,
think they're ever going to do anything about it.
Well, I think we may have a solution to that coming up, because we either put out for bid or are about to put out for bid to have a consulting company help us with our comp plan redo and our code redo. And that seems to me to be all encompassing, and we could, yeah, we could throw it all into that conversation.
is there a reason, we're just, and again, this is a little bit of a segue, but we're responding to this rezoning, the zoning problem, just piecemeal. I mean, I don't know, maybe there are 15 properties that were conservation or that are now here. You know what, you guys, I don't mean to frustrate you, but we don't sit around and have
I
these
own a property that was suburban commercial, and the village changed it. Okay, since zoning came into existence, it was suburban commercial.
Well,
Yeah.
Elizabeth, I think what you're asking for is that, I know you hate piecemealing, but for people like me and Sojin, what am I going to wait, 5 more years on top of all the years I was rezoned? And if it has to be piecemeal, to me, piecemeal it, because it's not fair to us as the taxpayers. I pay commercial taxes. So on a building that,
I understand, but
and when we get the list, we get the list. But right now, I think piecemealing is.
I have some sympathy for what you're saying about the piecemeal thing, because, at some point, we have to pull the gate down and say, stop, we got to take a break, let's look at it all. But this is a little different. This
it is different.
Affordable housing, conservation, and working waterfronts and commercial fishermen, those things, they can't wait. I don't think so. Other things, there's a little slack there. But these guys need protection, and they need it right now. We're in hurricane season, and they've been waiting a long time. That shoreline's going to continue to erode. That's an environmental issue ongoing. We can fix this. It's probably going to wind up the same if I can predict the future. I know everything, right? So, but reasonably speaking, I think that this is likely to come out the same way once we go through the process. Because right next door is a big commercial fishing operation.
Okay, fine.
So I don't see this as, getting off into the weeds too far.
So do I hear a motion from council on this?
I'll make a motion. We approve this as a sub-district that limits the property to the uses of commercial fishing and dockage. And as Jennifer read off earlier, I don't know if dockage includes, is that a seawall or is that wooden docks, T-dock style? Is that not defined?
Not defined.
Can we say T-docks? Wooden docks?
The way the LPA got that language was under the minor conditional use was, it defined it, there was a docking facility.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going to be consistent with limiting it to what's in the permitted uses as well as the language of docking facility in the code, it would be probably best to call it a docking facility, and then that could be pulled from planning if you want to get more specific, but I would at least use the term docking facility.
Well, I don't want to see the mangroves taken out, and that shoreline can be restored and repaired without hardened seawall. So how do what fits that category?
sounds a little granular, but I'm.
Yes, it is. Well, I'm trying.
I'm down with that.
I'm going your way.
I think that we can, with that guidance, I think we can work on the language between first and second reading. I mean, there's DEP, Jennifer just pointed out to me that, there's DEP regulations as well. But I think with that guidance, we don't necessarily have to come up with the specific language, but we can bring back.
Get time to work.
Yeah.
Okay. So was my motion clear enough for you for that?
This was on tab H, which is the flume change.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, as I understood, was a motion to approve, but with the amendment to create a commercial fishing special area limited to the uses in the commercial fishing zoning district, as well as docking facility with the additional instructions to bring back language on the docking issues and the mangrove and other environmental issues.
Yes.
Good, Mark. All right, do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion? I have one more thing I want to say.
Okay.
Yes, I do. So, before we move on here, how do you feel about giving direction to our staff to, without the full analysis of the zoning issue, put out some sort of easy blanket statement that could be corroborated with our legal team to make sure it's legal to say, like, something to the effect of, to give people the fair warning that your property's been rezoned, it's gonna stay that way. Because again, it's gonna take a year to do this comp plan, and in the meantime, these kinds of rezoning issues are very incendiary, and they don't have to be. And the issue is, we were never alerted, so why don't we do another alert?
Well,
Is there-
Mr. Quick, can we go ahead, since we have a motion and a second, and call the roll? We have a motion and we have a second.
And then address that question afterwards?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, Marnie, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes, I said yes.
Sorry. Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
I want to say no, because we have a question that will be addressed after the voting, and I don't understand that. But I'll say yes to simplify the issue. But I don't understand you saying that you're going to answer the question of this lady after we vote.
It's off topic.
It's off topic, yeah.
It's off topic?
Okay, Marnie, go ahead, please.
Okay.
What?
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
So
It's completely on topic. This has to do with rezoning. So can we just, that was a question I had, and I appreciate you're allowing us to further it now. So the question is, can we ask for some sort of resolution to this ongoing problem that doesn't have to be Herculean? It could be fairly simple.
What is the Herculean problem?
Well, what we seem to be going on is that we're creating this comprehensive list of everyone who's been rezoned, and that's going to take a very long time because we're so busy. And I'm not sure if it has to be that difficult, where if this could be, I mean, again, here we are, I'm a planner and a lawyer, so this could be some sort of notice to our community that says, you need to go do your research. If this happened, this rezoning issue happened in how many years ago, research it. You've got this window to come and rectify that with the appeal to the community. That's super easy.
Yeah.
When we did this 20 years or 24 years ago, 25 years ago, there were multiple notices in the newspaper. We had charrettes, we had workshops. I know a lot of people say they didn't pay attention, but we didn't have the internet. Well, we had it, but we didn't have Facebook and all that stuff. It wasn't like it is now. The communication level wasn't as high as it is now. Now it's hard to get away from it. And you got your phone, and we didn't have these kind of phones back then. So I find it hard to believe, unless you live in a cave and you're deaf, dumb, and blind, you're not going to hear about this when it comes up, when we do this in a year or over the next year. It's going to be everywhere. And, we send out newsletters, we send out emails to people, and we can even send property owners a notice in the mail, which is they claim they didn't get last time, which I don't think legally we had to send it out. I think once it's over 10 acres of land that's concerned, then you don't have to do it that way. It was in the newspapers. I mean, there were many, many, many meetings, and I hated it, and I'm telling you, that's what happened.
We're making decisions based on a bunch of people saying, I never knew this happened. So how do we resolve that? Because it's problematic from a planning and legal point,
Mr. Cole,
I would think.
Can you speak on that? Because redoing our comp plan and the code and everything, all this stuff, correct me if I'm wrong, you or John or Jennifer, but all this stuff is going to, come up when we're redoing all this. What Mark talked about, the consultants and everything. We're going to cover every bit of this.
I'll say that I think a facilitated conversation around what to do and how to handle it, such as might occur through the comp plan process with professional planning firm, an extensive amount of public outreach to get everyone to the table, a lot of communication surrounding that activity, would be preferred to sending out a letter ahead of that process without a really good way to handle the community response that we get in exchange. So I think that design in and of itself would take time. So we're probably best advised doing this in a more organized and facilitated manner. And I'll let either Attorney Quick or Jennifer speak to how that might best dovetail in the comp plan process. But I think an organized approach would be much better than firing that over the bow and letting people start contacting us to seek some type of relief that we haven't defined.
And I want to interject one thing as an example. It was either in 2018 or 2019, Councilman Ken Davis promoted sending out a letter to all of the vacant landowners that we had a limited number of BPAS units left. If you were a vacant landowner and you wanted to build on it, you better get in here and get an application filed. And we sent those letters out. I believe they were certified mail. I got one. I still have it. And so that's an example of how we can do outreach the, old-fashioned way, old school, with just a letter. And it would be hard for someone to deny that they didn't receive it after that. But we can add on top of that the internet and newspaper and TV and satellite and smoke signals, whatever you want to do.
I'm not concerned about our ability to communicate ideas to the community. What I'm concerned about is that between today and the time when this comp plan thing happens, it's quite a distance. There's a long period of time, and we will continue to be asked to make decisions, just spot decisions on this issue. I'm having trouble thinking that I'm having.
Well, rather than have a hard, fast rule, what we've kind of gone along with here is that we take them on a case-by-case basis. This is something that I think has an urgency to it. I might be the Lone Ranger there, but
Mark, you're not. We need this. These people have owned this property for over 25 years.
That's right.
They had to sue the village and went through a lawsuit to get this all done. And you know what? We can talk about this at another meeting. It's already 7 o'clock and we're sitting here just going on. And this is a zoning issue that we're talking about. We can address our staff to do this, Elizabeth. And you know what? I'm ready to move on to the next tab.
Just a reminder, the next tab is the zoning issue on the sojourn matter. The last one was a future land use map. Also, to follow up on what Mr. Cole said, and I think to piggyback a little bit on what Councilman Gregg said, and I'll be very brief, the code has minimum notice requirements when you're going through a rezoning process, whether it's site-specific or village-wide. It doesn't mean we couldn't do more, and I think that's what I'm hearing from Councilwoman Jolin, is that she's asking that we advise them do more than just the minimum, and certainly whatever the will of the council is, we would need to at least do the minimum, but it doesn't mean we can't do more.
But Mr. Quick, why can't we do this before we have all these people coming before us? We can do this. We can schedule it at our next council meeting in July to talk about this. When we're not, these people have been dealing with this, and now we're going to change, just like in the BPAS, we say we're going to move the goalpost on them. Or we didn't say, we did move the goalpost on them, and the same rules and procedures apply when the people came in BPAS. These people have property rights, and they're here. They're spending time and money to come here, and we're just, we want to change the rules or do this or that. It's not. I don't think that's proper.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you can. When an application comes in, it needs to be considered in accordance with the code, which includes bringing it before the council for decision. We cannot have a de facto moratorium without having actually gone through an actual moratorium process. Right. But so we don't have, staff has no way of knowing how many applications are going to come in between now and whenever the comp plan is finished. We also don't know when the comp plan is going to be finished, because like we said, with the RFP either is going out or just went out. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but we don't know when that's going to be completed either. So yes, they have, as Mr. Harris stated, they have the right to come in and apply. Yep. And if they apply, it's incumbent upon staff to process it and bring it forward before the council for determination.
But you're not saying that this isn't, I'm not hearing you say this isn't a problem. It's a problem for planning. It's a problem for how we move forward in our community.
Yeah, our comp plan is old and needs to be updated.
And this is a pretty straightforward problem that I think we could fix prior to the comp plan, but we can, you know what, I'll put it on the agenda for next month and we'll discuss it and in the meantime, let's think about it.
I agree. I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so with that being said, let's move on to I, Mr. Quick.
Yeah, so I is the companion zoning ordinance related to the application. This was a change from zoning conservation to commercial fishing. I had read the title before, but I can read it again if you all would like.
Do you think I don't think it's necessary. Okay, does Mr. Harris want to, or no, Jennifer, do you need to?
We had taken this one together.
Oh, you did it,
all
okay.
at
So
once,
Mr. Harris, you want to come up on I?
Yeah.
I think I talked enough on the last one. I would just ask that the comments that I made for the flume be incorporated into the record for purposes of the rezoning application. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Do we need to give public comment?
We had opened it up for both, and so the public comment for each would be applicable to both H and I.
Okay, so do I hear a motion then?
Move for approval?
I'll second it.
Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mark Gray?
Yes?
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you, council, that we moved on. All right, let's go back here. So, Mr. Quick, you might have to help me here a little bit.
Yep, we're on the mayor council communications, and the first item under that is the development
review.
discussion. That was
Elizabeth?
Tuesday.
Yes, so there were some items that I attached in Tuesday's meeting about the way the county works. They have a development review committee, so all department heads come forward and weigh in on planning decisions. And they do that in a public meeting, which is not something I'm suggesting, but it seems to me that process is an effort to ensure or to provide support for the planning department and the decisions that are coming out of the department. It helps the community understand the issues better. And I'm curious whether we have an interest in creating some sort of mechanism where we see the input from our professional department heads. So we see an environmental impact, for example, and that might be noted in our documents, and et cetera, with our other department heads.
I have a question if this is outside the village, but does the county, do we know if the county still has their DRC? Do they still do that? Yeah, okay.
I'm not suggesting this be a public meeting because I don't think that is really necessary. But apparently, as I understand it from talking to Rob and Jennifer, or at least Rob, we do this. Apparently, this happens. Are the decision, the things that come before us go to our department heads, but we don't see that. And I would like, I'm looking for more information. I had a lot of questions, for example, about the dolphin issue. I would have liked to see a report from our environmental, from Ms. Pete Frezza on that. I didn't see it in the information we were given. So just a thought, do you think if that would help, if it would help support our planning department and
We had a DRC and we got rid of it. And, I think there's pros and cons to this that we should talk about more. I think the big con was that it took a long time and it duplicated a lot of things. I think the pro of it was that it provided a longer period of review and more scrutiny. And I would say if I would be sitting on the council at that time, which the next time if it comes up, I won't be, thankfully, but it takes a lot of the cushion. It provides a cushion to the council where it gets reviewed at a lower level and a less formal level and a non-binding level, and there's recommendations made, kind of like the LPA, but a lot more intense and a lot more detailed, a lot more specific. So I see the benefit to that. There may be some cases where we could waive it to avoid a delay that doesn't seem to be, required. So I'm happy to talk about it. I think there's merit to your idea.
As you may recall, I've heard Mr. Horton and Sue Miller get up and demand a development review committee, which is interesting because considering the occasional polarized way our community functions, it might be another step in a good direction of.
I just make observations, and I seem to, it's my observation that the polarization increased after the DRC was eliminated.
Oh, interesting.
Just a personal observation, right or wrong.
Henry, you like to say something?
No, I have another issue when we're through.
Okay.
Are we through?
Okay, Sharon?
Can I speak?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it should be noted that Mr. Horton was shaking his head no when you made that observation. Anyway, I just thought I would throw that out there. At the last meeting, I made a motion to accept a federal contract to redo the wall out here. Yes. I've received several phone calls in relation to that contract being federal. Truthfully, I wasn't aware of it at that time. I made a motion to accept it. Apparently, there was two problems. One was we put it out for bid, and if it's federal, I think we're under the guidelines to accept the correct bid and not accept the bid in relation to that company being local. I don't believe that's permissible. I will ask the attorney to elaborate on what I just said. Hopefully you're going to support me. And I just wanted to bring it out to the public eye. If necessary for us to rescind that vote on that contract, I will make a motion to do that. But you're going to have to tell me that it's necessary.
So, John, let me just say, Henry, he did say the other night when Vice Mayor brought up about local, okay, that we can't, local was not allowed, local was not considered.
I understand that. I made a motion that he refined it to protect us from any federal suit, and I understand that. But since I had these calls, and we can make a motion, I'm moving to say that we did correct it with your thank you, because you corrected me and made the language more permissible, and state kept us out of trouble, so to speak. But
Yeah, so you're correct. Under the federal guidelines, there is no local preference that is given in that procurement item. So that was not something, it was mentioned, it was advised that that's not something that could be considered. The council then discussed the various bases upon which it felt that the number 2 ranked proposer was better. As I recall, but part of that was based upon experience within the county, within the Keys, a superior proposal, superior belief in a superior company, and then their unique understanding of the nature of Isla Mirada. I don't remember exactly what it was worded, but as I remember on Tuesday, I synthesized basically the discussion you all were having to ensure that the motion included everything that all of the bases upon which you were approving. So the motion was not based upon a local preference bump, no.
I understand that, and you kept me out of trouble and everybody else at the same time, and I appreciate that. One short question. Were we under any kind of an obligation to accept the higher bid?
No, it was not a pure price decision. And in fact, if it was, there was a lower bidder that was ranked lower. So no, it was not purely based on lowest bid.
Okay, I'll say thank you. I brought it to the attention so the public understands what we did, and I'll personally say thank you.
Yeah.
Having redone my motion. Okay.
Yeah, and John, thank you. I got some phone calls as well. And, and I told the person, a couple of the people calling me, it was a 5-0 vote, all right? And the firm that was picked I called the county, They did $35 to $40 million worth of work for the county after Hurricane Irma with no complaints. They also have done today over 25 million more in canals for the county, all right? And this came straight from Monroe County. And I know that Vice Mayor Mahoney, when they were looking at the canal here, down by the Lutheran Church over there, that she went to Key Largo and actually went and surveyed a bunch of the canals that they did. And Sharon, I'll let you, I mean, you talked to the homeowners and...
I've never heard a single complaint against them. And I did see all the canals that they did, and no one had anything negative. And to me, I'm the one who said local, so shame on me, Henry. It was me who said it, but that's really was a part of my thinking. But the main part is the fact that they've been in this community and done so much work. And if there was complaints about them, then I would have issues. But they've done phenomenal work here, so that's why I suggested we take them.
Yeah, the experience is what I feel that they have.
I received some similar comments and phone calls, and I believe that the concern from, as I interpreted them, that it was a question of the integrity of the council in making a decision based on local favoritism rather than on like an economic decision, because we did take the second bidder instead of the first one, and that it was part of the so-called Bubba system. And I acknowledge that is, people see that and think that, but I think we did an okay job, and maybe we should have done a little bit more discussion about it. But I in particular remember saying I was impressed with the number 2 company because they did a big job for us and we got 0 complaints, and that was a controversial, difficult, I think it came to us to vote on it 3 times, and we finally got it on the 3rd strike. And so, and some of the opponents of that are now satisfied. At least I haven't heard from them. I guess I will when I get home. But that to me was the strength of their bid, was their experience with us and the very positive outcome that we had. I don't care if they come from Mars. They did a really good job. And so that to me was how and why we selected them, even though we spent more of the taxpayers' money doing that. And in the long run, you know, cheap ain't good and good ain't cheap. And so maybe we pay a little bit more, but the quality of the work is a factor that we really need to take into consideration. And the fact that this structure that they're repairing behind us here, this breakwater, protects the most valuable physical asset that the village has. So I look at those factors and I dismiss the claim that we were doing some favor for a local or something like that. That's not, it's great that they're local, but they prove themselves. We have proof, you know, from experience, and that's what carried the day from me. So I wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Henry, go ahead. You said, did you want to say something else?
I want to close it out. We spent $40,000 more. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Henry. Okay, are we ready to move on?
Actually, you know what? I know Henry didn't intentionally kind of stop the conversation that we were having about the Development Review Committee, but I don't think we got any kind of consensus there.
We didn't.
We did?
We did not.
Oh, we did not get any consensus there.
Mr. Cole?
I just wanted to add that when we had that conversation about the Development Review Committee, it was highlighted that on many, or at least certain planning applications, there is what amounts to a Development Review Committee with various department heads who are given the opportunity to weigh in and consider their professional perspectives in the context of that application. There's typically a memorandum that gets prepared, but in the past it has not been advanced to council. So in those instances where that team is meeting, discussing, and providing input into a particular planning decision, Jennifer and I had said that we can begin putting that memorandum in the packet so at least people know what was said, what was captured, and the fact that those meetings do occur. Jennifer, I was just mentioning that you do a development review team already with department heads, and that when that memorandum is prepared, historically it hasn't been coming forward, but it's possible that we could begin including that so at least those viewpoints and perspectives are documented, council and the public become aware that we do a similar process to what the county does, but it's not the same exact format.
I personally don't think that we have the LPA, we have our staff. Another committee on top of that, it's like 3 layers. I don't think that we need it when we have our staff and we have the LPA.
Well, would you be willing, I like this, what Mr. Cole just suggested is that, that sort of a middle of the road solution is to include the memorandum that apparently this is happening, or maybe it's already prepared, we just don't see it.
Right.
So I personally like that idea. I would like to see the
I
information.
like that idea, yes.
Can we ask
Good
for
with
that
that.
to be included? That would be great.
I think we're all good. Henry, are you good with that? For sure. Okay, so you got a 100% consensus.
And I want to thank you for taking the time to explore some of these alternative ideas. I know everybody has a lot of interesting ideas that we can bring to the table, and this is the place to do it. And I appreciate the additional 5 minutes that it took to have that conversation. Thank you so much.
All right, so do we want to, are we going, Sharon, to you, or are we going to, oh, no. Yeah, we're going to you next, because after it's going to go to village attorney and village manager. Julian and committee liaison thing.
The committee liaison is pretty simple. I would like to ask Councilman Gregg if he would let me do the land acquisition switch with me.
Sure.
Okay, simple.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
And if you don't want to keep near shore water, go to that. I'll take 2. It's up to you.
I don't want to do near shore water.
Okay, so I'll take 2.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So we'll make sure, Marnie, that you need to clarify with Vice Mayor Mahoney. You make sure we have it down right, okay? All right.
Okay.
Julian
Garcia, April, after our council meeting, one of our own police officers was severely injured and has had multiple surgeries, been in rehab. And June 23rd, I just want to make sure everybody knows, June 23rd at the Islander Resort from noon to 6 o'clock, there is going to be a very large fundraiser for Julian, with 100% of the proceeds going to him for his needs that he's going to have in the future. It has been my great pleasure to see how this community has come together. Our very own Judy Hull out there is organized. She took it from me, which is good. The antique car show that's going to be on the beach, and I hear it's gotten a lot of cars, so we have that.
70?
Something?
Okay.
Okay. It's a lot, though, right? And
Do we try to add NASCAR, actually?
well, I haven't talked to him yet, so I will gladly have that conversation. Our own fire department and our Chief Abel, along with Dawn and Carla, are going to do a barbecue on the beach. I know, Van, you're not a fan of my jail that I'm building, but we're going to have a jail where you can have somebody arrested for $20. And if you don't want to sit in jail for 20 minutes, you can bail out for 30. And that'll go to Julian. There's bounce houses, face painting, hair braiding, auctions. Pasta is going to be doing a painting that will be auctioned off. Raffles, food trucks, snow cones. It's going to be music all day long. So it's a very, very great event. I'm very proud to be part of. I'm very proud of all my friends who have stepped up to the plate. Mayor Pender is going to be in my dunk tank. I love that. And Henry is going to help with the raffle. So I appreciate this community greatly. If anyone has anything they want to donate, please give me a call. And if you want to volunteer, I have a few more slots, so just let me know. And again, just putting it out there that this is what the Florida Keys has always been to me. It's been close, family, friends, and working together. So I hope I see everybody at the Islander. And thank you, everyone in this community who has stepped forward to help me. Thank you.
I want to say, Mr. Cole, thank you, because I heard you donated.
Yeah, he did.
Very nice stuff.
Very nice bottle of bourbon and the makings for an old-fashioned, I believe. And I swear I haven't opened the bottle yet.
Anyways, okay, all right. So I think that's all we had under
After action report.
that we're doing that under village attorney, village manager communications.
That's right.
Okay, so we can move on to that unless anybody else has anything to say. So Mr. Quick and Mr. Cole, you're up. And so that after action, or Jennifer?
Jennifer is going to
Okay.
address it.
Jennifer has that, yes.
All righty.
Frank, do you want to put my slides up? Thanks. Good evening, Council. I was asked to put together a little presentation on the multitude of planning items that are on the after-action report and possibly the status and some timelines and some different things for discussion this evening. So hopefully this is informative and answers some questions, but I'm also here to work at your will. So if there's anything you'd like changed or added or subtracted, I'm happy to work with you on that as well. So the first slide up is something I just wanted to put out that it's, I wanted to start the discussion to show that how all of the items on the report and that we've been discussing over the last several months, interact with our comprehensive plan. It's very easy to see how everything in here sort of intertwines. I've identified where the policy in the comprehensive plan is. That's what those policy numbers are after certain things. I'll go through each one of them individually, but just as an overall discussion point. And then, of course, the LDRs separately, of course, are, bred from the comprehensive plan. So that's, and then affordable housing is all of Chapter 3, basically, of the comprehensive plan. So that is, basically every decision that we make comes from our comprehensive plan, and the comprehensive plan is the basis for all of what we do in my department and in a lot of Isla-Mirada. So I just want everybody to understand that. We have issued a RFP to update the comprehensive plan. It is out on the streets currently. It is due back on July 11th, and then we will have an evaluation committee of, I think we've decided 3 to 5 people. I'm not sure exactly the number yet, and then hope to bring that back to you we're going to shoot for the August meeting, but the timing might be, when the agenda deadline is due, it might be a little tight, so it might push to September. But I'll show you that in one of my other future slides. But staying here for a second, I'm just going to go around the circle, starting at maybe where it says BPAS there on the 2 o'clock, I guess you would say. So, we've had a lot of discussion about BPAS and what that is. And for those who don't understand, that's our building permit allocation system. Currently, we have a temporary moratorium. We're asking this evening for you to extend that for an additional 6 months. And that's the second reading this evening. We've also have an ongoing discussion about additional allocations with the county. The county is really leading that discussion for the entire county. We are doing a simultaneous process for Isla-Mirada that's going to kick off July 1st, and I'll get to that in the next slide. But those are the BPAS items that we are looking at the moment. Under TDRs, which is the next circle down, there's 3 major things that we've heard from the council over the last few months that they want us to continue to look at for TDRs. That includes the unification of lots to create wet TDRs from dry lots, multifamily TDRs that can be transferred to single-family lots, and multiple habitats on one lot and transferring into multiple habitats. We currently have been working on a draft of the TDR ordinance. We've been using our consultant Rebecca Jeton for that exercise. That is in process at the moment. Staff is reviewing her draft and hope to have something back to council for review after I'm back from vacation in mid-July. Then if you go down, we have administrative relief, which is one that we've been talking about more recently. We have 23 available administrative relief permits. Those are the permits that people who have been awarded allocations don't pick up. After a certain period of time, they go back into the administrative relief pool. So we have 23 of those. Right now, we are bringing back forward a proposed moratorium for administrative relief based on council direction from last month's meeting. That went to the LPA on Monday night, so we're bringing that back in July, on your July 11th meeting for first reading. Was understood at the last council meeting as well that you're looking for a comprehensive plan to deal with administrative relief in a larger, bigger picture way. So that's one of the things we'll be working on as well. The next item is land acquisition. We had a lot of discussion about this on Tuesday night. The Land Acquisition Committee, as you know, created a parcel list with recommendations for parcels for purchase, and I got that information. The resolution was adopted in February of 2023. It was Reso number 23-02-11. And that was the parcel list that they created for land acquisition. And so we're going to probably take a bigger look at that at some point, along with them, noting the council's concern about acquiring properties and, you know, doing those kinds of things. So I just wanted to include that on the list as well. And we jump up to the LDRs. The three major things that we've been hearing about from the council in the LDRs are the environmental standards. As you might remember, Daniel Parabach, our biologist and senior environmental planner, came to your April 11th meeting, I believe it was, and did a presentation on his review of the county's environmental standards versus the village's environmental standards. At that time, I thought that was an interesting presentation, and the council wanted some more recommendations and review from Daniel on that. We believe that that is a best exercise done as part of the comprehensive plan. So that has been sort of pushed to the back burner for the moment. If the council would prefer us to bring that back closer, we can certainly have that discussion. There was also, back in the beginning of the year, some discussion about the LPA and whether or not, you know, we wanted to keep a separate LPA or have the council be the LPA. That sort of took a back burner in our office, but it's still on the list, and if the council wants us to make that more of a priority, we're certainly happy to do that. But again, that would be, you know, as part of the bigger comprehensive plan look. And then the TDR changes, which we've already talked about. And then the big one that everybody likes to talk about more recently is affordable housing. As everybody knows, we've received the 300 early out evacuation allocations. And we do understand that as a plan that is needed for those. The council had reserved, I believe it was 165 for the village's use. So we'll be looking at that and what we're going to be doing with those 165. There has also been discussion in the office about doing a presentation for the council on the Live Local Act and what that means for the village and how the Live Local Act will affect the village. There's also been conversations, particularly with Mr. Gregg, about ADUs and do we want those in the village? How does that look like? What would we do that? We had a workshop scheduled for early June that got postponed. We'll be looking to either do that workshop or maybe some other outreach regarding that. And then finally, last fall, we did the list of village-owned properties that would be suitable for affordable housing. That is currently on the website, and I believe 2 of those properties Mr. Cole spoke about on Tuesday night, and he may be doing a public workshop engagement about that process as well. So that's where we are on just general things regarding all the stuff that we've been talking about. I don't know if anybody has specific questions about this slide. I'm happy to go to my next 2 slides, which are more a timeline basis, but I'm happy to stay here for a while and just talk about the stuff in general.
I have one question.
Sure.
Well, at least one. So this is really kind of directed to the council and the staff. Obviously, I'm a proponent of the accessory dwelling units. We had a workshop teed up and ready to go. It was canceled because of concerns of the council. So I'm asking, what do we need to do as a prerequisite in order to continue and have that workshop rescheduled? Is there further information you might need? Okay, so you think we don't have time for it, or you just?
I said I would like to see us complete some other things before we keep adding more and more things. So if we could take a few things off that we've been working on, then add that. But we just keep halfway jumping into the water.
It's just something that's been up for 3 years.
Yeah, I know, but
I understand. But
anyhow,
so,
that's my feeling. Everybody else can say.
Yeah, I'm trying. I mean, I didn't get a clear answer when I asked the manager why, and it's no fault of his, of why the workshop was canceled, because we were building up to it. We all agreed we were going to have it. It was announced. It was planned. It was scheduled. It was advertised, and then it was killed. So I'm just trying to find out why. And if you don't want to have it, I'm not trying to be provocative. If you don't want to deal with them, you don't like them, there's 3 of you, just say so now. We'll draw a red line and X and take it off, and it's
Put it on the
done.
back burner for a while until we take care of some other stuff.
Well, I understand that. The back burner for me ends in November,
Yeah, I
and
know
this
it
is
does.
something I've been trying to get going, and I'm sure you have things you'd like to do too. I think I don't see any reason we can't. I mean, everybody's waiting for things. This has been waiting for at least 3 years, a year before you came on the council. So I don't understand why it got killed. We were ready to go. We paid for the advertising. You've seen the affordable accessory dwelling unit handbook that's provided by the Florida Housing Commission. I don't know what else we need. People need them. We have a mandate from the state to provide affordable housing. We're kind of in a crisis. A lot of people want to live here that work here. That to me is not a back burner item.
Yeah, can I make a comment on that? So I think one of this, I don't know whether it's on the next 2 slides, but I think what might help move that forward is to get a sense of where the priorities are for the department, and where do these fit into, where are the priorities? And I know, well, I have no idea what the priorities are. Like,
The work is done. They have the presentation ready to go.
I mean, within the scheme of the other major outstanding things that we have to work on, and I know we have I know this is actually, I know I often ask to see a bigger picture. We have a new manager now, and maybe it's coming up on the next slides that we're putting some of these important discussions into a time frame so that we see we're not just focusing on ADUs, we're discussing these other items as well. Okay. I'm happy to have the conversation. Let's do it, but let's also see it within a time frame of what else is happening in your world.
Sure, if you want, I can go through the next 2 slides are actually timetables or timelines that we can go through. Then we can have a larger discussion.
Let me say one thing, Mark. AARP magazine, monthly magazine, did their cover story was on ADUs in America and the great need. And I actually gave it, I don't know whether there was one of the intern managers, sent it to all of us, the whole article, the link to that whole article explaining how a lot of the older people that are selling their homes and moving in with their family, and that's exactly what it was, that, ADUs.
There is a huge need for it. Our comp plan identified a deficit of over 1,000 affordable dwelling units, and that was in 2004, 20 years ago. We've issued, 300 or 400 building permits since then, and commercial permits. I mean, it's a huge problem. People don't have a place to live. The places they can rent are unaffordable. I don't know why that would be considered in any way a back burner. It should be front and center in a bonfire.
Okay, all right, Jennifer.
So this next slide, you've seen it before as like sort of a written timeline, but we wanted to dress it up a little bit and put some dates to it. This is the ROGO/BPAS roadmap that we're going to use to go concurrently with the county's discussions. So you see that tonight is the June 11th update to council. And then we are preparing a first survey to go out, launch July 11th. It'll go out on SurveyMonkey, and then it'll be the first one will be a demographic survey with some demographic information and some how do you get your information like the counties did. And then we will start compiling data from that point. And then on July 23rd, we're expecting to hold our first engagement workshop with the public on this important topic of BPAS and generally do we want to see more BPAS allocations. We expect then to have a second survey launched around August 1st, which would be more in-depth questions about allocations, what type of allocations, how many, what would they be used for, those kinds of things. The questions for that survey have not been fleshed out yet, so I can't get too specific. All along, you'll see we're compiling data and putting the data together. We would propose to have a second workshop around August 14th for additional community input. And then we would be compiling the data and performing the analysis between middle of August and their September 10th meeting. We would do an update to see where we're at with you and present a draft report to you at that time. And then between the September 10th and October 8th meeting, we would formalize that draft report into a final report, which we would then present to you in October, which we would hope that you would either vote on recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners and send a final report to them, as they need to make their decision in December to send back to Tallahassee. So that's the ROGO BPAS roadmap. And then Frank, if you just go to my next, this one's going to be, the next one's he's going to, no, it's a different spreadsheet he's going to pull up. I'm sorry. He's going to pull it up in 1 second. So I did a Gantt chart that shows all these projects and some timelines. Obviously, it's a little bit off the page because these things aren't going to all happen within the next month, and so just bear with me as I walk Frank through the scrolling and the going up and down. So thanks. So the first you'll see in purple is the ROGO BPAS discussion, which we just talked about, and that timeline. And then Frank, if you just, you can go down all the way through the purple because we just kind of talked about that. Then I have the comp plan update. That timeline was a little bit harder to put on a chart just because, we've issued the RFP, we're expecting to evaluate and get your approval. I put the September date in there just to be safe. Obviously, if we can do it sooner, we will. But we expect, from my experience, a comp plan update of that magnitude takes about a year to complete. So I would expect that would be a year process. If we can do it sooner, that would be great, and I would be happy to do that. But if we have to do the year, I would rather do it right and take the longer time than rush it and not. So that is that. Frank, if you can go down to the green section. Oh, the greens are there, I'm sorry, is the affordable housing plan. I put that as sort of our next target item to look at for a couple different reasons, is we have the allocations available to issue, and also I put administrative relief second because we are hopefully preparing a moratorium, so that gives us a little bit of breathing room on that. So that's why I put affordable housing next. So as you can see there, I look to begin that process in August. And there are some public workshops, some data compilation, and updates to council, and then your final report on that would come to the council in December. I should mention that all these things also take direction from the ROGO discussion. So all the information we get from the ROGO workshops, the ROGO surveys will feed these other pieces as well. And then when you go down to the yellow, we have the administrative relief. Again, we're hoping to do a moratorium with an estimated end date on that moratorium for 6 months being sometime in March. If all goes according to plan, or not according to plan, but according to what we're proposing. And then we would utilize the info from the BPAS discussions beginning in August and September, possibly have a workshop in October, compile some data, do an update to council in November, and then our report to you on administrative relief would happen sometime in January. And then finally, I put the transfer of development rights down there. This is already underway, as I mentioned. And I'm looking to have this to the LPA in September, with the council reading in October, first reading in October, second reading in November, maybe pushing the council first reading to November and second reading to December. That hasn't fully been fleshed out yet. And I would probably get a draft of the TDR ordinance to the council prior to LPA discussion, though, since a lot of the direction for that came to you. So those are sort of my projected timelines, and in discussion with my staff, we believe that this is achievable and workable, obviously utilizing some consultant help, and some of the work that we already have ongoing is getting ready to finish up. So this would be actually, yeah, thanks, Frank. So he's showing you sort of some of the overlapping timelines with the different colors and things like that. I'm happy to have any more conversations. If there's priorities that you think I've misprioritized, happy to have those conversations. But in my view, that's where I think we need to be and where we should be going.
Can I ask, or say, first thing, and I've been going to planning meetings for close to 40 years. That's the best planning presentation I've seen in a long, long, long time. It's colorful, it's engaging, it's informative. I have terrible eyesight for those little things, so I'm going to ask for a hard copy. But that really lays it all out. I mean, that is true planning. You know, a timeline, projects, you know, it steps, everything's clearly defined. So my compliments to the planning staff and the planning director for doing that. Having said that, I don't know if I missed it when I stepped to the back of the room, but is accessory dwelling unit discussion on there?
So if we go back to my first slide, the accessory dwelling units will be part of the affordable housing conversation. So I didn't put that as a specific category on that colorful timeline, but it would be part of that conversation.
Okay, fine. Well done. Thank you.
And I think that is amazing. That helps us understand.
It's beautiful.
like,
We've been asking for this for 10 years. Finally, somebody gets it there.
We need hard copies, though, okay?
Yeah.
I'll do my best.
And I think we should put it on the website, too. Please. Yes? Yes.
And I understand some of those dates can change as we're going through. It's just an estimate.
Yes, I'm going to try to do my best to keep to those dates as best as possible, but, you know, obviously things may come in and go out that we're not aware of at the moment, so dates are somewhat flexible to a point.
Like I saw August 14th on there, on the one, the annual meeting for League of Cities, League of Mayors starts right about that time. So anyways, some of us might not be here, but go ahead.
Mayor, that's a good observation. There's things that go on for staff too, conferences and things, vacations. One noteworthy element to take into account is that we'll also be working on our annual budget during much of this timeline as well. So there may be some slippage in connection with that because we'll have a lot of preparatory work and staff time will be allocated. But I think what Jennifer did here was an excellent job. It reflects both priorities, timing, sequencing, and it's transparent, and it will really be helpful to council as long as we all recognize it's a living document and will require adjustment moving forward. But it is, it has fixed points in time, and we can all anticipate and know what we have to do as those dates approach.
Yeah, I don't think ever since I got elected, I've seen a chart in that much detail, okay, with the dates projected and the workshops and everything. So I too think it was wonderful. Yeah, it's what we needed. Okay. All right. So can we move on to tab, let's see, the A?
Mr. Mayor, there is one other housekeeping thing that we mentioned at last meeting, but it was my request to consider a change of the council schedule in August.
Okay.
Is this, I don't want to screw up the schedule.
You did.
Yeah,
You did.
but
and we didn't. We said we'd talk about it Thursday. So
we had an email, and I don't know if everybody responded. I don't know if the clerk can weigh in on that or where we're at all.
I heard from a couple of folks, and it was primarily to do it the same week as were initially scheduled, so perhaps to do the Tuesday meeting on Wednesday, August 7th, and then the land use meeting, just take it off to the next night or move it to Friday. So I would think that your conversation should be looking at that week and whether you want to do land use on Thursday or Friday.
Okay, so could we do it on Wednesday and Thursday then?
Back to back?
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry.
I'm good with
Can we,
Wednesday,
can we do it Wednesday? So that, what are those dates, Marnie? The Wednesday and Thursday?
It'd be Wednesday, August 7th,
Okay.
and Thursday, August 8th.
Wednesday, the 7th, and Thursday, the 8th. Okay. Are we all good with that? Henry, are you okay with that? Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Sharon, Elizabeth, you got, okay, all right.
Thank you, all of you. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right, so now we can, Mr. Quick.
Yep, we're on to tab B in your book under
Oh,
resolution.
tab B, that's right.
Tab B is a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Mirada, Village of Islands, Florida, establishing authorization for the reservation of building permit allocation, BPAS affordable dwelling unit allocations for award to the proposed Woods Avenue development and providing for an effective date.
Jennifer?
Thank you, Council. So tonight before you, we prepared a resolution for the reservation of the BPAS affordable allocations for Woods Ave development. You may remember back in June of 2017, the Village Council adopted resolution number 17-06-39, approving the resolution of eight affordable unit allocations from the BPAS for the development of workforce housing on village-owned lots on the corner of Woods Ave and Gardenia Street. On September 2nd, 2021, the council awarded the project to Gorman and Company after issuing a request for qualifications. Resolution number 21-09-84 awarded the project to Gorman. Also states that if Gorman elects not to or is otherwise unable to develop Area A of the project site, award of Area A of the project site shall automatically be awarded to Habitat for Humanity of the Upper Keys for development. Since the award of the project in 2021, Gorman has not made any attempt to develop the project. They have not made any of the milestones identified in the RFQ. On or about April 26, 24, Planning and Development Services Department issued letters to Gorman and Habitat for Humanity outlining the village's intent to move forward with Habitat for Humanity as the developers of the affordable housing project. We have received no response from Gorman and a positive response from Habitat for Humanity. So this resolution is just reserving the allocations that were initially intended to be reserved for Gorman for those, for the project as well, for Habitat for Humanity. I'm here if you have any questions. I also believe that the executive director is in the background if you have any questions for Habitat as well.
Okay, council?
I have some comments I'll make after everybody speaks, but I'll hold my words.
After everybody's spoken.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Elizabeth. We can do public comment first. Yeah. Okay. Marnie, is there any public comment?
Yes, Van Cadenhead?
I'm totally in favor of reserving the 8 units, but my question has always been, who are we reserving them for? And we're not going to be reserving them for Gorman now, so we're going to, by default, go to Habitat for Humanity. Now, my quibble with Habitat for Humanity has always been that they do not build what we need. What we need are 1-1s. What we need are 8-1-1s. We don't need 2-1-1s and some 3-2s and 2-3s and anything else. We need affordable housing for working people that is less than $2,500 a month, like we ended up with at the wet net. That's not affordable housing. I don't want to see us give the very valuable building permits for affordable housing that we got, that we're going to reserve for whoever builds it, to someone who's going to build whatever they want. I want to make sure that the people that are sitting up there, you 5 people, make it crystal clear to Habitat for Humanity that we do not need 2-3s and 3-2s and anything other than 1-1s. We need 8-1-1s in this project. We need to have this for working, or maybe 2-1s. But a mix of high bedroom 3-2s is not what we need. That's what you let them get away with right across there from the OV, and now that place there is for families. It's nice, it's for families, it's, 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, whatever. But affordable housing is what we need for working people. And we need dormitories. We need something that a bunch of people can use, like common areas. We need some kind of conceptual thinking that does not just make a profit for whoever builds it, which is what I've been looking at with the Habitat for Humanity, thank you very much, with public land, with public permits, and you're helping that process, but are you helping the working people of Islamorada? Thank you.
Marnie, any other public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, since we have Lindsay here, Lindsay, would you like to come up and, since you are the head person from Habitat?
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council and staff. For the record, my name is Lindsay Fast, representing Habitat Upper Keys. Yes.
Council, anybody have any questions?
Yes. Lindsay, I know that you all have just kind of recently been given the go-ahead to work on this property, but I am obviously a very big supporter of what you're doing in your company. You're a 501c3, is that correct?
That's correct, nonprofit.
Yes, good. So my experience has been that you all normally build standalone single-family homes that are to be homeowners, and people that would live there provide sweat equity to contribute towards their construction of the property. But this property I know has some design constraints, Habitat in particular, and I've heard things, well, maybe it was from Gorman that there was going to be an apartment there, or maybe some duplexes or something. Can you share with us what you think the design is going to be, the style of homes that's going to be there?
Absolutely. So what we submitted at the RFQ back in 2021, it was actually 8 single, 1 rental units. So 4 on the bottom, 4 on the top.
Okay.
And yeah, rental units, like I said, not ownership.
Yes, and I'm sorry, 1-1s, you said 1-1s. Pretty much what Van was just talking about.
Exactly.
Yes, okay. That's it. Great, thank you.
All right, anybody else? Henry, you have anything for Lindsay?
Yes. You primarily build units that are up for sale and not for rent. Is that right?
Correct. This would be an exception to our mission, but we're happy to do it because the community deserves it.
Okay. I'm not a main supporter of Gorman. I'm very uncomfortable with the wet net. I'm uncomfortable because we receive $5,000 out of a wet net. They receive $600,000. Now, I know they have expenses out of the 600. For that one reason, I'm not that favorable with Gorman. However, the reason Gorman did not participate because they need additional units so they can apply for federal money. Follow me? Yes. So my idea is to include Gorman. And why don't we give Gorman the Machado property? He will gain the additional units that he needs to do his half of this project. So that's my offering in way of a solution. We have not done anything with the Machado property, and who knows if we ever will. But that would suffice the need for rental units. You'll still be your portion as well, but not the whole thing. And that's my solution.
Okay. So, Lindsay, are these rentals or are these going to be for sale?
Rental units.
They're rentals, that's what
rental.
I thought. And you
Correct.
manage
8
them.
rental units, yes.
Right. Okay. And you have all the money and everything ready to go for this now. How long have we been waiting, Mr. Cole or Jennifer, with Gorman? I mean, it's been a couple years since and Habitat's already got their houses built.
September of 2021 was when the resolution to issue it to Gorman was signed.
Okay. All right, Sharon?
I'm confused, Henry, why you would want to bring Gorman in. I don't understand.
Well, because Gorman did not complete his,
They didn't complete the 8.
I know, but
Because they wanted more. They said
so
they
why
needed.
would we do that? Go ahead.
just a thought, that's all.
What he's saying is that, I mean, it's, the way this is presented, it's like Gorman just disappeared off the face of the earth.
Well,
but-
he needed
but
X
yeah.
amount of units in order for him to perform properly and gain the money from the government to do the job.
They're for profit.
Yeah, and look at the wet net. Why would you want
I
to do that?
understand that. Well, I'm thinking through possible solutions to everything.
I just don't see the problem.
You don't see that? Okay, you don't see it. I just threw it out there to throw it out there. I mean, it's just, well, because Gorman would be able to do his half of the project. And from what I understand, he was unable to do it because he didn't have enough units to do it with.
When you say his half, he'd have to take what they have and Machado to make it worth his while.
Yes.
Right, he wanted more, right.
Well, I wouldn't give it to him.
Well, we're not doing the Machado property, make it use, he could do the Machado property, but then he would need the other property as well in order to do that. Machado just sits there, and it has sat there. We paid $1.8 million for Machado. It's been there before he even got on the board.
Yeah, I know that, Henry, but I just don't like Gorman.
Mr. Rosenthal, may I? I do believe Habitat would probably be also interested in Machado based on what the ask is from the village, just putting that out there.
And other thing, that's what I was gonna say, Lindsay, too. You guys are a 501c3. You have the money. I met with you and one of your board members over a year ago, and you have this money that you have to use. It's just sitting. And my thing is, they're ready to go. I mean, hey, that's 8 more in 1 bedroom, 1 bath homes that would be, reasonable, cheaper for somebody to afford. Elizabeth?
Thanks. Well, the exciting thing is that we're now having this conversation after so many years. Was that, in your original RFP, was it 111s, 811s?
Yes.
And were you constrained to that because of the size of the property?
The site plan, exactly that.
Like, it wouldn't, you couldn't go up, or you couldn't make it.
We did go up to the 2nd level. That is exactly what we did, but we need parking underneath, so that's why we're maxed out at the 3rd story then.
3rd level, yep.
Would you have any interest in the Machado property?
Absolutely, absolutely. Habitat would be
Okay.
interested.
All right, I may be wrong, but maybe I'm still right, okay? I'm always right, is that right? Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Can you talk about the fee structure that you have for the people who live in these?
Yeah, it's a sliding scale set by Housing and Urban Development, and it's based on the occupants in the home, and that changes every April, so I'd hate to give a number now, because that'll change in April before it will be done, so I can't give the rental
Tell me
rate.
more about that.
Sorry?
What, could you tell me more about that sliding scale?
Yes, so that's the income scale that Housing and Urban Development sets. So Habitat basically accepts applicants between the 50% and the 80% area median income as set by HUD. And they also set the maximum rental rate.
So like what are they now for your properties?
So I don't have any 1-1, so I don't know it off the top of my head, but I'm guessing it's about $1,300 to $1,500 a month for a 1-1.
So more than one, like 2 people or could live in the
Oh, absolutely,
the
yes.
apartments?
Yes.
All right. Council, does anybody else have any other questions?
I do, yes. This is not, my question is not exactly regarding this property, but it goes back to my earlier comment or question about the normal business model for Habitat is to create single families homes to be owned and not to be rented. And I know that your company has tried to do this through the village, and it's obviously the supply of single-family lots is limited for that purpose. If there were some available for single-family homes for ownership, would you all have the capacity to fulfill that, to build them? I mean, if we out of thin air came up with 5 or 10 and said, here's some lots, and let's work out a deal, and you can build single-family homes for ownership there. Would you still be interested in that?
I would say so, yes. We would have to do a little bit of capital planning, but I think
Of course,
we could
of
probably
course.
make it work,
Of course,
yes.
okay. So,
All right. Mr. Cole, or you or Mr. Quick or Jennifer have any questions for Lindsay? Okay. Lindsay, thank you very much.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay. And Marnie, there's no other public comment?
That's correct.
Okay, public comment is closed. Council, do I hear a motion?
well, I have some comments, as I mentioned earlier. You know, it's hard for me to want to say something negative about affordable housing, and I'm going to, but I'm going to finish it with something positive. So when we bought this property, it was before any of us were on the council, and that was a project promoted and finished by Seth Lawless, and I can't say the year for certain, but I believe it was 2018, could have been 2019. And there was a couple of groups that were trying to get this up and going. Actually, it was kind of talked about in pairing with the other project just a little bit to the south on Gardenia Street there, right next to the school. And that property, I believe, is single-family home ownership. It could be duplexes, but it had already been developed, and it was cleared, and so it wasn't a problem. This property has hammock on it, and yes, I'm a hammock fan, but there's some provisions in the code that may not make this so easy. One of the provisions in the code has to deal with, it's actually in the comp plan, and it talks about, you know, requirements for workforce affordable housing, and it says, shall not be placed in any habitat defined as mangrove, salt marsh, buttonwood, tropical hardwood hammock, or freshwater wetlands, except for disturbed categories. And so I don't know what the quality of this hammock is. I went on the village environmental maps, and I got the map, and here it is. It's hard to see back there, but I'll just put my finger on it, and it shows dark green, and dark green corresponds to hammock as opposed to disturbed with hammock, which is the lighter green that you see up there. So at least on the surface, and at least based on just this piece of paper alone, that is a problem. Now, Jennifer and Daniel have looked at this, and there may be some way to work with this. I don't know, and maybe we want to work with it, maybe we don't, but I'm going to throw out another feature of our code, which talks about it discourages development of affordable housing in a property that would receive negative points under the environmental criteria in the BPAS law. And so that's criteria number 5. If this has hammock on it, it's going to get negative points. So there's that. And then we have the section dealing with the, well, it's also in here, it says, yes, affordable housing should have certain criteria, and it says, and does not receive negative points according to the criteria specified under habitat protection. So all of that is kind of a negative. There's another part, and I spoke with John Quick about this a bit this morning, on the positive side. I'm sure you were all waiting for that. I know Lindsay was waiting for that. So on the positive side, at the beginning of the BPAS section of our code, it describes when an applicant has to go through BPAS and when they are not required to go through BPAS. And one of the exemptions, or it says type of residential development not affected, it says residential development by a federally tax-exempt, not-for-profit, educational, scientific, religious, blah, blah, blah organization. In other words, that's why I asked her the question if she was a 501c3 corporation. And 501, and John will give us the better explanation than my redneck interpretation, but I don't think they have to go through BPAS, and I don't think they need a reservation. May be wrong about that, so I'd like to have that discussion, but they seem to be exempt from going through the BPAS process. So I will throw onto that, hang on, but wait, there's more. And Henry opened the door for us by suggesting the Machado property. We own 4 lots on the highway. One of the lots is totally scarified. The other one is pretty close. And there's one that has quite a bit of hammock on it. And I think the northerly lot has some disturbed, some hammock, and quite a bit of invasive. Those all have a certain amount of development potential. And to me, it makes sense for us, not only for, environmental reasons, but as a policy and then for economic reasons, to allow habitat to develop down on those Machado properties, because they're a lot bigger. The two of them at least have no environmental concerns whatsoever. And then the ones that do, we could maybe spend some of the money that we talked about the other night, like we were going to spend out here to restore the hammock property, but use the density off of it to increase the density on the others. So they could have a bigger project on a piece of cleared land that doesn't involve the development of a hammock. And the last thing I would say is that the the Woods Avenue property, even though it does have hammock on it, it's in a very difficult position. It's where two roads, the bottleneck starts right there. You got two schools, you got a school crossing. I don't know if adding more development at that location is in our best interest to do that. There may be others that say otherwise, and maybe you want to do a traffic study. I'm just bringing it up for conversation. I don't want to do anything to stop Habitat from providing us with affordable housing. But before we do this, can we see if there's a better answer for it? And they seem to be ready, willing, and able to go. This is a moment right here, right now, where we can make that happen. So that's what I have to say. Maybe John can weigh in on my analysis of whether the BPAS is required or the hammocks are there. Maybe I'm crazy. Well, I know I am, but maybe I'm right. We'll see.
In terms of the analysis of the exemption or the types of residential development not affected under BPAS, it would take we have not had a chance to look at it. It would take an analysis of the actual proposal, because in that provision, there are certain things that staff and the village council have to find that it's something such as it provides a public service not being provided by existing commercial entities, doesn't negatively impact levels of service standards or increase hurricane evacuation times. So I couldn't answer that tonight.
Yes.
We'd have to look at the proposal to see if it fits within the provision you're talking about.
I left that out on purpose.
In terms of the hammock, Jennifer just leaned over. She can chime in on that.
So I asked our biologist and senior environmental planner, Daniel Powerbach, to look at these lots after we spoke in your briefing, and he had actually looked at these lots as part of the exercise the council had asked for last fall when we presented the list of village-owned lots suitable for affordable housing. And these 4 lots were listed as low-quality hammock, and so they're a low quality according to Daniel.
Okay, so Jennifer, with that being said, how long ago did we gave Gorman the right to go ahead and build 8 units there? A couple years ago, in 21?
Well, they didn't have the right to go out and build immediately. I believe they had the right to enter into a lease agreement with the village, and then they would.
But how would we have known that this was how would we have known that this was a hammock lot? I mean, if a high hammock.
Only after an analysis, and I don't know when that was done, but now we know it's done. So when Habitat goes through the application process, they're going to be scrutinized just like any other developer would, and then they're going to see that it's got hammock on it. I think that the staff should look at that in light of the policies in the code, and maybe even there may be a prohibition in the code that prevents putting affordable housing on a hammock property, because it's been a long-standing policy. We do not cannibalize a protected hammock for the sake of affordable housing.
Jennifer, what did you just say? You just said it's low quality, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ordinarily, that means you can clear 50%, right?
Yes.
And so we're going to have to clear some, because I don't know that
Like what's low quality are these Machado properties? Is the Machado group?
No, the Woods Corner.
Woods
property.
Avenue.
Woods Avenue.
But Machado, now, if you go back to the hearing that we had in Buddy and Henry, we had that hearing on Machado in the early part of 2021, and in the agenda materials for that hearing was a habitat analysis done by Susan Sprunt, and it shows very clearly where the hammock is and where it isn't. And as I recall, there was good hammock, there was disturbed with hammock, there was some maybe exotics, quite a bit of exotics. So there could be some potential development for that property, but it's also a great candidate for restoration. And that's where some of the mitigation money that I talked about on Tuesday night could be spent to bring that back. And then,
The lot that's right on Monroe and US 1, that is the hardest, that's the heaviest hammock lot that I think personally, the people that live there, it's right across from the Habitat homes where we're talking.
right, exactly.
Okay.
I think if I remember right, that one actually had a whole lot of exotics on it.
Oh,
It's,
did it?
it's the waterfront lot that has the most hammock on it.
Okay,
But my memory's bad, so we could look at that later, but, you know, we can reserve these if you want to, but I think, I don't want Habitat to go so far down the road, and then we get to the end when it's time to issue the permit or approve it or whatever, and we suddenly discover, oh, we got all these hammock problems.
Yeah.
And we
Well-
could have avoided that by using a much bigger property that you can put a lot more units on, and that's what their mission is.
So are you asking for Habitat to come back with a different proposal for a different piece of property?
Well, I don't know what I'm asking, because there's a lot of moving parts that are not necessarily consistent. I think the first question is, do they even need to have a reservation? Are they exempt from BPAS? So we need to do that analysis.
My other question would also, the comment that I was going to bring up is whether or not, rather that we could award them the early out affordable allocations instead of.
Well, that's the other reason I asked her about home ownership, because these are rentals and they're multifamily,
they could go
it fits the definition of the early outs, and then we could reserve the 8 affordables for home ownership and let them take those also.
Okay, so what kind of direction, I mean, this is obviously complicated, and do we want to ask for a better analysis or a more of considering this conversation and bring something back? Considering the hammock issue, the early out evacuation, and the possibility of doing rentals and rentals all around, considering the other property.
We have the allocations. We have both the old school affordables that could be sold for home ownership. We have the 300 units, and we've reserved some of those, and we have cleared land ready to build on, and a ready, willing, and able partner in the audience tonight ready to go. I don't know what more we can do to make that happen.
Well, but it needs to come back in a different form than this.
Jennifer, I'm seeing you guys recommended this, correct?
We did, because the previous resolution from the previous council in 2021 directed that Habitat would be the default developer if Gorman were to not participate. So that was the direction of the council at the time, and that's why I went that route.
So if you want to keep, what would happen to Woods Avenue? Just leave it?
Well, I think if you really want to know the answer, I think
Yeah.
we should rezone it to conservation, and it has highway commercial zoning, and we could zone the other properties to highway conservation. So we get one that's preserved, and the other one we increase the density on it so we can have more affordable housing, because it's in a more appropriate location for that. It's a super win.
And so the reason this was coming back to us is because it was required by the last, by the last understanding, but it doesn't, I don't think, I don't want to speak for you, Jennifer, but you're not opposed to this reworking of the scenario.
I am not.
And it's far more, it makes sense. So.
But what I don't understand is, we're gonna let Gorman build on them, all right? Now we're coming back in here a couple years later, and we're changing, and Habitat's ready to go. This is a ready-to-go project, and we're changing. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not, you guys can do.
I want to talk to you about Gorman. I think you should know. I spoke to Dan, and I can't remember his last name at Gorman. We had a long conversation about this a couple years ago when the village first acquired those properties. Gorman has a special place in the affordable housing marketplace. They've got a nice little niche going, and their sweet spot is, and I'll get it pretty close, but it's like 25 to 45 units, or maybe up to 50. If they're watching, they're going to go, oh no, you got it wrong. But it's sort of a medium size, and so they were willing to do some include this property at Woods Avenue, as long as they had a couple of other ones nearby where they could justify bringing in all the resources and mobilizing everybody, and it's in a more contained area done simultaneously. It makes sense economically to do that. Well, they couldn't get any other properties. They could do the 8 here. That would have been great, but they would have needed, 20 or 30 more. It didn't happen. They didn't go through with the plan. It's not worth it for them to do 8. It's worth it for Habitat to do 8. So we got a partner at the lower unit number. We got 2 partners out there. We got a huge need, and we got 300 allocations to deal with.
Habitat could use both of them. They could use Woods Avenue and
Exactly.
we keep slowing. Every time I turn around, man, I've heard for 10 years, we need affordable housing, and we never get it done, Mark, because we change things every time we turn around.
You're making the speech I tried to make about accessory dwelling units. It's the same thing.
I don't understand it. We change the goalposts. We tell people, we want to build affordable housing. We talk about it until we're blue in the face. And now we have somebody that I met with almost a year ago that told me they have the money. When can we? A year ago, I met with them.
Look, I don't want, I said at the outset, I'm a huge fan of Habitat, but we have to look at the other parts of the code that deal with the hammock. I mean, yes, they could build there, they could clear 50% of that, but look at what they could do just a mile and a half or so down the road.
I don't understand why we can't do both.
Because our code discourages cannibalizing a hammock for affordable housing. And we've kind of set ourselves out as being protective of the environment and wanting to conserve the hammock. And there's going to be mitigation fees that we have to pay. Why would they want to run up the expense for that when they can go right down the road and do it for nothing? In fact, we could spend money from the mitigation fee to landscape that.
How long is it going to take for us to get the property ready, Machado property, to let them do that?
I don't know. Let's let the staff look at
It's
it.
a planning department thing. It has to come back in this form.
The land is cleared. It's ready to go. We have the Live Local Act. It could do all kinds of things.
Right.
I think we put our heads together and figure it out. And if it doesn't work, go back to Plan A.
We talked about it, and we are part of the problem from stopping affordable housing from happening in the village.
I'm not trying to stop it. I'm trying to increase it.
This suggestion would increase what Habitat can do, but just on a different property. And the direction, if we want to go in that direction, I would support it, would be to ask Jennifer if she could come back after working with Lindsay to present a different resolution that would capture what has been said here. And that can happen at the next meeting. Actually, I don't know.
Look, I know I'm hitting you with this cold without any background information because I can't do that, with the sunshine law.
Is this the second reading on this?
It's a resolution, there's no first.
No, it's just for a reservation. We've already allowed that. First of all, I don't think they need it. It's not required. And that would allow them to go forward with this if you guys don't want to go along with my new idea. But I think the idea of taking a little more time, another month if you want, or whatever the staff needs, to see if there's, we have a lot of assets out there, we have a lot of allocation, and we have a huge need, and we have people ready to do it, companies ready to do it. Why can't we just find a way to coordinate all that for a much better outcome that saves the environment?
I'm just trying to figure out why.
Well, the reason, but do you want to talk about that?
No,
Why to
I
do
don't wanna
it?
talk about it.
Okay, yeah. Well, I would make I think this is a good idea, and I doubt if, Lindsay, you sound like you guys haven't been waiting for 3 years. Another month isn't going to probably kill you. I don't know. If there's more of an opportunity in it for you, maybe you have a comment on that, or maybe not. Maybe that's just rhetorical.
I wouldn't be opposed to reserving the allocations from the original affordable housing pool for Habitat to use on other properties because they want to build single-family homes for ownership. Why can't we let them have that?
Yeah, that's just so random. That's to me strikes me as random.
We don't have any
land.
We don't have any. Well, there may be some land out there. They can find it. We have some. I think
the intention here is
The intention was that these are going to be 8 rental units that they're going to manage, and just as Van said, we need, 1 bedrooms, right? And what did Lindsay say? There's going to be 8 one-bedroom units right there.
They can do 16 on the Machado property right now with no zoning change.
Well, let's be clear, they can do 16 on all 4 lots.
Well, there's a total of 16 between the 4 lots.
Correct.
If they aggregate them as one parcel, they can then cluster the development on the disturbed part of the property and leave the hammock alone.
And that was why that property was purchased, wasn't it?
Exactly.
And that was 100 years ago, so the benefit here is that we're.
Which one was 100 years ago?
Machado, I mean, how?
Machado was, we did it in 21.
We bought it.
3 years ago. It's taken 3 years for us to do anything with that. So this is, I mean.
We talked the other night about, you got all this, you know, we've got the when we were buying the church property, we got the Island Silver and Spice property, Machado property. We're just letting those assets sit there. Now, we got a player, a partner that's willing to do it, and we have the allocations. Let's turn them loose and let them have it.
See why they don't take both, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Because of the hammock.
No, Elizabeth.
The hammock is a real issue. I mean, that's something that, even though they can build there, it may make it more expensive.
Well, Mark, we could also, they could plant trees on some of that stuff at Machado to make the one that we're not going to build on over there with more hammock. We could
yes, exactly.
Increase it, okay? And I don't think they would be, I think they would be amenable to doing that. But this thing could be, Jennifer, am I right or wrong? Could this be ready to go quickly?
Well, that's, I think, more of a question for Habitat, but I think from our perspective, they would need to come in for a lease with the village and then do their permitting, but other than
Like
that.
a lease like they have on the other property where they just built the
Yes.
9?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So I would like to I think everyone has their own idea of how they're going here, but I would like to suggest that we ask for this to come back at reflecting the conversation Mark just put forward. Can we agree to that? Do I need a motion to do that?
I'll second it if you do. We'll see if we got 3 votes.
Yeah, I would move to what is the move? Is it deferring this with a reworking of I don't know how to say that. You know what I'm trying to say?
Asking staff to come back with what I think I'm hearing, asking staff to come back with a plan as to whether or not the village council the village still wants to move forward with the Woods Avenue project.
No, it's not. It's sorry. I'll figure it out. I would move that staff come back with a solution to applying these early out affordable housing units to this Machado property after working with Habitat to understand how they might work in that capacity, something to that effect.
The only friendly amendment I would have with that is about the early out, because unless you aren't talking about the 8 we're talking about here, the 8 that we're talking about here reserving are not part of the early out affordables.
But what we're saying is that, I think that what we're saying is that we should look at whether or not we can use early out for this bigger project. I mean, create an analysis. I don't even.
Yes.
Analyze it, and you tell us so that we're not making stuff up.
I understand what you're asking for.
So is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Okay, Marnie, we got a motion and a second. Henry, do you understand what the motion is? Can you, Mr. Quick, can you repeat the motion that this is going to, so we make sure those of us that want to make sure we understand this?
It was a motion to defer the current item and direction to staff to bring back an analysis for the options that are available on the Machado property. All options available, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we got a motion and a second. Marnie, would you call the roll, please?
Okay, Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
The only comment I want to make is on the allocation should be used with the 300.
The early out allocations?
Yes.
Yeah, they were going to, the motion allowed for that analysis.
Okay, just so it's 300.
Yeah, so they're going to tell us.
I know that.
Yeah, got it, I hear you.
I'm suggesting, that's all.
Okay.
With that, I'll approve it, yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
No.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
No.
Okay, the motion passes 3-2.
I just have a question. I mean, there's obviously concern about the time that it's taken for us to get here, and that's no one's fault in this room, but is it Is there a time frame that we can look at for this, just to kind of manage everybody's expectations, particularly habitats?
I can, I'm not going to be here in your July meeting. I'll be on vacation, pre-planned family vacation that I am not going to work at. But I will do my best to have it for your August meeting.
For August, okay.
What's that, a break after the next tab?
Whatever.
You want a break?
Yeah, I wonder if we could, is there any way to do the quasi-judicial stuff before we get to the ordinances? Because there are people here waiting to speak to them.
Waiting, that's what I'm saying, but we tear everything up and change it. People come inspecting and we keep deferring, man. I mean,
Well, so the question is,
we've all had a briefing about this, we've all, and we just put stuff off. I mean, I tell you what, I couldn't run a business this way. I could not be successful running a business that every time that somebody comes, we want to change the goalpost and change everything. So I'm sorry, man, it's not right. And I'm just speaking, it's not right to treat people like this. And the people that need affordable housing in this community. And all we do is we keep delaying. Somebody's got money. It costs time, this money. It costs money, interest, just waiting. So thank you guys. Thank you. Okay, well, do we need a break, or do we want to move on to tab C?
I think you need a break.
I don't need a break.
Yes, you do.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go, Henry.
So I had a question of whether we could just move up the quasi-judicial, since there are people here who are waiting for it, and it's a couple tabs down.
That's a good idea to me.
Is there a consensus to move it up, or do we?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind, I mean, are you good with that?
Good idea.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Quick.
Yep, those are going to be tabs F, G, and J. Yep, let me read the transcript for the script for the those quasi-judicial items. We're on to the second phase of quasi-judicial items. These are tabs F, G, and J. Please be advised that the following agenda items are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon these items, please inform the village clerk by filling out the available sign-up form. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. As a reminder, testimony in quasi-judicial items must be in person. Zoom testimony is not permitted. These proceedings will be handled in accordance with the village code requirements. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony shall be disregarded. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record, along with the village code and the comprehensive plan. Any correspondence that was received by the village staff is included in the file and part of the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures in section 30-256 of the village code may be obtained from the village clerk. Tonight in this section, there are 3 quasi-judicial items, which again are tabs F, G, and J. At this time, I would like to ask anyone who intends to speak on those 3 quasi-judicial items tonight to please raise your hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Hey, in the matter in which you are about to give testimony, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witnesses have been sworn.
Mr. Mayor, we will start with tab F, which is a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of Dolphins Plus Oceanside Marine and Mammal Responder, Inc. on behalf of MM 82.748 LLC, major conditional use approval for the redevelopment of the change of use from existing retail store into a veterinary hospital, Dolphins Plus Marine Mammal Responder Center, combined with considering the request for an administrative variance approval for 8 parking spaces for the property located at 82748 Overseas Highway on Upper Matacumbe Key with the Village Center, within the Village Center zoning district with real estate number 00404470-0000100 as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance, providing for the transmittal of this resolution to the Florida Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date.
I'll be presenting this tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. John, what about ex parte communication?
Yep. Council, before we begin, I would like you to please disclose any ex parte communications that you may have had with the applicant or anyone else. Again, this one is on tab F, and please include whether the person represented in any group or entity, as well as the subject matter. Thank you.
All right, I'll start. John, I talked to you about it because I think, and I talked to Ty Harris.
Ty Harris for me.
Ty Harris for me.
Nobody.
Nobody? Okay, we'll wait for Elizabeth to see if.
She said,
Okay, she said no. Okay.
All right, we are ready to proceed then.
Thank you, Council. I'm Jennifer Burke, I'm Planning Director for the Village of Islamorada. I'm sorry, Jennifer DeBeaubrien. I just used my maiden name. Sorry. It's been a long night. Sorry. Dolphins Plus Oceanside Marine Mammal Responder, Inc., and its agents have submitted an application for a major conditional use approval to allow for the redevelopment of the existing retail store into a veterinarian hospital located at 82748 Overseas Highway. On May 23, 2024, the village mailed notices to the adjacent property owners informing them of the project, that the project was scheduled to be reviewed by Village Council. A sign was also posted on the property on May 23, 2024. The village has received no letters of objection or contact from the adjacent owners as of this council communication. The property is approximately 0.53 acres in size, approximately 23,258 square feet, with a 10,576 square foot retail store and storage structure. The property is within the Village Center zoning district and is categorized within the future land use map FLUM, mixed use FLUM. The property has been previously permitted as a retail store, business, commercial space. The proposed development is to allow for the redevelopment for a veterinarian hospital, Dolphins Plus Marine Mammal Responders Protect Center. The major conditional use is triggered by a change in use from retail to Dolphin Rehabilitation Center with an above-ground rehabilitation pool. And in conjunction with the major conditional use, the applicant is also requesting a variance for 8 parking spaces. The existing habitat for the subject parcel is classified as scarified. Pursuant to Section 30-218 of Code of Ordinances, the Village of Islamorada, the application for major conditional use must be considered by the Village Council for approval. Approval with conditions or denial based on the standards in the Code, Chapter 30, Land Development Regulations. Conditional uses are those uses that are generally compatible with other uses permitted in the zoning district, but that require individual review of their location, design configuration, and intensity and density of the use, the structures, and may be required to impose conditions pertinent thereto to ensure that the appropriateness and compatibility of their use at a particular location. Conditional use review shall be accompanied by a site plan consistent with subsection 30-215D. Pursuant to Code Section 30-216D, when considering an application for conditional use, the Director and Village Council shall consider the following factors, and no conditional use shall be approved which fails to meet any standard below. The failure to comply with any of the standards shall be deemed to adverse to the public interest. All of those standards are in your packet, and we've reviewed all those standards, and they comply with all these standards except for, as I stated before, the parking requirement. The proposed change in use requires an administrative variance for the parking of vehicles for anticipated uses of the property. The applicant is seeking the variance for 8 parking spaces. We've reviewed all the requirements of variance for the relaxation of the parking requirement, and we find that the variance is in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the chapter and is not injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. And the reuse of the existing structures ensure that the vacant property is not cleared because existing structures are repurposed. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say that staff has reviewed the request for major conditional use, approval and variance for the parking, and determined that site plan is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies of the comprehensive plan and the Code of Ordinances, and the staff recommends the Village Council approve the major conditional use of the variance for 8 parking spaces with the 8 and 10 conditions in your packet.
Mr. Harris.
Again, Ty Harris, 110 Plantation Shores Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. I will make this short. If you're against injured dolphins, you have no soul. In seriousness, yesterday, an issue was brought up about whether or not there was a lot line adjustment that needed to be made. And so what I would propose, I think you could probably say it's covered under the 9 conditions, and one of them is you have to comply with all building and planning requirements. So I think it's covered, but if you wanted it to be more specific, we could put a condition in there that says if there is a lot line issue, that we will address it, and that before final CO, and that no final CO would be given until that issue is addressed. But appreciate all the staff's work on this. In all seriousness, right now in the Keys, if there's an injured dolphin, it's put down. It's euthanized. It doesn't go anywhere. We don't have a facility for it.
They're euthanized, right?
Yes, you cannot put these dolphins, these wild dolphins that are sick or injured, in with the existing dolphins that we have at different attractions. Cannot be done. So this is a huge thing. We have a wild bird rescue, we have a turtle rescue, but somehow we missed out on a dolphin rescue. So this is the facility that will address that for the entire Keys. The variance is required because the working part of this, the veterinarian part, isn't open to the public. And so to have the rehabilitation pool, our code just doesn't have a way of calculating or addressing the issue of what's open to the public and what's not open to the public. So therefore, the parking variance is necessary. So that's the explanation for why that's there. But everything that's considered back of the shop, anything that you do to rehabilitate the animals, that's not open to the public. The only part that's open to the public is, just like in the Wild Bird Center, the little gift store area up in the front. So with that, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. I also have one of the principals here who is a marine biologist. If you have any questions for him on the gruesome details of what happens to injured and sick dolphins, or how you get rid of the waste from these tanks, I've got the guy to answer them. But with that, I will stop talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. All right, Mr. Quick, do we need to go ahead and have public comment?
Yep, and as a reminder, it's opened up to participants in support of the application first.
Okay, all right, so Marnie, do we have anybody signed up in support?
I have no one signed up at all.
Okay, is there anybody here that is in support that would like to talk?
I'm sorry, Van, it looked like you wrote item, I'm sorry. Okay, Van.
Okay.
Once again, I want to sit on the fence of this one because I agree with Ty that injured dolphins, especially wild injured dolphins, need a way station to get them to a proper place to be rehabilitated. I'm not sure that this property is big enough for what they need. Now, I've looked at the backyard, I've been around and surveyed the fact that they want to put in a pool, and it would be, for a long-term rehab, would be really, in my opinion, cruel to a dolphin to have that kind of a thing attached to a tourist-related gift shop, which is what you're basically talking about. I think the dolphins need a hospital. They need veterinary care. They need access to the water, to be brought in by water, and they also need access to be brought in by trucks from wherever else they're collected. And the constraint of the backyard of what we're talking about, when you put a big pool back there, I mean, no matter how big the pool is, it's going to be too small for a wild dolphin. I mean, they may be sick, they may be injured, they may be not, doing the flipper tricks like they do at the Theater of the Sea, but they are. It's like putting an eagle in a canary cage. You don't want to do that because these are wild animals, and you're constricting and constraining them in a really small place, and somebody's going to address the pro aspect, And I asked, the Department of Environmental Protection to examine this. And are we going to have manatees in there too? I mean, we're going to exclude manatees that are run over by boats? I mean, to me, we should have a facility that's larger in a more accessible place. This is like an adjunct to Dolphins Plus, where they can funnel people through here and up to their Swim of the Dolphins program. That's all well and good, but the actual dolphins that are injured, that are in this pool with however many professional veterinarians, are going to be constrained by the size of the pool and the fact that they can't have more than one or two in there, because what are you going to do with dolphin doo-doo? What are you going to do with, are you going to exclude manatees? I mean, to me, it's fraught. It looks good on paper, but in my opinion, it's fraught with peril, because I think it could be very cruel to the dolphins that are under treatment. And it should be a way station, if you're going to allow it to happen, a way station to bring it to Orlando or Miami or some other place that has a dolphin facility with enough space and a big enough pool and a natural basin or something for them to be rehabbed in. Because this, in my way of thinking, I mean, you're thinking about the viability of the business, and you're not thinking about the comfort and the health of the dolphins. So thank you very much.
Mr. Cooper, would you like to come and say something, please?
I would really like to hear from him.
I want to make sure that he was sworn.
I was.
Okay, perfect.
I did. And Van, I echo your concerns. There was a moment in time when we had access to a much larger natural lagoon up at 103 where we did those activities. And we had pools for emergency critical care. We had a shallow water lagoon area that was partially shaded for being able to return the animal to a more natural environment as quickly as possible. And then we had a long canal where we could actually do pre-release conditioning to get animals back in shape before letting them go, because agreed, it's not great to keep them in a pool. The federal government regulates this. This isn't a business decision on our part. This is a not-for-profit organization. We're providing a service for these animals where the goal is to take out of habitat, injured, boat strike, sick animals, rehabilitate them as quickly as possible, and put them back into the ocean. The idea is not to keep them in the pool for long. The longer we have them in the pool, the more time the pool is shut down for critical care. So the goal is to get an animal that's really injured, get them well as quickly as possible, and either put them back in the ocean with federal approval, or the federal government National Marine Fisheries Service evaluates the animals, and they have criteria where they determine if the animal is releasable or needs to go into long-term rehab. Our goal is not to be a long-term rehab facility. Our goal is to be a critical care emergency facility. Once the animal is determined by the feds, it can go back to the wild or it needs long-term rehab. Then, in fact, they would go to a SeaWorld or a Clearwater Marine Aquarium or some other facility. Also, there are viruses that the animals can have. They have to be virally cleared before they could be put with other healthy animals. So again, I echo those concerns. I would love to have more space. If any of you have a really big piece of waterfront property that you want to donate or lease or loan, we're up for it. This is what we have at the moment. We have addressed the effluent from dolphins. We have a saltwater well where we're pulling water from the saltwater lens. We're filtering it, and when we back flush the pool, we'll back flush into a holding tank where natural evaporation will take place, and the effluent will be pumped out by like a Mitchell's pump out service type thing. So none of it goes back into the environment. We do not have a reinjection well. We understand the ramifications of that. I hope that answers most of your questions. Do you guys have any specific
Council,
questions
any
beyond that?
Questions for Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'm very familiar with that property. I had several contracts on that property, and I can't believe what you're proposing fits on that property, quite frankly. I don't know what the floor ratio is to the size of the property. I wrote down 45, and if that's the case, that's not too good. My main question was, what do you do with the water? And I think you answered that question for me. I'm surprised you're looking at that property for your objectives, truthfully. I really am. I mean, it's just, the 10,000 square feet for a retail outlet, I don't know. I mean, if you and I sat down and talked over this thing, I would suggest you look someplace else, quite frankly. There seems just to be so many negatives to what you want to do. Now, I guess you're saying, how much are the, I mean, what's the size of the pools that you're, or a pool?
The pool is a 40-foot diameter by 6-foot tall. We have scuppers at 3.5 feet, 4 feet, and 5.5 feet. We have holding tanks for the water so that if we need to drop the water in the pool, we can actually hold that water contained, manage an animal in critical care, and add water back to that pool without doing any discharge onto the ground. None of it will go into the sewer, and it's all managed in that way. It'll be filtered and cleaned, et cetera. There will be a retractable shade structure for the animals' comfort. And again, this is not an ideal piece of property for our purpose. This is the only piece of property left. We are the only whale and dolphin federally licensed response unit covering all of Monroe County. We are from the south edge of Elliott Key to the Dry Tortugas to the Cape. That's Atlantic Ocean, Gulf of Mexico, Florida Bay, Flamingo. It's 10,000 square miles. The most difficult thing for us to do, and we've been doing this since 1990, is to go out and respond to an animal, pick it up, stabilize it, and make the call to SeaWorld or Clearwater or one of the other organizations and hear that there's no pool space available because they either have a critical care animal in the pool that we can't put an animal that hasn't been virally cleared in with, or they just don't have the space and we have to euthanize it. And frankly, sitting here tonight talking and listening to all of the environmental objectives of this commission, we can do better than that. And if the best I can do is put a pool on that lot for now until we build in the future, that's what I'm asking permission to do. Oh, one other thing, man. Manatees are a different permit. Manatees are managed by the state. Dolphins and whales are managed by the Fed. Dolphin Research Center holds the manatee permit with Fish and Wildlife, and we do assist them with manatee rescues. Aquarium Adventures, Aquarium Encounters, and Marathon, they also hold a manatee permit. They're part of. We said, let's get this thing open, and then we'll talk with you. So we already do participate with manatees. There are two separate permits. So currently, Dolphin Research Center is manatees, we're dolphins and whales, and we all work together. Unless anybody has more space, which I'll be happy to accept.
Council, anybody else have any questions for Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, one more.
Okay.
As far as tourism goes, it's an attraction, no question about that. How are you going to handle it? What space do you have as far as people pulling into the lot and wanting to be a part of the visual happening?
The animals in rehab are not part of public display, so that won't be an attraction. We're trying to create something that's relatively low-key. I think in my mind, if you, or in your mind, if you envision a mix of the Turtle Hospital and the History of Diving Museum, we're trying to have an educational component more than a retail space. Right now, we have a retail space because we're eating a lease and we need to pay the bills. We've been working with some of the choral groups with I Care Choral to do educational programs there, and we're working toward weekly and monthly educational endeavors there. So
You feel the retail space is the attraction as far as the tourist goes?
I'm filling a space that's a void with retail. I really just want to open a veterinary hospital there for marine mammals.
That's your primary interest?
Correct.
Okay.
I still have light bills and all of the other accoutrements to go with that. The gift shop is not the goal. The gift shop is there because we have a huge amount of retail space that's just sitting vacant while we're waiting to put a rescue pool there.
It is huge, and for the public's information, there's a balcony that goes around that property in the interior.
The pool will be outside.
Yeah, oh, I understand that, right.
I don't have a question for you. I have a comment that I guess what a lot of people don't realize, I work with animals too, not dolphins, different species, but I don't think people realize when you're in a triage situation, you sort of have to do what you have to do to save the animal. And I think every organization, whether it's turtles, birds, dolphins, and cats, that's what I do, you would love the perfect place to do this, but you have to make do with what's available if you want to save these animals. And I understand it's a big store. I've been in there lots of times. But I commend him for what he's doing. I think it's a necessary thing we have to have. Sure, we all would want a better facility. I've been changing locations with veterinarians and our clinics and spaying and neuter for years. You have to make do with what's available to you or the animals are going to die. And again, I commend you. I think it's so much needed. I think what you're doing is wonderful. And I know from my own rescue that again, you have to make do with what's available. And I know that firsthand, so I commend you.
Thank you. Dolphins are kind of like horses. They're way more expensive than cats. And just to backtrack about 10 subjects, because I grew up on the street where across from the lobster traps, the billboard was a Stuckey's. I got there in 70.
And Art, just give us a little bit of history. How long have you and your family been in dolphins? Been working with dolphins?
My uncle started the first dolphin program, swim program in the world at Dolphins Plus in 1980. I went to work for him in 1990. I've been there for 34 years. I walked in there at 21, if you want to do the math. I've personally held the license for whale and dolphin rescue since 1990. We've managed 485 marine mammals. And every once in a while, someone will throw out the argument, the only reason that you guys do strandings is so you can acquire, fresh animals. Of the 485 animals that we have managed over time, we've accepted the custody of one. She was deaf, blind, and neurologically impaired. I had to hire a second full-time vet to care for her. She lived with us for 4 years. So we want to put everybody back that we can. We've got dolphins. That's not our issue. We converted half the business to not-for-profit so that we could take money and donations from those swims and perform conservation and rescue in this arena.
Okay.
One more question.
Okay, Henry, go ahead.
What additional, what support do you have to cover your finances?
The majority of the support that we have is from people coming to swim at Dolphins Plus Marine Mammal Responder. That's the facility that's by the Key Largo Fisheries,
Right.
Formerly the Hills.
Yes.
So we had 2 dolphin facilities there, and we helped convert one to not-for-profit called the Island Dolphin Care. That's independent of us, and they work solely and specifically with children with and adults with special needs and wounded veterans. And the other half of the facility has become Dolphins Plus Marine Mammal Responder. There are limited government grants. The one that's currently out there is through the Event Horizon BP, and it's totaling $100,000 a year for a 5-year period. And that goes to pay for our lead training investigator who covers all 10,000 square miles.
One short question, is the TDC participating in any way?
Yes, TDC is helping us renovate some of our restrooms, which are 30 years old, which are in need, driveways, some other structures, yes. TDC is being helpful.
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Art, thank you for your presentation. I would just go ahead and move to approve this if there's no other further discussion.
Second.
I second it.
Okay. Mr. Quick, do we have to see if there's any other public comment?
Did we call, Marnie, did we call anybody in opposition, if there are any?
There is no one else signed up.
Okay, all right.
And we can
So
proceed
now
with the motion.
the public comment is now closed. And Art, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and we have a second.
Did that, Councilwoman Jolin, did that motion, did you want to include the proffer by the applicant about the additional condition, if a lot line adjustments is required, approval shall be obtained prior to a CO?
Approve it with that.
Okay. Okay with the second?
Okay. Marnie, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
All righty, so now we can move on to G, Mr. Quick.
Tab G is stated as follows. A resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, considering administrative appeal number PLADA 2024-0104, filed by Barbara Edgar, appellant, relating to an administrative decision interpretation by the Director of Planning, reconsideration of dwelling unit determination for property located at 75131 Overseas Highway, having real estate number 00398880-000000 on Lower Matacumbe Key as legally described herein and providing for an effective date. And again, Council, before we begin, if you could please disclose any ex parte communications that you may have had with anyone. This is on tab G, and please include whether that person represented any group or entity, as well as the subject matter as best you recall.
Council?
I've spoken with Barbara Eister on this a number of times, but it's been at least a year, maybe 2 years. I didn't know she was going to be here, but it was well before this application.
Henry?
Yes, so likewise, I've spoken to Barbara and her daughter. Have to mention her. Thank you.
Okay. I would say myself likewise. I've talked to her, but it's been a long time, and she's told me her and Bobby were interested. We've talked many times since I got elected in 2020. So that's it, but not in a while. I didn't even know this was coming up tonight until I had my briefing. So.
I talked to Barbara.
All right, Elizabeth, you, nothing, okay. All right, so Mr. Quick, there you go. Jennifer?
Yes, sir. Here this evening for the resolution considering the administrative appeal regarding 75131 Overseas Highway. This property again is located at 75131 Overseas Highway. It's more fully described as Lot 67, Matacumbe Ocean Beach Section A subdivision, recorded in Plat Book 2, page 39 of the Public Records of Monroe County, Florida, with real estate number 0398880-000000. It is in with a residential single-family R1 zoning district. The property is currently recognized as having 5 legally established dwelling units, 1 triplex, and a 2-story duplex, resulting from an application by Mr. Irving Eister for a dwelling unit determination heard by the Village Council at a duly noticed public hearing on September 22, 2005. The determination by Village Council was not appealed during the appeal period. A letter dated February 25, 2008, from Deputy Village Manager, Planning and Development Services Director Ed Kokonis, restated to Mr. Eister that the village recognized 5 dwelling units on the property and that those units could be redeveloped without the necessity of a building permit allocation system allocation. Again, the number of legally established dwelling units recognized was not appealed by the property owner, Mr. Eister. The letter dated September 27, 2003, to the planning director, the trustee of the property, Barbara Edgar, requested that a reconsideration of the dwelling unit determination due to new information that was not previously presented to the village council. The appellant is requesting the determination to establish 3 additional dwelling units on the property. As the village council decision was final and not appealed, the director does not have the authority to reconsider a council decision. The appellant was notified in writing on April 18, 2024 of the director's decision, and the appellant filed the administrative appeal on May 7, 2024. The appellant's statement, previous dwelling unit decisions, witness statements, photographs, and building plans have been submitted for the council's consideration. I'm here if there have any questions.
I'd like to ask a question about this. I'm familiar with the property, familiar with the issues involved. Frankly, I think that they've met the proper standard, but what I have a problem with is the process. So what the applicant is asking us to do is to look at something that the council looked at in 2005 or 2008?
2005.
Right. We weren't around here then. You know, this is a first look for us. There is no provision in the code to have a reconsideration of something that's 15 years old or 14 years old. Although I think that she's met the standard and I would love to approve it tonight, I think we have to focus on the process because it has precedential value. Somebody else could come in here that didn't get what they wanted several years ago. The right thing to do, in my humble opinion, is for Ms. Eister to file another application for legally established dwelling units and include this new information as well as the old stuff, and then the planning director would have authority to evaluate that. It may not even require that she come before us. She may have enough information and the discretion to grant that without us having to go through this. But I just don't like the irregularity of this. Again, the substance of it is a totally different matter, and as I said, I would ordinarily want to approve something based upon what I've seen. Now, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. We have to have more evidence. I'm not willing to, make a firm decision on that until we hear everything. But I don't think we can get to that tonight. I think the proper thing to do is to ask her to file a new application, do it over, clean, neat, with all the updated information at one shot, and then we may never see her again, because from what I saw, we don't need to.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
So can you just, thank you for your comment. I wonder why, could you comment on that, John and Jennifer? Because you're bringing it to us when it sounds like, according to Mark, we shouldn't be hearing it.
Yeah, what I would say is to do it that way, and I think probably Jennifer and I don't want to speak for her, but I think it would be, at least I would, I think that would be a good way to do it, but it's not built into the code. So what we could do is we could bring back a code provision that lays out specifically so that when you've got a dwelling unit determination, you have a certain amount of time, if you don't like it, to appeal the decision, and then it ends there. There's nothing else there. So if somebody comes and says, I have newly discovered evidence that was not available to me 5 years ago, and I want to present that, what I would like to see, so that there's no confusion for this applicant or any future applicants, is that we build out a procedure in the code that sets out what the criteria is, what is meant by newly discovered evidence, what is meant by all of these things. And that's what I would prefer be done, which we could present to you all. It's just not there. And your planning director doesn't have the ability to override a village council determination.
So, but my thing that concerns me most about this conversation is that we're being asked to make a decision on something that apparently, according to our code, and again, I'm not a code expert, I just am not. I mean, how is it that we're even seeing this if we're not allowed, I mean, if our code, if what Mark says is true, why is it even here? Why are we even being, because
it was a council determination before, and so if anybody is going to override it, it would have to be the council.
But I thought you're saying
I agree.
That our code doesn't provide.
Well, the decision tonight is the planning director decided that she couldn't make the decision. She didn't evaluate the merits. There's just nothing in the code that lets her do what the applicant requested.
So she's appealing that determination.
Yeah, so she wants us to the applicant is asking us to override that. There's nothing in the code that gives us that authority.
Why are we having this conversation if the code doesn't allow us to do that?
Because she has the right to appeal a planning director's determination, and
Right.
her determination was, I don't have the authority to do this. And my recommendation is, I don't see it in the code, and I think that if the village council wants to allow for something like this, whether it's for this applicant or any future applicant, that direction be given to staff for us to bring back a code amendment that would set forth very specific guidelines and a very specific procedure as to how this is done, so that we're not doing it on the fly like this.
Well, you know, I feel like we need to defer this because there's a lot of information for me to process. I'd prefer not to make this decision tonight because what you just said is a lot, and it's, you know, 9:15, and this was not like.
Well,
You know,
I
again,
think
I feel like
we,
we're behind the eight ball. We don't have enough information. It's just frustrating.
I think that the right thing to do would be to deny this, and then, but with leave to the applicant to come back once the code has been amended.
But I don't have enough information to make that decision tonight because it's, I'm after thinking about it, I mean, I can't think about this on the fly. It's a lot, because it, like, you know, could we have an analysis of that? I don't know. How does this affect
Well,
anything else that comes to
I'll
us?
jump on the bandwagon with that. The particular part of the code that the applicant wants us to review has an inherent defect in it that is to her very great disadvantage. And that is that it does not take into account properties that were built before building and zoning was required, starting about 1960. In other words, it requires you to produce a permit to prove something. Well, what if your property was built before permits were required? You can't do it. It's impossible. And our code doesn't address that. I think this would be a nice opportunity while we're talking about a motion for reconsideration or something like that to go in and fix it. If you would like to see an example of how it could be done, you can look at the county code, because they used to have the exact same thing we have, and they fixed it by adding other things to account for this problem. And there, as we go into redevelopment, we're going to have more and more properties that are going to be built before codes or before permits were required, and the standards then were either non-existent or very relaxed. Although we've taxed people for these properties and these uses for decades. And then when we ask them to prove something, they can't, because the thing we're asking for never existed. So to me, I think this is a nice opportunity to clean up a mess and to do the right thing by Ms. Eister. She's shown us something new I hadn't seen before, and I'd love to give it to her, but I don't feel comfortable by setting a bad precedent for those who might come after her in a similar situation.
Vice Mayor Mahoney? Okay, all right. Henry, do you want to say anything, or you want Barbara to?
I would like to listen to the
Okay.
applicant.
Okay, Barbara, Bobby?
Yeah, I just wrote something out, which is kind of what explains it. And when you guys talk about coming back and putting another application in, I'd like that explained as well, because Jennifer told us to put the application in, which we did. So I'm not sure why we're putting another application in, along with the fee and the evidence. We did that. But I'm just going to read what I wrote real quick. Here to talk to the village to reconsider the incorrect decision made previously on our legally established dwelling units. My parents were older and did not question the decision at the time. The 8-unit motel was built in 1953, and 2 units were destroyed in Hurricane Donna in 1960. In the 1980s, my dad turned the remaining 6 into 3. They already had doors between the units, making them adjoining units. When my dad converted them, there was no reason to think that he would lose the other 3 just by opening the doors between them. The other building on the property burned down, which is why we were trying to establish what was on the property. When the council gave us the 2 units for the burned building, my parents, being elderly, didn't question the apartments having only 3 building rights. That wasn't even part of the question. We never gave up the building rights for the other 3, which we should still have, and we're asking council to grant us the other 3 TDRs. The building is still as it was in 1953, minus the 2 units demolished in Hurricane Donna. The 6 are still there.
Okay, so Barbara, how many are you asking for? How many did the council give you before?
They gave us 2 for the building that burned down, and they gave us 3 for the apartments that are there today.
So you're asking, that was 5.
We're asking for the other 3.
The other 3, so that would be 8.
Correct, total.
All right.
So we can make a decision on this tonight? Because you're putting it forward, so we can obviously make it, otherwise we wouldn't be asked to. So never mind, okay.
Okay, Henry, would you like to say
I'm not clear. How can we go forward with this?
Well, let me just say something.
I'd love to do it, but I
Right
don't
now,
feel good about it.
I can tell you right now, I had a talk with Mr. Quick and to Mr. Cole today. I can tell you that there's properties right now in the village, okay, that had motel units that were never accounted for in this village. There's some on this island right here, okay, that the village actually owned the property, okay? There's units right here on this island. There's more on Lower Matacumbe that's south of her, okay, that were not counted when the village came in. They were not given those TDR rights like Plantation Yacht Harbor. And I had this conversation today with Mr. Quick and Mr. Cole that we need to be proper and fair to the people in this community. We need to go back and revisit these things, okay? And the village can benefit from several. I mean, I don't know how many units the one I was talking about, whether it's 8 or what, but, and like Mr. Quick and Mr. Cole said, we could monetize that. All right.
I think you're 100% right. There's a lot of things out there. There's evidence of it. There's people remodel things. They discover things that they didn't know that they had or didn't understand that it was valuable. But our code does not allow for them, we can't give it to them because of the way that it's written. It has these unbelievably high burdens that if you have to produce a permit for something built like this before a permit was required, you can't do it. I think we should fix that to cover what you're talking about, to cover what they're talking about, not only to make it easy for them, but everybody else who's coming forward, because these valuable rights are going to come up to us for us again and again as people start to redo their properties. And
Let's fix it in the comp plan. But just make the decision tonight, but we can fix that in the comp plan.
Elizabeth, hold up. I want Henry to say something because he knows, and then I'm going to say something because I only lived a half a mile away from this, and I grew up right there. And I know that property extremely well. Tony Hammond knows it very well. Sharon knows it very well. You know, to me, I feel bad for people that, and they've already paid a fee to come in here. You ask why it's here? Okay, they paid a fee and they're here, and then we're going to make them, but go ahead.
Well, no, the thing is I know what their home was like. But the thing is, this is going to sound horrible. I agree with Mark that there is a problem.
Right.
So can we maybe go back, address the problem, don't charge them the fee? Can we do that?
I'm all in favor of waiving
And that
the
way
fee.
it's done right, they get what they deserve, and we fix the problem instead of saying no, which I don't want to do because I know what their home looked like.
I don't want to say no either.
I know you don't, but you have a problem with the code. So let's see how fast we can fix it. Don't charge them to do whatever is, to put it legal, because you're saying it's not legal, and that way they get what they deserve.
But again, it wouldn't be presented to, I'm assuming it wouldn't be presented to us if we couldn't make a decision tonight. So in fact, by the fact that we're sitting here having the conversations on our tab, we should be able to make a decision about this.
The
Otherwise-
decision is whether or not we have Jennifer had the authority to make her decision.
But, so maybe so if she didn't have her authority, then, okay, now it's.
If we approve this, we're going to open something up for Jennifer that's not covered by the code. And then she's going to have to wing it based on our conversation. That's not how this works.
Why, Jennifer and John, did you bring this to us if that's the case?
There's nothing that prohibits you from considering it tonight. There is not guidance on it, but there's also nothing that prohibits. So if somebody comes forward and says, I have newly discovered evidence, there is nothing in the code that addresses that. So that was why I said that if we could bring some criteria in the code, that way we can address so that you all know exactly what the criteria would be. But there's nothing in the code either. There's also nothing in the code that prohibits you from considering newly discovered evidence on a decision that was, well, I say you as council, not
We didn't even make the decision. That's what I mean, it's
correct.
15
It was a number of
years
years
ago. Come on. That's stale. Let's fix it right. It won't take much a huge amount of time. They've waited this long. What's a few more months?
This is eerily reminiscent of the conversation I just tried to initiate about our zoning problem. Do you see any similarities?
No.
I mean, let's.
All right, but can we give Mr. Rosenthal a chance to speak, Elizabeth? Okay?
Henry, please, I am just making a comment. I would like to bring your attention to the fact that there are some similarities to the zoning problem that we're having. And thank you for allowing me to do that.
I acknowledge the similarity.
Thank you very much.
We can always look for problems with the code, the comp plan, and everything else, going back, way back when. The problem that these people have had, going over years and years and years and years, is predicated on groups of people like ours sitting here right now, and all of a sudden, we're going to have to make an arrangement to say yes. Now, apparently, the language is not there for us to say yes. I'm under the impression, the hell with the language. You've done what you want to do. I know you're going to object to me, but I'm just going to say it. Enough is enough. After a while, enough is enough. And I'm in favor of the passing the applicant. And if it comes to a vote, I'm going to vote yes, because enough is enough. These are people that have been here for all their lives. Their parents built it. I know the number of units were there. You want me to tell you why?
Play cards in there. You used to play cards there.
I played cards there, you're damn right. With her dad, that's exactly right.
I didn't know that until not too terribly long ago.
Anyway, I mean, you can have all the rules and regulations that you want, but at some point in time, it's the government is responsible for this problem. And I don't want to be a part of a government that acts against people like this in our town. So that's it.
Thank you, Henry. With that said, Marnie, is there any other public comment for this?
Van Cadenhead and potentially Tony Hammond, if you have a question for him.
And just a reminder, it's for those in support first.
Okay. Come on, Van or Tony, come on.
Well, you've already done what I came to do, and that was to verify the fact that, yes, those lots were there, those apartments were there. There's no doubt about it. I was here. I walked on the slab where those units used to be after Hurricane Donna, right after that, because, and I took my marine biology classes and did some field work out in front of there. So, yeah, I'm very familiar with this piece of property. You know, sitting on the LPA, I look at this and I listen to what you're talking about and I think, okay, is there not a way to do both? Is there not a way to say, okay, let's make this happen and in the same breath figure out a way to develop an ordinance that will prevent this from happening and protect us in the future? Because I agree with Mark. You need to, you can't throw Jennifer under the bus by leaving her to have to make these decisions. So figure out a way to let it move forward and do it that's fair and equitable to the community and to the property owners. Thanks.
Thank you, Tony. Van?
Well, I'm going to bring you the same historical perspective that the preacher just did. There's the Lindemar Motel with 6 units. You know, the two destroyed in Hurricane Donna. But the way that Barbara described it, 6 units, and instead of having 6 units, they decided to close the doors and make 3 units that were bigger. And that is what we're trying to undo tonight. And that shouldn't be that hard to undo. I mean, it's understandable, and it's a historical fact that they attested to, Tony attested to. I'm sure that Sharon, if she wanted to come up here and speak at the podium, she could attest to it too. Because there's no reason that this can't be solved tonight. There's no reason for them to have to do another permit and go through a bunch of rigmarole. Let's just solve it tonight with a vote, and then allow Ms. Chateaubriand to go on and fix so it doesn't happen again. So you know, I would urge you to listen to Henry, and listen to the Eisters, and listen to me. You can listen to me, buddy. I'm here. But okay, but give us the vote. Give us the vote tonight and give us the right answer. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Henry. All right, Marnie, is there any other public comment?
No.
Okay. All right, council, do I hear a motion from?
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
All right, Marnie, would you call the roll, please? We have
I'd like to make a comment about that.
Okay.
I want to vote yes for this, but I'm going to vote no on the procedural aspect. And I think that we're making a decision based upon based upon the applicant. We know them. We all like them. They've been a part of our community for 70 years or more. I believe everything that they put in their application is true. But it's a very slippery slope, and you're making an exception for somebody that the law does not clearly allow, that is going to set a bad precedent. What if somebody comes in here next week or a month with a similar application? Are you going to go with that? Are we giving Jennifer the authority now to make these decisions, to open these things back up without coming before us? Are we going to do that? Can you clarify that?
Mark, Mr. Quick just said there's nothing preventing us from voting on this tonight. Did I hear you right, Mr. Quick?
Move on. We have
Yeah, and if you would like for the planning director to have the authority to analyze applications where there is newly discovered evidence, we could, I mean, that would require a code change to allow for that.
If you'll put that in tonight's motion that she can do that, I'll vote yes for it.
Okay.
That would be consistent.
Well, that's what Tony said.
You're mixing substance with procedure.
Oh, okay.
So what I'm saying is, if Jennifer gets an application for reconsideration from a very old or very new one that was previously denied, and it has new information, she has the authority to decide that in her own discretion. That's what you're saying. If you want to approve that, I'll vote yes right now.
Okay, so anyways, let's, Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Would you please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Did we not have discussion?
I don't think we finished our discussion.
Sorry, Henry.
I don't know. I'm very happily say yes.
Okay, so as a point of order, I don't think we're done with our discussion, but we're in the middle of taking a vote. Could someone help me understand that?
I started the discussion before we started taking the vote.
But
The motion.
the vote has been called. I don't think.
Okay, maybe I'm confused myself, but
We had a motion and a second.
I thought we had a motion and a second, and then the floor was open for discussion. And I think I started the discussion.
I asked Marnie to call the roll, and then you said.
Well, you're the mayor and you're in charge. I get that. But I think we all have an opportunity to discuss that under the rules.
You do. Go ahead. I mean,
So if we haven't finished it, if Elizabeth wants to say something, great. If y'all are done and want to vote, let's vote.
Okay, so again, I just need a little clarity as a point of order, what's going on here? Are we discussing? Are we voting? Because
We had moved on to voting, and it was a motion to approve the resolution. That was
I'm just
the
concerned
first
that
and
Jennifer is being put in a super unfair position where now people are going to call up and say, oh, I saw what the council did the other night. Here's some new information. Can you approve this for me? And if she approves something and y'all don't like it, you're going to go for her head.
Let me ask you, the reason that this is, or I guess this is for Jennifer and John, the reason that this is coming to us is because Jennifer doesn't believe she has authorization, according to what she's reading in the code, to overturn old decisions. By making this vote tonight, she's presumably doesn't change her interpretation of the code. Why did I have to explain that? I don't know why. I just,
That's what we're voting on. We're not
no.
voting on the substance of the facts. Look at the resolution that's in the materials.
all right, let's see. Could you help me understand that, Johns? Because it's late and could you help me understand that?
It's, let me find,
I mean, if what,
Going based on what Mr. Quick just said, Mark, he said there's nothing to
He's right. He is right.
from voting on this right now.
But if what you're saying is that you're reading this resolution as authorization, and can you tell me where
Jennifer's
those words
decision was that she couldn't consider to reconsider new evidence on an old vote. That was her decision. She said she couldn't do that. We're voting that says that she can.
That's correct.
Let me just.
It says.
Mark is correct. That is correct.
That's right.
Could you, okay, help me.
So it says the director's interpretation of the code is or is not supported by the facts presented. The facts presented are, did she have the authority to deny this application? You're saying no. She didn't have she couldn't consider it because there's nothing in the code. You're saying that she can. That's okay. You want to do that? Great.
Where is that?
It's under section 2, findings of fact. It says the director presented written recommendations to the staff, and the director's interpretation of the code is or is not supported by the facts. Granting of the appeal is or is not supported by the facts and documents presented. So the question before us is not whether they're entitled to their 8 units. I think that they are. The question is, did she have the authority to deny the application?
So then, if his interpretation is correct, then are you bringing us another ordinance to allow these allocations to be awarded?
If you say that I have the authority, then no, I would not bring you another ordinance. I would make the decision. If
So
you
you-
say I don't have the authority, then probably bring you another ordinance.
If you want to give her the authority, I'll vote right now, yes. Happy to do it.
But what we're saying then is that, do you understand this?
Yeah, I'm going to just ask Mr. Quick to clarify. If we give Jennifer the authority, as Mark said, I agree what Mark just said, that we give her the authority, that she wouldn't have to bring this back to us. Mr. Quick, can you help me understand that?
yes, if the council approves, it gives the planning director, Ms. DeBobrian, the authority to make the determination. Whatever her determination is, she will then obviously convey to the applicants. If the applicants are unhappy with it for some reason, they could appeal that decision back to the council. If she approves the 3, I suspect you will never see this again, and everybody will move on. If it's approval of 2, then it may come back.
Mr. Cole, do you?
Sure, and the thing that Councilman Gregg was pointing out is that if you give Ms. DeBobrian the authority to make the determination, there may be others who will come to her with evidence of other units, and Ms. DeBobrian would be able to make those determinations as well, and that would not require or generate a referral back to council. It would be handled at the staff level, and as was highlighted, there's a potential that you may or may not agree with one of those decisions, but you would not have a role in that determination under this landscape if approved tonight. That's I think, wrapping it all together. Yeah.
Exactly.
I have to vote no, but why, I guess, then I would just say that I did not understand what I was voting for, and I'm sorry that in our briefing, we didn't get to that. I will try to be more thorough next time. So no, I'm going to vote no.
Okay. So
Voting no for this because.
Mr. Quick, do we need to change our motion to where Vice Mayor Mahoney's already voted yes, Henry's already voted yes, and then Mark, we had discussion. So do we need to change our motion on this, or not? Can we go forward?
Wait. Just to be clear, if we vote yes, then the next step is for Jennifer to evaluate this information and then render a decision. It doesn't give them the units tonight, right?
Correct. The
Thank
decision
you.
that they appealed was the planning director's decision that
Thank
she did
you.
not have the authority.
We don't want to do that. How do I vote? No. Okay. No. It's confusing. No, we were appealing the prior decision, not Jennifer's.
No, you can't appeal the prior decision from 2005. That was 19 years ago. That was appealed to the council in 2005, and they made a decision. What came now was an application, and the planning director said, I don't have the authority to do this. That's the decision that was appealed. And so if the council approves this, it gives the authority to the planning director, and she can approve or deny the application based upon the evidence presented.
Thank you.
But that would be not only this, but giving her the authority in the future?
No, that, it doesn't give her the authority in the future. That, Councilmember Gregg was asking you to do that. This only gives her the authority on this specific item.
But Rob Cole just said that you would you would potentially be setting a precedent for people in the future to come and just go straight to Jennifer.
If there was a motion to add that to allow for future as well. This is dealing solely with this appeal, this application. As I had mentioned, I would like it to be put into the code so that this is all spelled out.
Okay, hold up, Van. Henry?
Make the changes after the vote to satisfy the future.
Agree.
But you can't,
I can do anything I want.
we actually cannot direct Jennifer to make a decision one way or another.
I'm not directing her to do anything at all. All I'm saying is, finish with the vote, tend to the code to allow her to, in the future, make decisions of this kind, if that's what you're after. I don't think she needs it. She shouldn't need it. But if you feel she does, deal with it after we finish this vote and be on our way. Done.
So to be clear, if someone comes in tomorrow with a decision from 2010 and they have new evidence and they file the exact same application that the Eisters filed,
Right?
she's going to deny that
Why?
because we're telling her she only has the authority
That's right.
to do it for this one tonight.
So she.
We're making a special exception to the law for one person?
No, Mark, never mind.
That doesn't sound,
Fair? Is that a
it
good
doesn't
word?
sound clean, and so everybody should be treated the same way under the law.
Mark, I've always said that.
Well, we're not doing that
Well,
tonight.
that's your opinion.
It is. Thank
Then
you.
Good for you. All right, let's move on.
She's the planning director. I don't know what her boundaries are. I mean, you are the planning director.
Yeah, the
Well, then
issue
You
here is,
make a good decision or a bad decision. You are the person to do it.
Then give her the authority.
Why does she need the authority? She's already got it.
because the reason why she needs it is that the prior planning director made a decision that was appealed to the council, and the council overrode that. The planning director cannot then come back and override the council's decision on that. That's what the issue would be, unless you give her some sort of authority to do that based upon some set of criteria.
We didn't appeal the former decision.
They never appealed it, yeah.
It was appealed, that's how it got to the council. It had to have been, that's how it got.
It was just now appealed.
So wait a second. So
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, it was, in 2005, it was a council decision.
Right.
So
Right.
a planning director cannot override a council decision unless
Right.
the person's given the authority.
That's what we were told, and she said that's why it would have to come back before the council, and the council could overturn it.
Sorry, I didn't realize in 2005 you just went straight to the.
So are we giving her the authority to override the council? Or are we giving her the authority to reconsider this? To override the last council? Is that what we're voting on tonight?
Yes.
For this specific applicant, yes.
Okay.
And Councilmember Rosenthal has asked after the vote that
What if someone else comes next week with a compelling case like this? Are you going to do the same thing? I mean,
Van,
this is a
what do you wanna
slippery
say, Van?
slope.
I want to say.
Excuse me, Elizabeth, excuse me, Van.
I want to say that the planning director deferred making a decision because she didn't feel she had the authority, and she kicked it to you. You five people have the authority. You should be the deciding factor in this.
Okay.
Because you are the ones that are making the decision. You're halfway through a vote, and yet you're not going to let the vote finish. Please let the vote finish. Thank you.
And that's what I have a problem with. I asked Marnie to call roll, and because we had a motion and a second, And then, Mark, you want to discuss it, and Elizabeth jumped in. Sharon's already voted yes. Henry's already voted yes.
Do you know what you voted for?
We are not being given enough information to make an intelligent decision. John, do you have a way to solve what are the issues at hand? Is there a way that you can help us understand this better? Because it's confusing. I think, for everybody.
When you say solve it for tonight or solve it for the future?
Solve it for tonight and the future. What
Okay.
would that look like?
So the future would be give us direction to allow us we're recommending that in order to deal with that, we bring back a code amendment to accommodate these types of issues in the future. The choice today is you can approve this, which would kick it to Jennifer and she will analyze it and then they will go through the process like they would. Or you can deny it, as Councilmember Gregg said, without prejudice for them to be able to apply when we come up with a new code provision.
And
or you could just deny it
waive
altogether.
the fee.
But,
Okay.
but,
All right. Yeah, okay.
I mean, the
So,
cleanest,
Bonnie-
if you want to move forward quickly, the most expeditious way, I would say, approve it, let Jennifer make her decision, and like I said, if she approves all three, you never even hear from them.
Okay, but my question is what Mr. Cole said. Does that give her in the future the power to not bring things like this to the council for her just to make a decision?
Not, if the only vote is on approving this resolution, no. If there is a larger, more encompassing motion that delegates that to her, then it would. But if the motion that's currently on the table is to approve this, and no, it would not give her the ability for a new applicant to come in and deal with it.
Thank you, John.
finish.
Yeah,
Thank you.
please.
Okay, so
Call the
Marnie,
question.
you've already asked Vice Mayor Mahoney, who made the motion. She said yes. Councilman Rosenthal was the second, and he said yes. Would you finish the roll call, please?
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
I'm going to vote no on the process, but if it comes back for substance, I'll likely vote yes. So no.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yeah, I'm voting no as well. Substance, yes, but this, no.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
So,
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
It's done.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You guys.
well, the thing is
Well,
that
you
nothing
haven't
has
gotten it
been-
yet.
You haven't.
I
I
hope-
know.
No, I understand.
And Jennifer we did not vote to give those awards. We're leaving it entirely up to Jennifer or whoever.
We voted to give Jennifer the discretion to make the decision.
Right, so
That's what we voted to
who knows?
do.
Who knows what's going to happen? I mean,
Quick, would you help me understand?
Can I ask, do we have the authority or the discretion, direction from council to bring back a proposed code amendment to accommodate this type of scenario in the future? At least just for consideration.
Yes.
I mean, you can vote it down if you want, but that way at least we can have
Why,
it
and
further.
lose all this?
Got it.
Seriously.
Okay.
All right, just to be clear, this now goes to Jennifer and she makes the decision?
yes. Yes, it does. And so
Yes, it does. That's what you just voted on. I don't know if you understood what you voted on. But you voted to override Jennifer's decision that she had no authority. You didn't give them the units. I don't think you understood that.
Motion was to approve it.
Yeah, Sharon made the motion to approve it, and Henry made the motion, seconded it.
To approve the
To
resolution.
approve the 3 units.
no,
Yeah.
that is not.
Yeah, it was the resolution that was presented was an appeal of whether she had the authority or not. So it's going to kick to Jennifer, she will make the decision, and like I said, assuming she approves the 3, you guys will never hear this again. If it's something less, then they may
But
be
we
back.
have no control over what she decides. It's entirely up to Jennifer. That's what we voted for.
Correct, but if
We have nothing to do with it anymore.
Correct. but
All
if-
we have right now.
Unless they appeal it.
appealed it. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Are we done?
I think we're done.
Cinnamon, let's go home. Thank you.
Barb, Bobby.
The
Cinnamon.
next.
Take care.
Next tab is tab J. Again, we're still in quasi-judicial. The resolution is a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Mirada, Village of Islands, Florida, Request for public hearing relating to the planning director's notice of intent to issue site plan approval with conditions for property located at 103 Sunshine Boulevard on Plantation Key, having parcel number 00434700-000000, as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this resolution to Florida Department of Commerce, and providing an effective date. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Counsel, before we begin, can you please disclose your ex parte communications on this one?
Does everybody understand what this is? It's J.
Tab J.
It's 103 Sunshine Boulevard.
Are you going to call our names, or do you just want us to tell? Are you calling it? Is someone calling names for the ex parte communication?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if you can call the.
No ex parte communication. Anybody else?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Vice Mayor Loney?
Well, this is a him, yes. I spoke to the gentleman who lives next door.
We got some letters that were emailed to us, but other than that, I didn't talk to anybody.
I spoke with Socrates.
That I did too.
And the letters will be part of the record, too. Yeah.
Good evening, council. Here this evening for a public hearing on 103 Sunshine Boulevard. Jose Martinez submitted an application for site plan approval to allow for the modification of the existing site to include an outdoor walk-in food cooler and an ice room and a shed to serve as the business known as Ham Seafood, located at 103 Sunshine Boulevard. On February 14th, 2024, the village mailed notices to property owners within 300 feet, informing them of the director's intent to issue a site plan approval, having determined that the project had met all the requirements for site plan approval. On or about March 6, 2024, the Planning Development Services Department received a request for public hearing from Paula Albert France at 103 Mockingbird Road, Tavernier. Pursuant to the Village Code of Ordinance, the public hearing before the Village Council was scheduled, adjacent property owners were notified, and the hearing was properly advertised and property was posted. The property is approximately 11,588 square feet in size. The property is located south side of Sunshine Boulevard at the intersection with Overseas Highway. The property is zoned Village Center and within the mixed-use FLUM designation. The property is a corner lot that abuts single-family homes. Across the street is a recreation open space owned by the village. The use is a permitted use within the Village Center zoning district. Pursuant to the Section 30-215 of the Code of Ordinances of the Village of Islamorada, applications for site plan review may be considered by the planning director for approval, approved with conditions, or denial based on standards in the Code, Chapter 30, Land Development Regulations. When considering a site plan application, the director and the village council shall consider the following factors. The site plan is consistent with the purposes, goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan, and the site plan complies with all the applicable provisions of the chapter. Again, in your packet is the analysis based on the comp plan objectives and how it complies with the site plan of provisions of Chapter 30. It should be noted that since the time of the staff's review and the notice of intent to approve, the property is under a code violation for habitable living space within the building and is being investigated for violation of the noise ordinance. The village code prohibits issuance of permits if there is an active code case on the property. We would not have issued the notice of intent to approve if it were the case at the time. Also, the storage of traps has since encroached into the required parking spaces and drive aisles, and if the council were inclined to approve this site plan at this time, all those traps would need to be removed. Staff has reviewed the request for site plan approval and determined that the site plan is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and complies with the applicable provisions of the Code of Ordinances. Staff originally issued a notice of intent recommended to approve with 6 conditions. However, based on the current facts, staff recommends the Village Council deny the proposed site plan application by adoption of the attached resolution.
Okay. Mr. Quick, we can open public comment now?
Yeah, you have the person who filed the appeal. She would be considered the applicant.
Okay.
If she's here, Ms. Paula Albert France. I'm not sure if she's present or not. You're the one who requested the public hearing, so that's why it's, yeah. Yeah, you're not the applicant of the property, you're not the property owner, no.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Paula Albert Franz. I live at 103 Mockingbird Road, which is adjacent to the property who is trying to fish company who is trying to get the walk-in coolers, the ice room, and the shed. I'm here because this really doesn't show the whole picture of what's going on the property. I have been the taxpayer and owner. I bought the property over 30 years ago from my family. And Hurricane Donna rings a bell to me because my great-grandparents lost their home to Hurricane Donna on Lower Matacumbe. And I've been coming here since I was born. So I'm glad that you approve it, or we're looking to approve that family that was just here before us. So the more to this picture is that the amount of square footage being used on the property currently, it's a very small commercial property, which happened to be built by my great-grandfather. I bought the home that he built. The property was separated by my uncle. So I'm very aware of the previous use of the property as a commercial building. It was a retail business. He was a plumber as well. And since then, Victor purchased it from my uncle, and he has utilized it and rented it out to various people, being gift shops, and he had United Parcel Service coming out, in and out of there. It also was used as driftwood gift shops that the Longos used to run out of that. So Ham, he's a very hard worker. Jose and I have had many discussions over the years, and I have asked and requested all the things that I submitted in the report to you. So this will be no surprise. He's not just a retail company, he's also a wholesale and lobster trapping facility. He's a very large enterprise, and he's running this out of a very small location. That's why I do not believe we should give permission for more large coolers. He wants 2 walk-in coolers, the ice room, the shed, etc. And the amount of items and machinery is negatively impacting our community because he abuts on a residential community. He's in a unique situation. So the ways in which the additional items requested, in my opinion, don't comply with the Islamorada Village Comprehensive Plan I submitted to you in writing is in the following ways. First, Policy 1-2, 4.1, number 4, promote safe and pedestrian movement. This does not. Traps are piled on neighbors' borders. He has many, many traps, 300 to 1,000 traps. And they're so high, it's in danger. It endangers people that walk around the corner, people that are cyclists, and vehicles. They're in the driveway, in the route that they expect to have their retail business come in. And having them on the property line 7 and 11 traps high is a danger. And if something, God forbid, were to happen, I have brought it to everyone's attention. Number 6, avoid encroachment. We're supposed to avoid encroachment of commercial activity into residential neighborhoods. There's so many things. There's a mobile RV home there with visitors. There's a houseboat on blocks. There's a golf cart, wave runner, lobster traps, like I said, 300 to 1,000 coming in. There's a workstation for his workers to work on the lobster traps, which I'm sure he needs, but not on this small parcel. There are additional trucks under awnings. I'm not even listing everything that is there. There's just no room, which then shows us the encroachment. On the side of my home, from 4th of July until June, has been a trailer, a boat, a large boat trailer, parked on the right-of-way. It's not my property, but it's the right-of-way on the side of my home. And it's storage. If we were in Monroe County rules, it would not be allowed to stay there this length of time. This is just storage. It's not something that comes and goes. His vehicles have been there for weeks and months at a time. A red truck that had flat tire, I'm sorry, I can't move it because it has a flat tire. That's just not acceptable. It looks a mess. It is just It's an eyesore for the community. It's the first thing you see when you come around the corner. So countless other vehicles have been there for weeks and months at a time because there's too many things on the property, thus pushing him to go and utilize the right-of-way. It looks awful, it brings down our property values, and additionally, I pay a landscaper to cut my hedges, and he cannot fit 3 inches in between where the trailer and trucks are parked and my fence in order to cut my hedges. So then I can't keep my property up to specs. Which brings me to aesthetically pleasing commercial number 8. I pretty much told you that it's not aesthetically pleasing with the commercial on the side of my home or on his property as well. We're supposed to limit outdoor storage. By approving this, we're not limiting it, we're adding more outdoor storage. The appearance and limit should be considered because it is in a residential area. 4.2 says the impacts of the business should be equal and less, and that's what I was trying to talk about before, generated by previous structures in use. So it was a plumbing business, it was retail realty where we sold lots. My family previously, not myself. There was an upholstery business, that was the other one I was thinking of, and 2 gift shops that I know of. So as a retail business, a wholesale business, and a lobster trapping business, it generates an intensity of commercial activity in the residential area. And we're supposed to be limiting this. So that's why I'm asking you to deny it. We shall limit the use of high-intensity uses, and with the 3 areas that I have mentioned, I'd like to conclude, in my opinion, the request should be denied, as a retail, wholesale, and lobster business is just too large for this location and the amount of machinery and trucks that is needed to run this. It forces the encroachment on residents onto the right-of-way, is aesthetically unsightly, brings property values down, and is dangerous in the way of the high traps on the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Marnie, is there any other public comment?
We have 1 public comment in opposition.
Request public comment?
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Andy Dutton. I live at 150 Sunshine Boulevard in Tavernier. I live within 300 feet of Ham Seafood and did receive 2 notices from the county in regards to this public hearing and their process involved. As I sort of researched this thing, I did see the big flyer that came out of the memo that talked about the site plan. As I see the site plan on paper, it looks fantastic. It's, you know, good for business, someone's vision, someone moving forward, but it really doesn't tell the whole story. I think Paula certainly highlighted a bunch of things, but as I jumped into it, you know, this is designated a multi-use facility, and with that, you know, the encroachment and impact on residents, the residential area, isn't supposed to be happening to this extent. Certainly that plot of space, which is county space, right next to 103 Mockingbird, has continually had trailers, boats, trucks, overnight storage, day use, all that goes with it. Unsightly, but you know, certainly just not with the values that go with your definition as far as multi-use. Second area is the zoning piece, or as far as village and that village VC piece that goes with you know, being part of this community. And as they highlighted, you know, aesthetically, you know, you're supposed to be pleasing. You are supposed to be able to go by there and be proud of that property. At this point in time, you know, I just don't see that happening, and it's probably related to the storage piece. There's unlimited amount of storage happening as far as, we'll say, chillers probably that are no longer in use, big blue pieces of metal. and then just, crates and whatnot. So there's a lot of that outdoor temporary storage or permanent storage that I don't think you would approve of so much. So, those are the two big points, I guess, that I sort of bring to the table. I would love this property to follow that site plan and, get rid of the extra pieces as far as RV trailer to the houseboat to the broken down truck. There's a lot of things that could be improved. I just don't know if it's written into your ordinance as far as when you're giving them approval. If you're giving them approval for these extras, it'll be a problem if you're not sort of dealing with the problems and their extras that are currently on their property. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if the person or entity who filed for the site plan approval is here, but it would be appropriate for him or her to speak if they so chose.
We need to extend.
Yeah, we need to extend the time.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sharon, for reminding. What do we go, 30 minutes? All right. All right, so does the applicant, are you want to come up? Did you just say, Mr. Quick,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's the person who filed for the site plan approval, but if he is, okay, then it would be appropriate for him to speak, yes.
Okay.
If he wants, obviously.
Just tell us who you are and whatnot, okay?
My name is Jose Martinez. I am the owner of Ham Seafood. I've been in the property going on 3 years now in August. I did a lease to own with Victor, the original owner. As you guys know, I've been in the business for many years as a commercial fisherman. And like you guys have spoken, the spaces here, 0.02% of Islamorada is left as a fishing, commercial fishing trap. Anything that has to do with everything that I do. So at the point that I got this property, one of the things, I'm going to go ahead and the Village Center zoning district, which is VC, there's a B, number 14 says outdoor storage and display areas on vacant lots fronting US 1 pursuant to Article 5, Division 8 of this chapter. Also, one of the things, initially they said I couldn't do a fish market here, but if you look at the Village Center, the uses of the property, it's very clear. It says food store, including retail sales of fresh and frozen seafood, crustaceans, and mollusks. That's exactly what we're doing. We're actually have 5-star rating in Google, 149 reviews, all perfect, not one that describes what Paula just mentioned. The property is our property as well, which we're actually letting the village use since there's no sidewalk, there's constantly people in golf carts, there's constantly people, all the kids that go to school go through my property, and we're very, very lenient on that. And we're actually risking our own business. We're constantly moving, forklifts, we're moving. I didn't have the traps initially, but since one of the things that we can do in this property is commercial fishing, that's been my passion my whole life. And as you guys know, it's coming to basically an extinction. So I'm proud, I'm passionate about what I do. We're very good. We give great service in the community. If you notice the area, yeah, it might look a little bit, there's obviously a lot of stuff going on because that's what it takes nowadays with the cost on everything to be able to pay the bills. I had to invest into this lobster business in order to have lobster for our locals, fresh caught, wild caught, chemical-free lobster instead of all the stuff that's coming in from Canada, from Nicaragua and all these other countries. So another one of the uses, which is very clear here, it says manufacture, assembly, repair, maintenance, and storage of commercial fishing traps and nets. That is in reference to what they're speaking about with these traps, right? So there's another one, D says redevelopment of existing outdoor storage. The city wanted me to go ahead and do a site plan on the property, which I don't know if do you guys have the site plan? As the gentleman stated, it's a very professionally done by an architect and also the survey of the property. I have it here. So, which hadn't been done in a long time, and it did cost me a lot of money. From the moment that I got this property, I had to make it 3-phased in order to be able to run my ice machines. And it's basically, I'm a small business. I'm not Key Largo Fisheries that has generations of, hand downs. I've had to build all this on my own working hard, like she says, and like everybody that has gone through that property for the last 3 years can realize that all we've ever done is helped our community. We take care of the kids that come and go to school. We have never had any type of the issues that she's explaining. No trap has ever fallen on anybody. Nothing has ever created any type of problems for our community. That's why they had already approved the site plan and they had approved the survey, and 28 letters were sent out and only one person is here, which is against it. She was the only one that actually is against it. All my other neighbors, 95% of them, have seen what a great change we've made to the community. We work 15, 20 hours a day, 7 days a week in order to keep this place running. We're open from 9 to 6. We work on holidays. We do everything possible to provide fresh seafood for our customers. The Chinese, as you guys know, have come in and taken over the lobster business. So if you don't have someone like me, you're not going to have fresh lobster. You're going to have to deal with all the imported stuff from all these other third world countries that have these chemicals and all these things. So all I'm trying to do is keep my passion going and keep providing fresh seafood for our community. Like I said, you know, Google is a very big thing. If you guys take a second, you can all look. There's 149 5-star reviews. You know, I can sit here and talk for hours and hours. I've been listening to all you guys, and it's been a very, you know, successful. And, you know, patience is something that we learn over the years. And I've been patient. I've been here 3 years. Every business here, every restaurant, we have a very small space in the buildings, unfortunately. They all have outdoor coolers. They all have outdoor freezers. They all have all the coolers, the freezers that we've bought, and all the stuff that we've invested is all professional. It's all approved by the city. That's why we got to where we're at today. There's already a freezer on the property, which is a 40-foot container, which is a movable container, could be put on, could be moved, it could be put on wheels. I'm looking for any solution that we would need in order to run this business. How could we run a seafood market without freezer? How could we run a seafood market, guys, without a walk-in cooler? How could we provide fresh local lobster if the Chinese are outbidding all of us and paying ridiculous amounts of money? And then what happens to us? All our lobster goes to China, and then we have to eat all the chemical, you know, infused seafood that they're providing us. So I'm very proud of what I do, and I'm a hard worker, and I'm here to make, you know, to make the things work for all of us. Obviously, she's my neighbor. I would like for her to be happy, but as you see, she's talking about the side of her property, which is actually the city's property, which we all pay taxes for, which I understand is not something to keep permanent, you know, but if I have my boat, the trailer she's speaking about is my boat. The old car she's speaking about is my car. And it's a 1970 that I bought that turns on and turns off. It's just parked right now. The red truck that she's talking about is my truck. The boats that are on the property are my boats. And that's what we do. We're commercial fishermen, and we're retailers. I used to be in the wholesale business for many years, but that's something that with the amount of profit that we made and the economy the way it is, I needed to find a retail store. So I found this place, and Victor's a very nice guy, and we have been working together. She's still speaking about a houseboat that they've been trying to deal with that for the last 30 years. And now she's bringing it into this, which is already on the property. And now she's just trying to open up more worms, which realistically, that's been on the property. That has nothing to do with me. The blue things that he's talking about, they're called vats. That's where the lobsters go. If I don't have a walk-in cooler, where do I have to put my lobster? Where do I have to put my fish? I have to put them in vats. Those are all these containers that Paula mentioned. They're totes for lobster. Part of what I plan to do eventually is to be able to put some live, eventually possibly to keep some live lobster for the tourists and for our locals. They want to come and buy some live lobster, they can buy some live lobster from our property. So nothing that I'm planning on doing or that I've submitted to the city is out of the ordinary. It's a seafood market. All I want is my freezer, and all I want is my walk-in cooler and the ice machine. Initially, none of this was supposed to be accepted on the property, but like I said, it says it very clearly here: retail, fresh, food store, including retail sales of fresh and frozen seafood. If this wouldn't have been one of the things of this property, I would have never gotten into it, because that's what I do. I sell seafood. I'm a professional fishmonger. I've been doing it since I was a kid. My mom has always supported me. She actually has a full-time job Monday through Thursday, and then she comes on Fridays to spend 3 days here helping me with the business, helping me with the trip ticketing. We report to the federal government. We do everything from A through Z. You know, I fish, I buy from the fishermen, I buy from other fish markets all along the Keys. We're actually, I'm a certified HACCP seafood processing plant as well. The FDA in the state of Florida, that plant is also a seafood retail FDA certified market. It just recently, about 4 months ago, passed, and everything that gets done there, all the seafood that goes through my hands is through a professional that knows exactly what he's doing and knows exactly what he's providing to his clients and to the community. I was born and raised in Miami. Years ago, I got a taste of the Keys, and I found a home away from home. I'm an island person. I come from Cuba. You know, my family fished in Cuba. That's what we did for a living. So it's in my blood, and that's something that I always wanted to do. And I got the opportunity to do it. And I was actually down in Marathon for many years. And now that I got my place here, much closer, my passion was never gone. And when I got this opportunity, I realized, wow, I can make this happen. And like I said, everyone is very happy with what we're doing. The lobster business wasn't something that I initially had. I just invested into that last season. Actually, 2 weeks before the season started. Why? Because I was having trouble supplying my customers and the city, the Keys, with local seafood, with local lobster, because the Chinese were buying all the lobster out. So I invested into this boat. That was actually my Father's Day present, so you guys can know what type of worker I am. That was my Father's Day present to myself, a 1974 Stapleton lobster trap boat, which initially I got a really good deal on, and I wasn't even planning on doing the lobster business. But eventually I realized I have the boat. This is what I love to do. I have the opportunity. I have a property that's a village center, commercial fishing property. Why not? So eventually I decided, and I invested, and I got a little bit more traps, and I killed myself. Just imagine what I went through as a person, you know, getting into the business 2 months in.
Okay, hold on. Henry wants.
Yes.
I sympathize with you. Ben wants me to turn it on. He didn't say anything, but I know he does. If he's still here, I don't even know if he's still. Anyway, I sympathize with what you're saying. I was in that business for 25 years. I know what 12 hours a day looks like and feels like. Have you ever been served with any code violations?
The violations that they're talking about now are just recent violations that just came up. Everything that they've ever asked me to do, I've been here for 3 years, and
But prior to what's happening right now, have you ever been served with a code violation?
that I can recall on this specific
Application.
in this specific property. I mean, stuff like for the motorhome, but in reference to what we're saying, there's very small. Imagine we're fishermen. We're not rich people. We're low income housing. So
Has anybody formally walked into you and said, you have to do this, that, or the other from either the county or the city?
Not that I recall, but if there's anything that they have, I've corrected it and fixed it right away. And that's why we're here today.
Mr. Rosenthal, can I just clarify that code violations are served on the property owner, not tenants? So
I thought he was the property.
he is not the property owner by record.
I'm in the process of, I leased the property with option to buy, considering that I can do all these things which are part of what the property is designated for.
All right, well, thank you for,
Excuse me, Mayor, I don't know if everyone has made public comment that wanted to. So I think there's some more public comment out there.
Yeah, before we,
Marnie, is there others that want to speak?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I do have a couple clarifications
Okay.
from his statement. I can wait if that's preferred.
Okay. Are you finished, young man?
I mean, like I said, I can sit here and talk but I basically, down to, what we talked about, manufacture, assembly, repair, maintenance of storage of commercial fishing traps, and it's a seafood restaurant, food store including retail sales and frozen fish and crustaceans.
All right, let's give some of the other people
Okay.
a chance to speak.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Can I just quickly provide some clarity that the property does not front on US 1. It is not a vacant lot, so outdoor storage and display areas are not a permitted use. The manufacture, assembly of nets and commercial fishing traps is a minor conditional use, not a permitted use. And redevelopment of existing outdoor storage and displays area are a major conditional use.
Okay. All right. Can we have some others that want to talk?
Just
Public
question, is
comment?
Are we for or against? Could we try to, I think we have a process for that, correct?
Yeah, I thought we were done. I apologize. So it's, right now, we're still on. Is there anybody who's still here to speak in favor? And I apologize for
There
that.
is no one signed up to speak in favor. There is someone signed up to speak in opposition.
Okay, so it would be appropriate to call that person then.
Okay, well, I think his mother wants to speak in favor. Okay, all right, go ahead.
Sorry,
Go
she didn't
ahead.
sign up.
Okay, I just want to confirm, were you sworn in?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say that I really would like you guys to consider what we're looking for to do in the property will avoid a lot of the problems that we have right now, a lot of the storage that you see from that you're walking by. Because if we had a cooler and we had a walk-in place where we didn't have to have all that stuff all over the property, then it wouldn't be there. That's the purpose of this meeting. That's the purpose of everything we've done, is to be able to make it so that it's good, so that it's presentable. Right now, we're just trying to survive with all those, what they call crates or whatever. That's where we're keeping our product. And it's not like a pair of shoes that you can put in a closet. You have to have freezer and you have to have storage for it. If we can get that done, a lot of this is going to go away because it's going to be a good fish market. And that's what we hope that you can do.
One more thing, 8 months out of the season, these traps are in the water.
Wait. There's one person speaking. We need to, there needs to have a clean record. One person speaks.
And then that's the other thing that I wanted to mention. The thing with the lobsters is right now is it opens up in August. Most of the time they're in the ocean. Right now we're outside because we had to take them out because the season ended. Otherwise, you would have never seen any lobster traps. And now we're working on the new season that's coming. But once they get in the ocean, they'll be out of everybody's sight for 8 months. They're only stored when you have to take them out for the 5 months. They're not in the way. Right now, we already found a place where we took them, and all the ones that she says were standing out there are not there anymore. We cleared out the parking lot so that we don't have that, and we try to keep it as neat as much as we can and as clean for everything is open. We took pictures that we actually wanted to submit that shows the property. I mean, everything. I mean, you do have crates and you do have a lot of product, but it's all stuff that we need so that we can either pull the traps. We also buy from all the local guys that have fishing permits. So a lot of the guys in the area, they really look up to us. We buy their fish. We buy a lot of their lobster, and we buy stone crab. So they come every week, every day. They get, if it's a fisherman, we give them, if they need bait and chum, they take their bait, they take their chum, they get their fish, then they come back, they bring us their fish. We give them a trip ticket. We sell the fish for them, and they go on home because we give them ice. So, we're there for a good reason. Everybody loves us. I think that if you guys have a chance, I would like for you guys to go on the website and look us up and see the reviews, and you're going to see what people are saying about us in Isla Morada. And I hope you guys really consider it. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Now, Marnie, we have people that want to talk that are opposing it?
Yes,
Correct.
anyone in opposition.
Okay, who in here would like to speak that's opposing it?
Socrates Eisenbert.
Do you want to speak?
Well, I
I
think
just
she
have
spoke
something
already.
brief to bring up. Today, I left my home at 5:10 PM, and all the lobster traps I was talking
sorry.
about were there.
Elizabeth, hold on,
I think that I think that we're out of order here, and I think we care about that,
Yeah, she
even though I
spoke
want
already, so.
to hear what you have to say, but.
Yeah, so she spoke already. Next up would be whoever's signed up
Yeah,
next.
so we need to let everybody have a chance here. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Socrates Eisenbert, and my wife and I and my family live at 106 Plantation Avenue. And everything that she said is true. They are hard workers, but they're doing way too much in a very small location. I live next door. She lives next door. I live on 106 on the other street. It's a corner lot. They're on, we're here, she's here. December, I've been a firefighter for 18 years. My wife's been a nurse for 17 years. So we both served the community for many years. In December of 2023, we've also lived in Monroe County for 10 years, before in Key Largo, now here. In December of 2023, while looking to purchase the home from my father, who owned it for 12 years, I spoke with the neighboring business, Jose, about the noise coming from the refrigerated container and commercial ice machine, and if there was anything we could do to help lessen the noise. He said that it was a commercial property and there was nothing the county could do about it. And that's the price that I pay for living next to a commercial property. I didn't feel that could be correct, so I contacted Senior Code Enforcement Officer Carlotta de la Sierra, and she said that the container and everything else on the property was in violation and would eventually be removed. In February, I realized that Ms. de la Sierra was no longer working in the villages. I then started speaking to Senior Officer Paul Minning. I advised that the noise coming from the container, as well as the sound of the ice crashing into the ice machine's container, wakes us up at night and doesn't allow us to enjoy our property during the day. Mr. Minning also advised me that the shed, the RV, and the ice machine and refrigerated shipping container were all unpermitted and would need to be removed. On March 4th, 2024, I sent video with audio of the noise with decibel readings to Mr. Minning as he had requested. After reviewing it, his response was, I spoke to my director, our code does not have decibel levels in it. Sorry, I couldn't help you further. The village code that I found reads that the primary means of measurement shall be by ordinary auditory senses of a reasonable person with normal sensitivities. I was then advised to start calling local law enforcement, and did so at different times of the day and night, 4 in the morning, 8 at night, 9 in the morning, just to have it on body cam footage and record like I was told to do, that it happens every 15 minutes for 10 minutes at a time, or every 10 minutes for 15 minutes at a time, depending on the temperature outside. So far, we haven't gotten into August yet when it's 150 degrees, which it will probably be running every 5 minutes. Irrelevant. On May 12th, 2024, at 9:52 in the morning on a Sunday, a sergeant from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office stated in his report that the noise coming from the container of neighboring property is extremely loud, and there was an odor of dead fish coming from the property. On multiple occasions, my wife has called me after midnight while I've been at work regarding the noise of partying and people yelling coming from the neighboring RV. To avoid conflict, I had never advised her to call police during those times. In January of 2024, the RV was fined for being connected to city sewer. This is going back to all the violations that he said that was never.
Please.
Okay. In January of 2020, RV was fined for being connected to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moore, we need to have a clean record. We can't have shouting from the.
Yeah, no shouting from the audience, please. Go ahead, sir.
In August of 2021, the RV was noted as being used as an office, and the commercial ice maker was noted that a permit would be required for it. In January of 2022, after the fact permit for refrigerated container, storage shed, and electrical were both applied for. In February of 2022, the container failed the electrical, flood, and all other inspections. The permit is now listed as abandoned. The container is still in full operation, being supplied by 440 volts of electricity, which frankly is not safe because it failed electrical and it failed flood inspection, it failed all the inspections. In June 2022, the complaint status was entered for the container, not by me. In April of 2023, the site plan was applied for. I'm all for Let me finish what I'm reading. This business has been operating since 2020 with all the ongoing violations and complaints still open without any correction made by the business owner or any enforcement applied by the villages. It is clear that this owner operates in complete disregard and disrespect for the health, safety, and residents of the villages. He also ignores codes and rules placed in place by the villages and feels that he is untouchable. I'm all for commercial fishing, and that's why we moved here. We love the traps, we love the smell, all that stuff. Low tide, it's wonderful. But what he's talking about, a refrigerated container, until last year that he had a boat, a refrigerated container, and he wants to put 2 of them on the property according to the site plan, is needed for somebody like Publix that needs to buy wholesale and sell it again. You don't need a refrigerated container, a freezer, of 2 40-foot freezers to be able to catch lobster and sell it to the locals in the villages or in the Keys or however. Furthermore, the lobster boat, I have a 60-foot dock. He's here on an L dock. If I put, I out of courtesy, placed my 35-foot boat here to allow him to use my dock to get in and out with his lobster boat that he bought. If I buy a second boat, when I buy a second boat and I put it there, his boat's not going to be able to get in and out. But he's very savvy, so I'm sure he'll figure out a way. And again, like I said, he was, supplying locals with freshly caught food. Then there's another delivery truck that comes every so often that delivers frozen food into the shipping container, and then it's resold to whoever it's resold to. So unless I never seen a boat deliver fish, I've never seen a local deliver seafood, I've never seen anybody come and deliver anything except for that one monstrosity of a truck that parks in the street in front of my house, blocks our driveway halfway, and then delivers a couple pallets of seafood into the refrigerated freezer, and then that's what he sells. So if this is denied tonight, which my question is to the council, what will be done to remedy my situation? Because as of now, my daughter started waking up sleepwalking now, because when the ice falls in the ice machine, it falls from 10 feet in the sky into a refrigerated container that's 10 or 15 by 10, and it wakes her up at night. My son has a hard time falling asleep due to the I don't know if you've ever heard of a refrigerated container or seen one. It's made to be on a truck, on the back of on US 1, or on the highway. It's loud. If you look up what it is, they run at 80 to 82 decibels. I know we don't have a decibel rating in the villages, but if I played 80 decibels right now, we wouldn't be able to talk. So that's all I have. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah. We need to extend again. What do we want to do? Do we want to push Sharon's asking if we can push the other couple items to another meeting instead of staying here.
Works for me, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
can we extend for another, it's 10:30. Can we go 15 minutes, John?
Yeah, of course. And I think if you're going to defer everything, I think we would probably just request there's the second reading on the moratorium extension. If you all would request that you all would consider that.
Okay, let's just move it along.
What else? I'm sorry, John, what else is left?
Then there's 2 other ordinances. There's an ordinance related to, lot area variances, and then an ordinance relating to the definition of fronting.
I move to extend to 11 o'clock.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, 30 minutes, okay. Okay, John, can Paula go again?
Can I just say 4 sentences?
It's your call, Mr. Mayor.
All right, can we let her talk? Okay, go ahead.
So I left my home today at 5:10 p.m. and all the lobster traps I was talking about were there. So I'm sorry they were not moved that quickly. Secondly, the 2 walk-in coolers that they're talking about, they are 40 feet in length. They're already there. Everything is on the property. So if getting approval for these, it's not going to make any difference with moving other equipment around because, like I said, everything that he's asking for already exists. The canal is unbelievably packed with boats. And the last thing is, the bottom line is just too large of a business to be on this small lot in this residential community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment on this? Go ahead.
What I forgot to say before was, yes, he's a hard worker. He works 15 hours a day, 7 days a week, and his mom comes down every Friday and stays in the RV for 3 days. And he works 15 hours a day and stays in the RV 7 days a week. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, counsel.
I have something to say about that.
He is entitled to rebut.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Come on.
Come to the mic.
RV is
Yeah, you have to come up to
Come on
the,
up, come
you have
to
to
the
come to the mic so that it's,
a service animal, which is a little French bulldog. And as you guys know, the temperature outside is ridiculously hot. And the main reason that RV has been there from the beginning, when the city came and talked to me about that, I have a letter from a doctor stating that the dog needs to be with me on the property. And in order for the dog to be on the property, the only place he could be, since there's no building and the building is a seafood market and processing, it cannot be in the building. So the reason that RV is there is because the dog needs to be there with me on the property. So just wanted to let you guys know that I do have a letter, and that's why the RV has been there, and it has never been connected to the sewer, as he stated. That's a false statement. Maybe the previous owner, there could have been, but I was there since August of 3 years ago. In August, it's gonna be 3 years. So if you do the math on what he just said, January 2020, we weren't here. So we were never connected to the city. And the city also always told us that as long as it was not connected to the city, we were gonna be okay. And this is also a drivable motorhome that could come in and out of the property at any time. So I just do want you guys to take that into consideration. And that's the main reason why that RV that is on the property.
Mr. Martinez, can I ask you a few questions, please?
Yes.
Is the RV connected to electricity? Shore power, or whatever you call it?
At the moment, it's connected to shore power.
And how about water?
Water, there's a hose connected to it,
Does your
correct?
dog need water?
Yes,
Okay, so you have to have water connected for your dog, is that what you're saying?
correct, yeah, if not,
Do
yes.
any humans occupy the building either as an office or business use or a residence?
The building, the RV, when I'm on the property, as you guys know, we work 15 hours a day. A lot of times, I'm not forced to drive to Miami, and there is a shower in the building of the property. And yes, I take a shower in the building, and there's times that I do stay on the motorhome, yes.
Okay, so you do use it as a residence?
No, I don't.
As a hotel room?
No, I use it as a place to have my dog when he's with me, and
Do you stay overnight?
I've stayed overnight, but I don't stay overnight 7 days a week. Like I said, either way, this RV, I want you guys to consider this.
Okay,
This-
I don't need to know, I just want to ask you a few questions.
But this RV is gonna be moved.
I don't
because
want you
we're
to
that
answer
free.
questions unless I ask, please. We have a limited amount of time.
Okay.
So did you say you live in Miami?
Yes, that's my, my mailing address is
Okay,
Miami.
so
14.
where does your mother stay when she comes to work for you?
She stays with us there on the property.
Okay,
There's
is
an
it-
upstairs loft and there's,
She's occupying the loft?
no.
Well, who lives in the loft?
Stays with me.
Does somebody live in the main building itself in the loft?
No, somebody doesn't live in the main building, but we work hard. There's times that we receive fish in the middle of the night, and there's times that we stay up there, you know, sleep a couple hours, take a shower. We don't live there. It's not our residence, no.
Okay. So are your traps kept up close to the property line like this other lady was testifying?
Actually, yeah, my neighbor Socrates, he installed a camera, literally pointing direct, like he put it as high as he possibly could. As you see, he's making all types of records.
I'm just asking, do you keep your traps close to the property line?
They just got moved there when
Is that a yes?
When there was a problem with the traps being in the right of way of the people going through the property, they got moved and they need to be put next to the boat to be loaded on the boat.
Okay, I understand that. I used to do it too, as you heard me testify earlier, and I'm very sympathetic to that. But we have a setback, and I don't know what it
Okay,
is
that's
on
not
your...
a problem.
Let me finish, please. The minimum setback on your property, as far as I can tell, in the village is 5 feet.
For a permanent structure, right?
For anything. You don't get to do outdoor storage in the setback. You can put landscaping in there, But I don't think you get to do outdoor storage. Plus, that has to be done under a major or minor conditional use. I forget which it is. So those aren't supposed to be
All
there.
these traps are right next to the boat where.
I understand where they're at. I'm trying to tell you, they're not supposed to.
Problem, well, then if they need to be moved 5 feet, we can move them.
Well, they're not supposed to be there at all unless you get permission from the village to
I
do that.
wasn't aware of that. This is
Now
my-
you're aware.
Okay, now I'm gonna move them.
Okay, very good. We're making progress.
Great, that's what I'm here for.
But your building is not approved as a hotel room, an RV campground, or any other kind of temporary transit
No
use.
problem. That was, before 1990, that was residential. That property was changed by the village in 1992,
I've
right?
been here a while. I'm familiar with it. And
Was
I
it
know
like that
Victor
or
when he
not?
was in there. So I'm
Victor
just
lived in
saying,
the
you
property
got a lot of stuff going on
I
and you're
understand.
making your neighbors unhappy.
And I don't want to do that. I'm here to.
Well,
try
you're
to-
forcing us to pick winners and losers. You got the solution, and that's to take some of that stuff away. I don't think you're allowed to have a storage container there without approval either.
I mean, it had been approved. That's why it's been there.
40-foot container.
That's a monster.
No.
It's a freezer.
There's no permit on that. That's why you're here in front of the board. There was you put it in without a permit. You received
then
a
there-
code violation for,
And we want to an after the
are you
fact.
going to let me speak?
Yes.
You received a code violation, and the corrective action was to get an after-the-fact permit. You applied for the permit, and part of that was to get the site plan. So
Which I
that's
did.
why we're here today.
And we did the site plan, right?
That's why we're here today, but the permit is not granted until this permit,
understand, but-
site plan is approved. So that container has no permit. It is
Okay.
not a permitted container.
Okay, but I did the site plan and the survey, which you asked me to do so we can get it
But it needs to be
legalized.
approved.
No problem, that's why we're here.
Because Mr. Martinez, I will tell you, I had a mobile mini set in front of my house, and because I didn't have it tied down, I got red tagged.
I understand
So
that,
you see what I'm saying? And I'm just looking at the pictures that are in our book. There's no tie downs.
and I'm willing, if that is one of the options for me to tie it down, all we need
I
to,
don't know, but it has to be permitted, and I know a lot of people like to put these to store stuff in, and they won't, our building official, they don't, I don't know. I'd have to rely upon staff, but.
well, I'm willing to do whatever. If we need to get it tied down to the floor, that's something that's very simple. We
You
can
need
get
to
that.
make your neighbors happy.
Okay,
Jennifer,
You can make
it has
us
to
happy,
be
we'll approve
permitted,
it.
Correct?
That's why.
The
Yes, that's why we're
the
here.
electric going to it?
Yes,
If it's
all
free-
of that has to be permitted.
Okay, all
The
right.
building official has reviewed the site plan, and I believe one of her comments was that they had to be tied down and comply with the Florida Building Code.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question, if I could.
Yeah, sure, go
I mean,
ahead.
I'm concerned about the number of code violations that are active. I know we got an email with 20 pages of various code violations, so I don't feel like we can approve this until those are taken care of, but I'm also wondering if there's something that's prohibiting us from enforcing those code violations. Is that?
I would say staff is recommending denial of this because of the open code violations which occurred between the time of the notice of intent to approve and today. So when they became aware of it, they're recommending denial of the site plan application. In terms of enforcement, I believe code enforcement is moving forward with enforcing it. It's just a matter of moving
Yeah,
forward.
there's a process. It's, we have to wait for him to do corrective action. If he doesn't do corrective action, then we go to a magistrate hearing. It's a process.
Yeah, I mean, this is a sort of an uncomfortable scene to have neighbors, kind of in conflict, and I know that we live in a very small space. We all have neighbors, and I would love to see the code violations resolved.
that's
And
something that we've always done from the beginning. That's why
it's
we're
not, I
here.
just want to say, it sounds like maybe there are a number of them that are outstanding,
was
and it
just
would
a
be
violation.
great if those, it sounds like there are a number that we have in our
can we-
documentation.
can we,
So
for
if I
the
could just
record, know what they
finish,
are?
I could just finish if you don't mind. It would be great to see those cleaned up, and then, then there is the additional, the complaints about just the junk and the right-of-way. I mean, we all have neighbors. This is not a big area. It's hard to hear that, knowing that everyone is trying to do their best, and it sounds like you are as well. My other question is, if we're here to permit something that's already in place. I mean, how does that work? I mean, the stuff is already there, so are we asking you needs to remove them until, because I would say that, no, I don't want to approve this because it sounds like there are a lot of things that need to be fixed. So I don't know if we're at a point now, I would move to.
Can we ask Jennifer? Jennifer, does he have a certain amount of time to bring these things in compliant? I mean, if we issue a code, then violation, then they have, what, X number of days to come into compliance?
So the first two are relative to the site plan that's before you today.
Okay.
And that would go towards helping to correct those two code violations because they involve after-the-fact permits.
Okay.
The third one is the habitable space in the loft above the store. I would have to go back and look and see when that was issued and when was that issued?
March, just a couple weeks ago.
May. So usually we give people, 14 days to correct that,
Okay.
and then we would take them to the next available code hearing, which in this case would be August, because we're not having one in July.
Okay.
Quick question. What are the other violations? Because I would like to know.
This isn't the time to go over.
Yeah, I think you'll have to call Jennifer tomorrow, or who would he call, you? Or you have Paul?
He can, actually, you can look on all the code violations would be on our portal, on our city portal, but he can talk to Paul Minning, the senior code enforcement officer. I unfortunately will not be available most of tomorrow. I'll be in meetings most of the day, but I'll be available on Monday if tomorrow doesn't work.
Mr. Martinez, we are a small community. We all kind of know each other. We go along, we get along. You're relatively new to town compared to some of the others especially. All I can say to you is forget about all the regulations. Just remember the golden rule. How would you like them to treat you if you were in their position? You got to work with them. Sometimes you have to make some sacrifices. You're an incredibly hardworking guy. I love your passion. I did commercial fishing. I know where you're coming from. It's tough, man. It's really tough. But you got to be good to your neighbors.
That's one of the things that I need to do. I can put a timer from 9 o'clock.
I don't know. I mean, the answer isn't when your neighbor asks for help. The answer isn't tough luck, buddy. You live next to a commercial place. That's the wrong.
Me and him never spoke that.
That's the wrong attitude and the wrong answer.
That wasn't that. What he said is not true.
Well, I hear a lot of things of he said, she said. I don't want to get into that. I'm just telling you. You want us to give you what you're asking for? Make your neighbors happy.
Quick. All right. His father's owner of the property. He's actually lived there all his life. He's had that property. He just moved in 6 months ago. His father never had anything.
It doesn't matter. You're a lone ranger in the middle of a neighborhood there.
Fix it. So I'll put a timer and turn off the machines at night.
Take care of your neighbors, and we'll help you. All right.
Very simple.
Man.
Work with Jennifer. Work with Jennifer.
I think Vice Mayor had it.
I'm trying to get a word in and I can't.
Sorry.
It's okay. In a past life, I was with somebody who was a commercial fisherman, and number one, it's a dirty business. It is. Your neighbors are never going to like you. We had gill nets, and we also had 1,000 stone crab traps, and there's a smell that comes with them. There's a noise that comes with the coolers and everything. You seem to be very creative and everything. Have you ever thought maybe this isn't the location for you? So you could do what you want to do somewhere a little more suitable? Let me finish. No, I guess not. I guess not. I understand you're giving me what we all...
Question. I was answering.
No, I didn't ask you a question. It was okay. All right. Oh my God, this is a no-win situation. I'm done. I tried to talk to you. I'm done.
No, go ahead.
No.
I move that we deny this application.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Yeah, we need to wait for Henry.
All right.
Huh?
Unless it's a 2-2 tie, you can move forward and, yeah.
I'd like to respect Henry. We should vote.
Yeah, I would say we wait
Give him a minute.
for him. Yeah, we wait a minute for him.
I
Yeah.
did not mean any disrespect.
No, you didn't.
So,
Absolutely
Mr.
not.
Martinez, while we're waiting for our other council to come back, like if the truck's got a flat tire, and can't be, things like that could be moved very easily. And that's what I'm saying. I've heard people say, Paula, I heard Socrates say, you are a hard-working guy. I can look at you and tell. I watched you when we were talking about the other fishing, you're like, I could see, okay? So just, man, you know what? You want to be successful? Then work with your neighbors to try to help them, you know, if maybe, you know, you have to find, like your mom said, maybe another place to put the traps or something.
I already did find.
Oh, okay. You see, and most of the time they are going to be in the water for 8 months, okay?
I do have a place here, actually, right where Frankie's place, that he was here earlier.
Okay.
Island Disposal with Jim.
Okay.
I have a spot that I already rented from them because I got a little bit more traps, and I'm aware that
Okay.
it's starting to get a little bit tight, so I'm already making those moves.
Yeah. Well, see what you can do. See if you can move your boat trailer down there to get it out.
I already did. I already moved that.
Okay.
Also, that's been gone. And the truck did have a flat tire, and I did fix the tire, and I moved it. You know,
Okay.
and right now there's no trailer there where she's talking about. It's completely
Okay.
clean.
Okay.
You know, we've only parked there when we have an emergency because we're open from 9 to 6. And sometimes if my mom's around, I have my car. We have the trailer that we do
All
the
right,
boat.
you know what? Just here's what I want to suggest to
appreciate
you.
it.
Okay, because it is a tough living. I
willing
understand.
to
Okay,
do
but
whatever I
make it a two-way street, man. Because if they can live with you and you can live with them, it's all about
That's why
keeping
we
everybody.
all
You
get
know.
along. I really, that's what I'm
Mr.
trying
Mayor,
to do.
we've got a motion on the table. I just want to mention.
Okay, now that he's back. But hey, remember, you get more bees with honey than you do vinegar. So I mean, it's a tough business. So.
We have 2 months to finish getting all our traps ready. Not even a month and 7 days.
Okay, and the keys,
Get 'em in the water.
this area, we know it's very tight, you know, so anyways, okay? Thank you for your time and thank all y'all that have spoke, so.
Good luck, amigo. I hope you do well.
Thank you. Well, we're going to be here. That's what we do.
Okay. All right, so Marnie, we have a motion and a second. I think, Mark, you made a motion?
I made a motion to deny.
Okay, and Elizabeth seconded. Marnie, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Get it cleaned up and come back to see us. We'll work with you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So,
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Council, there's 3 more ordinances. I know there was some discussion about whether to hear them tonight or not, so before I.
Mark extended till 11.
Chris Sandy's been waiting all night long. He's been longer than tonight, months. We can't do that to him. Come on.
Okay.
I'll lose a little
You
sleep.
want to take that one out of order then? Because the next,
Which one is his, D?
well, C should be potentially quick. That's just the moratorium extension. Why don't I read that?
Okay, so let's do that. See.
Right, so we're on to tab C. It's an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, extending the temporary moratorium established pursuant to ordinance number 23-10 relating to the acceptance of the new market rate residential building permit allocation system, applications with or without land dedication, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce, and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. This is the extension of the existing moratorium on new applications for market rate residential BPAS. We had brought this because staff's still going through, as you saw on the timeline. We don't anticipate it finishing, so it's second reading for you.
Move to approve.
I second
Well,
it.
wait a minute, we got to have public comment.
Yep,
Any public
That's
comment?
fine, we've got a motion and a second, but we can open up for public comment now.
Couldn't
Is
resist.
there any public comment?
The only person I'd signed up was Van.
Okay, all right, so no, public comment is now closed. Okay, I heard a motion and a second. Marnie, would you call the roll, please? This is to approve, right? The extension.
Correct, yes.
Okay, go ahead,
And
Marnie.
who made the motion and who seconded?
I made the motion.
I second it.
Thank you.
I thought I did.
Oh, you can take it.
I don't
Maybe
care.
it doesn't make any difference.
No, it doesn't.
Vice
right,
Mayor
let's-
Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Tab D.
Tab D, an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 30 Land Development Regulations of Article 4 Administrative Procedures, Section 30-221, Variances in General of the Village Code relating to variances from minimum lot area requirement where workforce affordable housing is provided, providing for the repeal of all code provisions and ordinances inconsistent with this ordinance, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the Florida Department of Commerce, and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the Florida Department of Commerce.
Okay, Jennifer?
Yes, the proposed amendment was before the council last July and was not approved. The council has asked staff to look at bringing it back with the change to allow for affordable housing projects only. In your packet, there are, we had identified 6 properties which potentially could be allowed to use this variance to develop affordable housing. This list was created just with our zoning layer, and the dimensions and everything were used with our zoning layer only. We did not do a deep dive on any other developability of each parcel. It was just to give you an idea of how many parcels might be out there that this would affect. The proposed amendment is consistent with the approach in many municipalities to allow for the opportunity to seek a variance in connection with the minimum lot area requirements. An applicant would be required to meet all of the standards associated with the variance relief noted above in your packet. In addition, a lot area variance would be limited to the maximum of 5% or 250 square feet, whichever is less, of the minimum required lot area standard, and would only be allowed for the creation of affordable housing. At its meeting on May 13th, 2024, the LPA reviewed this proposed change and voted 5-1 to recommend approval for the proposed amendment. It's staff's position that this proposed amendment properly balances the rights of individual property owners with the protections needed. At this time, staff recommends adoption of the ordinance.
Jennifer, can you explain this a little bit more in detail? Because, I had my briefing today, but give me a little bit more, I don't know, do you guys understand?
Yeah.
So basically, you need so much land to build a dwelling unit or to get your density.
You need 4,500 square feet minimum.
Right. Okay, so if you were, but this is for affordable housing, right? So we require, I believe it's 2,904 for an affordable housing unit, right? So if you had you'd need 5,808 or 5,809 or whatever that calculation is to create 2 affordable housing units. So if you were short 250 square feet, you could ask for a variance to get that additional 250 square feet to build 2 affordable housing units, basically.
I had a question about why it's coming back. We voted this down in July.
Yes, and then one of your council members brought it to the council and asked that it be brought back. The council agreed as consensus, and then I believe Councilmember Mahoney suggested that it be for affordable housing purposes.
That's the difference. This time it's only for affordable housing.
Well, I have a question. If you have enough room for one, why are you trying to change it to squeeze 2? I'm serious.
My name's Chris Santee.
Wait, we're not on public comment yet, I don't think. Sorry.
Okay, well, so we'll go to public comment right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Chris.
Okay, my name's Chris Santee. Some of you in the council know me. I was on the council when we voted to make affordable housing in perpetuity. Nobody pulled any permits. They all complained that they were never going to get used. And then I bought a lot on Orange and built 6 one-bedroom homes and sold them all in one day. That's how much of a demand there is for affordable housing. So I have this lot that's behind commercial property and next to commercial property down there by Bentley's or whatever the Italian restaurant's called now. Anyway, because of the cost of building, I found out that if I can get 2 feet more of additional land or a variance for this 2 feet, I can put a affordable housing duplex there, which is what I'm trying to do because it cuts down the cost of the land per unit, which allows me to bring in the duplexes at a more reasonable market rate. Those of you who know I sold the ones on Orange, I sold them at $235. They're selling for over $300 now because I wanted to prove that you could build a house and sell it. I didn't do it really basically for money. I did it to prove a point. So it's basically the same thing here. This is an undesirable lot for any kind of market rate house. It's got, there's a veterinarian office, there's a plumbing building, there's a restaurant, there's a repair shop that does wood carvings. So it's not what you would consider a house that you would want to stay in full time as a higher end market rate. It's perfect for affordable housing. They can live there and walk anywhere in those businesses in the area or drive there. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to expand the affordable market housing pool, and I'm willing to build 2 units there. So I'm short 2 feet.
Where would that 2 feet come from? Your neighbor? I'm sort of confused.
No, I tried to buy the neighbor's property. I tried to buy 2 feet. They wouldn't do it. That's the reason this is a variance, is asking to allow the 250 feet or less variance to allow me to build these 2 units.
So you'll go like property line to property?
No, no, no. There's a Florida area ratio. There are going to be stilt units, smaller units, to allow for all the setbacks on the front and side and everything.
Small.
I believe they're 1,200 square feet. 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom.
Okay, are we done with public comment? Thank you very much. Are we done with public comment?
Well,
Marty, do you have anybody else? Henry?
Chris,
yes?
I see, I think it's 6. You've got 1 or 2 of the 6
I'm sorry, what?
on the list here.
Yes. I only have 1.
You just have 1.
Correct.
This is for everybody's property.
But like I said, before, when it was denied, it was available for any lots, market rate or anything. So now that it's come back, it's for affordable only. And as she said, Jennifer said, I believe there's 5 or 6 lots available. I own 1 of them.
So if we approve you, in essence, we're approving everybody.
Well, if yes, that's correct. But you don't know if they're going to build affordable or not. I'm willing to build affordable.
I'd want to know.
And they would only, if we approve the other 5, they would have to build affordable if they wanted to use this variance or this ordinance, however you want to word it.
And just to also be clear, anybody that wanted to take advantage of this would also have to apply for the variance and come and get it approved and meet all the variance criteria that are required under the code as well. It's not an automatic, you can all just automatically do this.
It's not going to be that, my favorite word, precedent? You know,
No, it's
in other words,
it's
it won't.
Means anybody can do this. Yes. It means
Anybody can apply.
Not just for
No,
Chris. You just happen to be having an opinion about it. This is not, I mean, this is for everybody. It's a change in the way we do business.
Correct, but it's a change in the code, and anybody can apply to do it, but they have to meet the standards, they have to create affordable housing. It's not, oh, you can just go do it because you're less 250 square feet. It's a variance.
I'm sorry. It's specifically designed for affordable housing only. It doesn't open up this to market rate. It doesn't allow people to do anything else other than build affordable housing. And I just sat here all night long, and you guys spent hours going over affordable housing with Habitat and everybody, saying you want to move forward. I'm trying to move forward. I've been trying to move forward for years on this to provide you with affordable housing. I have a track record of building affordable housing and selling it at reasonable prices. So I can back all that up.
This is, I mean, I hope it helps Chris, but he's not the only one. And it's limited to affordable housing. And we only have very limited amounts of permits left, and then the 300. So, I mean,
Are we on discussion now, or are we done with public comment?
whatever you want.
Marty,
Mayor?
there's no other public comment?
That is correct.
Okay, all right, so public comment is now closed. Yes, we're on discussion.
Okay, so let's discuss, 'cause
I'm sorry, I'm getting a sense that,
we're not voting, we're just discussing.
no, I just,
Affordable have to be on US 1?
no.
Okay, how many lots that this pertain to? Chris just said there's 5.
When we did our analysis, we determined there were 6 that potentially could take advantage of this.
Okay, all right, and Chris is one of them, his lot.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, Elizabeth, did you want to finish, or Mark?
Well, I mean, if we're now in discussion, I have a problem with this because, like, at just some point, like, it's just getting too crowded. I mean, it's a small lot, you're jamming, you can put 1 on there, it's the way our code reads, and I just have a problem with it. I mean, and you know, we continue to talk about the changes we see in the keys and there are no fish. I mean, this is one of those decisions, like, how much can we jam into one more block of existence? And additionally, you know, I'm just gonna keep this short, but you know, we like to talk about affordable housing. I mean, what we aren't talking about is quality of life for those people who have to live in affordable housing, and so, you know, you've got people living next to commercial spaces with loud ice machines. You've got, in this particular one, since we're pretending like it's, well, anyway.
The cigar shop, the vet.
I mean, it's not the most desirable place to live. Anyway, I'm going to vote no on this because I feel like we are overdeveloping.
He's allowed, he could do one of these without a variance.
You're right. He can already do one, and yeah.
Okay, all right. Mark?
I appreciate what you said. you know, our building regulations allow people to build out to the setbacks and up to 35 feet high. So if we put if we just limited it to single family, that could happen. So yeah, you can still cram, no matter what we do, you can still cram a lot of stuff there. The real practical difference here is you're going to have 2 kitchens in one building. That's what it's going to be. That's the real difference. And however, for affordable, you cannot build over 1,500 square feet. So we know that the 2 units together will not exceed 3,000 square feet on what's almost a 6,000 square foot lot. That's not a bad ratio, I don't think. We've done a lot worse than that. So what's wrong with having 2 kitchens in a 3,000 square foot building?
Because then you have 6 cars and 3
Well,
jet skis.
they have to-
That's what happens in that neighborhood.
Well, yes, I appreciate that. A lot of the folks that,
A second, can we extend to 15 minutes?
I'll move we extend 15 minutes, yeah. A lot of the folks that live in affordable housing don't have trailers and boats and jet skis because they can't afford them. Maybe they do. You're looking at me like I'm from the moon. But this is for the workforce. It's in the Village Activity Center in the downtown, so to speak, area of Islamorada where the workforce is most needed. It makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know. I have to just say this without trying to be a jerk on purpose, which I do sometimes because I'm a lawyer. But it just seems to me we're making a whole big deal out of affordable housing like we don't want it, like we want to become some kind of coastal elite community. And if we want...
Up about habitat, man, that's what I'm saying, man.
I tried to make more affordable housing out of that. I don't think you realize that.
Really wanted more affordable housing, we would do something more than cram in one extra house on a little tiny lot. This is no disrespect to anybody. We would actually do something a little more comprehensive, locate larger parcels, take those reservations that we just made, apply them in a meaningful way. I mean, this is not a solution to affordable housing. Let's just be clear, and I'm going to stop.
It's
I don't mean to
part
sound
of
like a
the
jerk
all
either.
of the above game plan. We do a lot of little things, and over time they add up to a solution to the problem. This is a minor one. It's not a big deal.
Henry, you have anything you want to say?
No.
Okay, all right. So if we finish our discussion, do I hear a motion? Elizabeth?
Yeah, move
anybody?
to deny.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
All right, so Marnie, we have a motion to deny and a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin? Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
No?
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
No.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Okay, the motion is to deny, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, next item.
Are we done?
One more item. Last item, an ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 30, Land Development Regulations, Article 2, Rules of Construction and Definitions, Section 30-32 of the Village Code relating to fronting, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Since this affects me, I'm not voting, and I'm going to take a little break. Have fun, guys.
Don't eat all the sandwiches, Mark.
This is the item on the fronting definition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is the last item. This is on the fronting definition.
Road, it's fronting, you know.
That's him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than just Councilmember Gregg, but it's a small universe, and his property falls within that very small universe. So this was presented to the LPA, and the LPA voted it down with a suggestion for a different definition, which I thought was a good suggestion, and it's what I'm recommending. And if the council were to approve it, I would bring it back on second reading with that definition. The way it would read would be: fronting means the boundary line of the front of a parcel touching a specified location.
Right, okay, for instance, John, the one on the highway, okay? So those could be unified, and they could build 2 houses right there, right?
Since they own both parcels and they could unify it, it would be considered one, yes.
But the one Mark owns, the village owns the property in front of that, and that is the old highway, okay?
Yeah, so if there's any...
But it doesn't matter whether it's Mark or anybody else, if they're on the old highway, like Henry, you said, the old road is the old road.
Yep.
Yep.
So it would have to, the front, the boundary line on the front of the parcel would have to touch a specified location. In this case, when we're talking about US 1, it would have to touch the boundary line of US 1. It doesn't have to touch US 1, obviously, because the boundary line for the right-of-way is wider than the road itself, but it has to touch the boundary line of that right-of-way.
You're using the term the front of the parcel, but that can be changed. You can change the front of your parcel.
Yep.
So it troubles me that the term front is being used in the definition of fronting.
Well, I mean, it's built into the word, front is built into the word fronting, so, I mean, we have to specify a location on the property, because if we don't specify that it's the front, i.e. where your driveway comes out, then you could argue it's any one of the 4 boundary lines, or if you have more than 4, that would touch it. So we went with front, because that means you are actually going out onto US 1.
Can you provide more explanation for your definition when you bring this back? Like, because do we all understand that the front means where you drive in?
I mean, in planning
I don't know.
yes, but
I mean, I don't know enough about law to know if this makes sense, to be honest with you. I mean, I have no idea. And we talked about pictures, we talked about further definitions.
yeah, I mean, and yeah, I'm happy if the council would like, we could put a diagram to show what it means for front. Like, here's an example, and it has the driveway going out onto the specified location, and we could say, this is the front, and then these are not the front, or something like that. I'm happy to.
I'm in.
Because we have diagrams in the code.
On the old road, John, it's on the old road, it does not.
Yes, it wouldn't touch yeah.
This would
So-
apply to other scenarios.
So what I would ask is if the council wants to proceed with a definition, a motion to approve with the modification of the language I said, and with Councilmember Jolin's suggestion of including a diagram, and I can work with planning to come up with the diagram they're comfortable with.
Like what Henry's saying is the old road is the old road, and it doesn't, I mean, is that what he's saying? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
If it doesn't touch the highway?
If it doesn't, if it touches the boundary line of the old road, it's the old road. If it touches the boundary line of US 1, it's US 1.
Is there any public comment?
No.
Okay, all right, public comment is now closed. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve John's modified version with the inclusion of diagrams.
I gotta say no.
What?
I can't, what she's saying, I have to say no.
What do you think she's saying? You're saying, he's saying, John, would you tell Henry what you're saying? If it's old road, it's what.
Yes, I'm in favor of the boundary lines is at the old road.
That's exactly.
You can't cross the liquor license, it's,
And that's what she said.
well, yeah, Florida state law, in a secondary road. Same thing applies to this.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason we're not saying old road or if US 1 in the definition is there is another place in the code that talks about fronting. So we need to we can't just specify a location of US 1 because, and then obviously the code could always be amended and we could have another, fronting somewhere else. But that's why it doesn't, the language doesn't specifically say US 1 because then that would be inconsistent with the other provision that has that term in it.
So I'll move to approve John's modification along with the addition of some explanatory diagrams.
I vote to approve.
Okay, so do we, Elizabeth made a motion, are you seconding the motion?
Well, I thought somebody had, yes, I will.
Okay, so Henry seconded the motion. Marty, do we have a motion and a second? Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-0.
All right, is that it? I'm sorry, Frank, I didn't have my mic on.
That's it, yeah.
Huh?
That's it, yeah.
That's it? Okay, motion to adjourn?
Let's go home. Yes. No, thank you.